The hall of eastern light had no ceiling, opening to the starlit sky. Its white stone walls were streaked with veins of pure gold, while the floor was paved with jade tiles carved into flowers. Glowing crystal pillars illuminated the room, as did the hundreds of silk lanterns strung between them in fiery shades of crimson and vermilion. The fragrance of rare blossoms perfumed the air, mingling with the delicious aromas from the food piled onto the rosewood tables. Coveted immortal peaches were stacked high on silver platters, to be distributed at the discretion of the celestial empress. Just one of these peaches, creamy ivory with a divine blush, had the power to strengthen an immortal's life force or prolong a mortal's life. Even in the celestial kingdom, such decadence was rare. The richly dressed guests greeted each other effusively, flushed with excitement and wine. I had only just arrived and already I was lost in this sea of strangers. Someone tapped my shoulder. It was General Janyun, for once without his armor, a long coat of silver brocade draped over his gray robe. I cupped my hands and bowed, relieved to see someone I knew. "Is this your first banquet?" he asked. "Yes. His Highness invited me tonight." A brief silence followed. "Well? Have you given any thought to my offer?" he asked bluntly, my eyes fixed onto a jade tile as I fumbled for an answer. Oh, I would have snatched at this opportunity before. But now, a new fear pulsed through me at the thought of being separated from Li Wei, for weeks, maybe months at a stretch. It was not that he had displaced my mother, but rather my heart was cleaved in two, when once it had been whole. I would do it, I knew I would, yet selfishly, I wanted a little more time here. Our love was too new, too precious to risk lightly. I would speak to Li Wei tonight, I resolved. After the festivities, I would tell him what I could without revealing my mother's name. He would understand, he would not press me for more. And perhaps, together, we would find our way. General Janyun, perhaps we should not talk of such matters on His Highness's birthday. I hoped he would allow me this delay. His brows bunched with displeasure, but he nodded as he glanced around the crowded room. "Do you recognize any of these peacocks here?" A strangled laugh burst from my throat, which I attempted to disguise with a cough. "I've been in the army too long. I don't flatter or say things I don't mean. Take my word for it, this lot of courtiers are only good for dressing in fine feathers and chirping empty compliments." General Janyun's lip curled with distaste as he jerked his head at a man in front of us. "That one, though, is more of a cunning crow. The emperor's loyal advisor, yet his advice is often self-serving." It was rare for General Janyun to speak so disparagingly of another, and I wondered who had earned his contempt. I could not see the man's face, just his fine purple robe and the pale gloves that covered his hands, an uncommon accessory which struck me at once. It was Minister Wu, who swung around as though sensing our eyes upon him. He ignored me, his lips pinched as he bowed to General Janyun. The sight of the minister turned my stomach, stirring anew old misery and terror. So wrapped up was I in my thoughts, I almost collided into the tall immortal who stopped before us, the embroidered bamboo leaves on his robe rustling in emerald silk. A gray sash was tied around his waist, his hair pulled into a glossy topknot secured with an ebony pin. His aura rushed over me, cool and fresh, yet dense and strong. Like an autumn wind thick with crushed leaves and rain. His black eyes swept over me with little interest before he greeted General Janyun, cupping his hands together and stretching them out as he bowed. The stranger drew the general aside, which gave me the opportunity to study him further. He carried himself with the assurance of authority, yet he appeared not much older than I, unless he was one of those powerful immortals, concealing 1,000 years with his life force. His face was arresting, high cheekbones, with a strong jaw and a well-formed, if somewhat stern mouth. I did not recall seeing him at the training field, but I doubted he was a courtier from the way his eyes flicked impatiently around the room as though such gaiety bored him. I took a step forward, intending to excuse myself. There was little enjoyment in being excluded, relegated to no more than a piece of furniture. Though navigating this crowd alone daunted me, too, General Janyun started as though he had forgotten my presence. Ah, Xingyin. Have you met Captain Wenji? The celebrated commander? One of the finest warriors in the kingdom, despite being just 100 years older than me? Yet before I could greet him, he turned away abruptly as though eager for me to be gone. He was insufferable, I decided, biting down on my tongue. Trying not to let his discourtesy bother me, even as I was furious with myself for ever having wanted to meet him. Xingyin is the crown prince's companion, added General Jianyun. The arrogant young captain swung to me then, his face alight with sudden interest. The one who trains with his highness? The archer? Yes, I replied curtly, still stung by his earlier rudeness. I only returned a few days ago. I saw you yesterday, in the field, when you shot those discs. I've never seen such fine marksmanship before. A smile hovered on his lips. I blinked, finally recognizing him. The tall soldier who had clapped first, his gaze slid over the azure silk of my dress, the creamy magnolias with golden centers embroidered on my skirt. A green brocade belt, shot through with silver, was tied around my waist. Tucked in my hair was the pin Li Wei had gifted me. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier. In this dress, you look, his voice trailed off, the tips of his ears reddening, like a useless peacock. I finished his sentence for him, with a grin at General Jianyun. Captain Wenji did not laugh. I meant to say, in this dress you don't look like the warrior you are. His compliment filled me with unexpected pleasure. Perhaps he was not as insufferable as I had thought. Would you like to sit with us? He invited. I accepted gladly. I had just caught a glimpse of Lady Miling's father, and was as keen to keep my distance from him as he was from me. Our table was in the front with a clear view of the dais. There, a rosewood table was set before the white jade thrones, flanked by smaller ones on each side. Tonight, the visiting royalty were honored by being seated alongside their celestial majesties, though they had yet to make an appearance. A hush fell over the room then. The air thrummed with power as the royal family entered, everyone scrambling to fall to their knees. I lifted my head an inch to catch a glimpse of the emperor who had imprisoned my mother. Even surrounded by the most powerful immortals of the realm, the celestial emperor dazzled. His aura blazed with impenetrable might, that of a stone mountain, an endless glacier. Scarlet and azure dragons were embroidered upon his brilliant yellow robes, darting through swirling clouds. The ornate gold frame of his crown was set into a jewel-encrusted base, from which strands of lustrous pearls cascaded. They swayed before his brow, catching the light with his every move. His face was ageless, even for an immortal, his smooth skin bearing neither the vitality of youth nor the cares of time. In the darkness of his pupils, I found a fragment of resemblance to his son, though their opaque depths were devoid of warmth. He did not look particularly terrifying, but something about him turned my insides to ice. Li Wei stopped before me, inclining his head in greeting. Yet his smile was guarded and his eyes dulled. Did he wish himself back in his room? I wanted to ask him, but not here. Not now. Just by acknowledging my presence he had flouted the protocol that required him to greet the honored guests first. As he walked away, my pulse fluttered as I stared after him like some moon-eyed girl. He looked magnificent tonight, his coat of midnight brocade parted to reveal his silver-white robe, shining as though woven from starlight. His hair was pulled into a gold and sapphire crown, held in place by an ornate pin, the monarchs of the four seas. General Jianyun nodded toward the dais, mistaking my keen interest. It's rare to see them together. Relations have been strained since the western and northern seas' support of the demon realm. However, that is in the past. Perhaps this heralds a new beginning. Each of them wore flowing robes in varying shades of blue and green, but there the resemblance ended. The king of the eastern sea's long hair glistened as spun silver against his dark skin, while the queen of the southern sea's green eyes gleamed from her pale face. The remaining two monarchs sat stiffly upon their chairs, one wearing a crown of coral, the other of turquoise and pearl. Who sits beside them? I stared at the striking immortal with jeweled blossoms sparkling from the coils of her hair. the flower immortal. Our exquisite gardens are the results of her endeavors. I've seen her revive a withered garden with a flick of her wrist, although she's not as powerful as her predecessor, General Jianyun remarked. What happened to her predecessor? It was rare for an immortal to surrender their position. Lady Hualing chose to live away from the celestial kingdom, in the eternal spring forest. A place she cultivated to her liking. I waited for him to continue, curious about this immortal, but he fell, silent, drumming his fingers on the table. Captain Wenji spoke then. The Celestials don't like to speak of her, perhaps it reminds them of what can happen to even the most powerful, should they lose the Emperor's favor. General Jianyun scowled. Even such as you from the Four Seas would not wish to anger our Emperor. I was about to ask Captain Wenji which of the Four Seas he was from, when he spoke again. It was said Lady Hualing grew distracted and neglected her duties for decades, until the court petitioned His Celestial Majesty to take away her position. Since then, she has not been seen. Not for hundreds of years. I wondered, why did the Emperor not remove Lady Hualing from her duties sooner, when he seemed not to tolerate the slightest disobedience in others? But then all heads swung to the entrance, eager whispers rustling through the crowd. I turned to see two immortals approaching the dais, Queen Fengjin and her daughter, Princess Fengmei, from the Phoenix Kingdom. Captain Wenji told me, her name hit me like a blow. The princess rumored to have been betrothed to Li Wei? Gleaming cloaks of gold feathers were clasped around their shoulders, over their long robes of crimson brocade studded with pearls. A crown of fire rubies glittered on the queen's hair. When the princess lifted her head, something in my chest contracted. She was the girl I had met in the courtyard earlier, my partner in the inadvertent destruction of Li Wei's painting. The Empress greeted them warmly, rising as she gestured to their seats. Something coiled tight around my heart when the princess took the chair beside Li Wei, who sat there with a face carved from stone. I breathed deeply, determined to keep my spirits high. Fortunately, General Jianyun knew plenty of interesting facts about the noble guests, and did not hesitate to share them. For the most part, Captain Wenji was silent, but solicitous of my needs. Ensuring my wine cup was always full and placing the choicest delicacies on my plate. Whenever I looked up, I found Li Wei staring at me. As the night progressed, his expression grew darker than a moonless night, more thunderous than a spring storm. At this moment, he appeared more fearsome than the celestial empress. Captain Wenji leaned toward me. Why is His Highness glowering at you? You must be mistaken, I said quickly, trying to conceal my discomfort. The look he shot me was one of disbelief. But then he shrugged. In that case, he must be staring at me. Perhaps it was the wine loosening my tongue or the informal way he spoke, as I replied, do you think your appearance so pleasing? Not. Everyone is struck with admiration at the sight of you. I would be interested to hear what you think of me. His brows were arched in a seeming challenge, even if it does not please you? Especially, if so, he said, his voice deepening. I laughed, a hollow sound, unable to banish this feeling of unease, that something was not quite right. Why was Li Wei glowering at me? There was no other way to describe his clamped lips and his eyes, burning like coals, into mine. Unfortunately, the Empress noticed it, too. She crooked her finger at me, the pointed gold sheath glinting in the light. Only now did I realize that these were no mere ornaments, but phoenix talons, said to be laced with a potent poison. Dragging myself to my feet, I walked to the front of the dais and knelt, awaiting her command. Her piercing gaze reminded me of a hawk swooping down upon its prey. Your hairpin is lovely, a rare treasure indeed. Where did you obtain it from? The softness in her tone sheathed the dagger in her words. Heat rushed into my cheeks as I fumbled for a response. A polite reply, a witty remark, anything but the yawning silence implying guilt where there was none. Li Wei rose and clasped his hands before him, folding over in a bow. Honorable mother, it was my gift to her. You're fortunate that my son is so generous. How do you plan to repay such kindness? Her red lips parted in a mirthless smile. Today is my son's birthday. what gift did you bring him? I can only hope it is one of equal worth. Li Wei raised his voice. Honorable mother, there is no need for this. If this offends you in any way, I ask that you speak to me alone. She ignored him, the covers on her nails glinting as she tapped them on the armrest. She meant to humiliate me, announcing to everyone that I did not belong here. But I was not ashamed, I was furious. Not just for myself, but for her threats to my mother, her failed attempt to ruin my father, her selfishness in not reining in the sunbirds until tragedy had struck. No, I would not flinch from her stare, I would not cower from her condescension. I lifted my head, a bright smile on my face. I have given His Highness my gift. However, if you wish me to share it, I would be pleased to oblige you. She stared at me as though I were the lowliest of insects. With an imperious nod, she gestured for me to proceed. I drew the flute from my pouch, my fingers as cold as the jade in my hands. My tongue flicked over my dry lips as I stole a glance at the crowd, beginning to regret the reckless words that had gotten me here. Some guests appeared bored, while others glowed in anticipation of my encroaching humiliation. How could I perform before such an audience? I could barely breathe, my ribs clenching as though they were squeezed together. Behind me, footsteps clicked against the floor as someone approached. It was Captain Winji, carrying a stool, which he placed before me. Bending down, he whispered in my ear, "When the battle lines are drawn, advance with a clear mind." I swallowed hard, nodding to him in thanks. His words were a comfort to my debilitating fear. To retreat now would indeed be worse than failure. I would rather the Empress think my performance lacking than believe me to be a coward or liar. I sank onto the stool, grateful to sit and hide my shaking legs. Drawing a deep breath, I lifted the flute to my mouth. The Empress, the Emperor, the royal guests blurred from my vision. All I saw were Li Wei's eyes looking into mine. This was his song, and to him alone I played. My notes soared clear, strong, and true, reflecting every emotion he had ever evoked in me. The moment it ended, I bowed to the dais and fled back to my seat. I wished I could disappear into the ground amid the silence, punctured by a smattering of applause from those who had not yet realized the expression on the Empress's face was not admiration, but rage, boiling over like a pot left too long on a stove. My anger had cooled and I worried how she would retaliate. Not now, but later, she would not forget this insult. I had done nothing except what she had asked, and yet, we both knew my defiance lay in refusing to let her make a fool of me. While she was the celestial Empress, she was also Li Wei's mother. Through my rashness and pride, I had tangled further the ties between us. I tried to catch Li Wei's attention, but then the sweets were brought out, the guests murmuring in delight. The confections were exquisite, almond cakes pressed into the shapes of flowers, golden squares of osmanthus jelly, crisp sesame balls, and a rainbow assortment of puddings, but my appetite had vanished, the Empress whispered to her husband, who nodded once. His deep voice rumbled across the sudden hush in the hall. Tonight, we come together to celebrate the birthday of our son, Crown Prince Li Wei. As it happens, this is a double celebration. We are just as delighted to announce his betrothal to Princess Fengmei of the Phoenix Kingdom. May they forever be of one mind and find everlasting happiness together. As though in a trance, my hand moved of its own volition, joining the others in raising our cups to our lips. I did not taste what I drank, if it were anything at all. The Emperor's announcement slid into me as a blade to my chest, twisting cruelly when it struck. I heard nothing beyond the roaring in my mind, not the cheers from the guests springing to their feet, nor the clapping which resounded throughout the hall. My fingers curled on the table, my nails scratching the polished wood. Tears pricked my eyes, but I fought them back, biting down on the inside of my cheek until the warm taste of metal and salt filled my mouth. A wedding was a joyous occasion, believed to bring luck. As the guests fought to outdo each other in lavishing praise upon the couple, I sat numbly in my seat without the strength to even flee. What a harmonious combination of pearl and jade! The Phoenix Princess and the Dragon Prince, an auspicious pairing, indeed. See their beauty? Truly a match made in heaven. Each word was a stab to my festering wound. I glanced up at Li Wei in disbelief, half expecting him to leap to his feet in denial. To tell me this was just a cruel prank. He did not look at me, though, and his eyes were wintry, devoid of light. Worse yet, he accepted the congratulations from the guests with a terse nod. Princess Fengmei blushed at the attention, and when she touched Li Wei's arm, my insides shriveled as a dry leaf dropped into the flames. This was real, he was betrothed to another. A desperate urge to leave gripped me. I wanted to be alone, to let my grief pour from me as a river, into the ocean. But I crushed the craven impulse. I would not run, nor would I hide. Just when I thought I would surely collapse from the pain, a hand covered mine, firm and strong, the cool touch penetrating my daze. Lifting my head, my gaze collided with Captain Wenji's. Alight with understanding. He was a stranger whom I had met just this evening, but, right now he was my only anchor in this raging tempest. I accepted his silent comfort, clutching his fingers, feeling as empty as a discarded wine vessel which had been tipped over, spilling its contents into the uncaring soil. Chapter 13. The night was clear with a hint of frost, but I was already frozen inside. I sat in the courtyard, staring at the solitary moon in the sky. Could my mother see me? For the first time I hoped she did not. I did not want her to sense my pain, to know what a fool I had been. A shadow fell over me, but I did not look up. Not even when he sat beside me. Xingyin, let me explain. My fists clenched in my lap, the veins straining against the skin. To have my love toyed with so callously, as a blossom plucked and left to wilt on the ground. I deserved more than this. I would salvage what pride remained, for I had lost too much already. Your Highness, do you require my assistance? If not, I'll retire for the night. Will you listen to me? The light in his eyes was extinguished, drowned in an abyss. I stood up, my legs like planks of wood. He reached for my arm, but I recoiled, not wanting to be touched, least of all by him. Very well. His voice was taut. You may assist me tonight. I followed him in silence to his room. I lit the lamps, heated the coals in the brazier, warmed a jug of wine, and brought him a fresh set of clothes. On the table, I placed his books and materials for tomorrow. I had performed these tasks for him countless times before, yet never with such cold precision nor such an unwilling heart. He stood there, watching me with those dark, unfathomable eyes. When he raised his arms, I slipped off his dark blue coat and then his white and silver robe, hanging them up on a wooden stand. I drew out the gold hairpin, and plucked the crown from his head. His hair fell over his shoulders and I combed through it, careful not to let a single strand touch me. When I finished, I bowed and turned to leave. I have not dismissed you, he said quietly. I have performed all my duties. What else do you need me to help you with? My voice was flat, my heart leaden. I could not stomach this pretense for much longer. Sit. Listen. He added, please. Though my pride raged at me to leave, I lowered myself onto a chair, staring at the flickering candle on the table. I decided that I would stay until it was extinguished. No more would he have of me. Li Wei sat beside me, running his hands through his hair. I noted with detachment that my efforts with the comb had been for naught. My mother always wanted to strengthen our ties with the Phoenix Kingdom. They are a powerful domain, a desirable alliance, and her kin, although Queen Fengjin is a distant relation. When the sunbirds were slain, shot down under our watch, the bond between our kingdoms was strained. He drew a ragged breath. It was then that she pushed harder for a betrothal between Princess Fengmei and me. I never agreed, even though it was my duty, what was expected of me. I had no wish to marry someone I did not love. Years passed and I believed she had abandoned the idea. When I left you yesterday, I went to my parents, intending to tell them of us. They informed me then that a betrothal had been settled that very day between Princess Fengmei and me. Of course, I refused. But they explained the urgency of the union. Beyond prestige, it was to ensure our survival. The Phoenix Queen is restless. According to our spies, our enemies have made overtures to her to join against us. We can't afford to lose the friendship of the Phoenix Kingdom now, much less have them as our enemy. Not when we've been weakened after the war with the Demon Realm. Not when we're threatened by them still. The truce between us hangs by the most tenuous of threads, likely to snap should they gain the advantage, and we are certain they are scheming against us, even now. He continued in that dull, flat tone. I must protect my kingdom and family, however I can. I cannot willfully do anything which might endanger them. I cannot be selfish, no matter how much I want to be. Silence stretched between us, as wide as a gaping chasm. His words were meant to be a comfort, but I was wretched inside. Perhaps I could have borne it better if he were forced. But to know he had accepted this betrothal of his own will hurt more than a fist plowed into my gut. Yet logic was merciless and reason relentless, unsparing of my wounded heart. Would I have chosen any differently from what he had? Would I not have made any sacrifice to save my family and home? It was not enough. Not enough to ease this ache in my chest, this lump in my throat, this queasiness churning in the pit of my stomach. He had said he loved me, and then promised himself to another. I was sick with these writhing, twisting emotions which swelled and burned and scorched from within. But he would not know my despair. I would not tell him. Not to spare his feelings, but my own. To weep before him, to beg or plead that I could not bear. Whatever happened, I would hold my head up high. My pride was what I had clung to during my most trying times. It was what I had left now, but it was not easy. I fixed my gaze upon the wavering candlelight, fighting for calm. Why was it that the times which called for greatest strength were when we were at our weakest? I looked away from him, not from spite, but to hide my tears. Remembering the folded note in my pouch, I pulled it out with trembling fingers. How cruelly prophetic my jest! There were indeed no prizes in this game of hearts. My grip tightened around the paper, crushing it into a ball. How foolish I had been to think everything would work out, just like in the books I had read, the lost child found by his mother. The monster defeated by a valiant warrior, the princess saved by the prince. But I was no princess, and fairy tales did not exist for the likes of me, not even in heaven. Somehow, I found the strength to say the words that needed to be said, the ones which would set him free, the ones which would break my heart. I understand. I do. But I must leave. You don't have to. I'll always have a place for you here. He reached for me, but then drew back at the last moment, his fingers folding into a fist. I would not be indebted to him further, even though some might think this was my due, now that he had broken his faith with me. But I would not weigh the shards of our love in favors. Grasping the threads of my dignity, I shrouded myself in indifference. What place can you offer me? As one of your attendants? Someone to play with your future children? A companion to your wife? My laugh was jagged and hard. I want more of life. It was his turn to look away. Where will you go? I'll help you find another position. Anywhere you wish. No, I said quickly, too quickly. It would have been so easy to accept, to let him ease my path. A fierce gladness clutched at me that I was not forced to accept his kindness. That I had won a position through my own merit, not his favor. I would be beholden to no one. My path forward was clear. I had no reason to delay. Perhaps being in the army would help me forget all which had transpired here. Perhaps starting anew would give me the chance to heal. I pulled the hairpin from my hair and offered it to him, the clear stones glittering as they caught the light. When he did not take it, I placed it on the table. My fingers moved stiffly to the skydrop tassel by my waist, but I hesitated. This I would keep as a remembrance. It was a gift of friendship, and no matter what, he was my friend still. A crushing weight fell over me, sapping the strength from my limbs. Maybe it was knowing that when I left this room, I would never return, that our time had come to an end. I thought bitterly, I should be accustomed by now to tearing myself away from those I loved. Rising to my feet, I cupped my hands together and swept him a low bow. Your Highness, it was an honor to serve you. Memories of our time together flashed before my mind, our years of friendship, our few stolen days of love. Then the candle flame flickered, struggling for its final seconds of life before curling into a wisp of smoke, the room now enveloped in darkness. Part 2, Chapter 14. The fire crackled, sparks shooting in the air. I did not flinch from where I sat on the ground, sanding the shaft of my arrows to make them leaner, faster. The work was not necessary, but it kept my hands busy and my mind silent. A corner of my mouth tilted into a mocking smile. Just a few months ago I had been studying in the chamber of reflection, and now I was preparing my arrows to slay a monster. Shangliu, the nine-headed serpent, had fled the immortal realm to the world below. It plagued the nearby villages, flooding their rivers and snatching up victims to feed its insatiable appetite. While mortal warriors had long tried to bring this creature down, they were no match for its strength and cunning. I wondered why the celestial emperor had waited till now to send his forces, just as he let the sunbirds roam unchecked for so long. I did not think it was a conscious cruelty, but rather the detached triviality with which a mortal might view the life of an insect, unable to comprehend its suffering. It wasn't only the emperor, many immortals shared this view. Perhaps I might have been like them if mortal blood did not run in my veins. If my thoughts of my mother and father were not entwined with this place, I stared at the mountain that rose from the ground. Shadow Peak, this place was called. In the fading light, the dark rock glistened as though coated in a layer of grease. This was nothing like how I imagined the mortal realm would be when I had gazed from above. No glowing lanterns, no laughing children, not even a single tree to adorn the barren land. Just a tautness in the air akin to the moment a storm breaks. I shifted on the ground, the metal pressing against my shoulders and ribs. Shushao had not exaggerated its weight. It struck me as a bad joke that I was now clad in the same armor which had roused such fear in me before, but this was my choice. I thought back to the night I had left the courtyard of eternal tranquility, determined not to delay any longer. I had sought out General Jianyun and accepted his offer to join the celestial army. Excellent. He had smiled then, a rare occurrence. Have you informed His Highness? He should, he knows. My nerves had been too frayed to traverse the winding path of courtesy. I bowed to him again, hoping the gesture would take the sting from my next words. General Jianyun, I thank you for this opportunity, but I have a few terms. Oh? The single syllable somehow conveyed both indignation and amusement at my temerity. I don't need an official rank or remuneration. What I want is the freedom to choose my own campaigns and to be acknowledged for my achievements. My body tensed, bracing for his disapproval. A scowl twisted his lips. Was he displeased by my audacity? But I knew my own worth now, and was no longer just grateful to be granted any opportunity. I would not plow through the ranks for a meaningless title or power I did not covet. Nor would I so readily place my future in the hands of another. Those most trusted could still let you down, even when they did not mean to. A lesson I had learned with leeway, and one I learned well. General Jianyun folded his arms across his chest, fixing me with a fierce stare. That's not how it's done. The commanders form their troops for each assignment, considering each soldier's experience and skill. We all serve the best interests of the celestial kingdom. As will I. Such hollow words I spoke. I did not do this out of loyalty to the celestial kingdom. All I wanted was the Crimson Lion talisman. But it would be no easy feat to shine brighter than the other warriors. And so, in this night filled with stars, I would chart my own path to blaze across the sky. I would pursue the opportunities which I believed would capture the celestial emperor's attention. I would earn the talisman, the key to my mother's freedom, the sole ambition that burned in me unchanged throughout the years. now unfettered by my weak heart. It shamed me, how I had hesitated before. I would never have forgotten my mother, I would have done all I could to help her, but happiness had a way of blunting one's edge, of dulling one's urgency. Never again, I vowed. Finally, General Janyun had relented. Awarded the nondescript rank of archer, I had joined Captain Wenji's troop, the only commander I knew and, more importantly, a celebrated one who would be assigned the most crucial campaigns. I had cursed that decision in the weeks to follow, however, shooting targets until my fingers bruised, sparring until I could no longer stand, and weaving enchantments until I was as drained as a wrung-out washcloth. Captain Wenji trained his soldiers hard, and each night I had fallen into bed, my body limp and my muscles afire, eager to sink into the oblivion of slumber, nor was training without its dangers. Shortly after I had joined the army, Captain Wenji led me to an underground chamber lit by flickering torches. Gray stone lions with bulbous eyes lined the walls, their open jaws mimicking fearsome grins like they were mocking us. How my skin had crawled at the sight of them. The moment the captain left, the door, slamming shut after him, darts hissed from the lions' mouths, hurtling toward me faster than rain pelting down in a storm. I dropped to the floor, rolling under a ledge. But I was too slow, pain streaking across my leg. I winced as I plucked the darts from my flesh, before drawing an arrow and firing in the direction they came from. By accident more than design, I struck a lion's mouth. Its jaws slammed shut, ending its attacks. Only after I had hit all of them, my arrows protruding from their jaws, did the barrage cease and the door swing open once more. My blood roiled at the sight of Captain Wenji standing by the entrance. Had this been a test? Why didn't you warn me? I demanded. In a real battle, would the enemy warn you before attacking? You aren't my enemy. He tilted his head to one side, pinning me with his stare. I'm glad you think so. But Archer Shingin, your performance was dismal. I jutted my chin out, my pride pricked. I shot all the lions. I escaped the trap. His gaze lingered on the red marks dotted across my calf, blood trickling down in thin streams. This was the first stage in the Chamber of Lions, and you still got injured. If these were coated with venom, you'd be dead. Shaking his head, he strode into the room and struck my arrows from the lion's jaws. Darts sprang toward us once more. I wanted to duck, to roll to safety, but as he held his ground, I forced myself to stay beside him, my heart thumping as the sharp points hurtled ever closer. Just as I was above to dive to the ground, he flicked his hand almost negligently. A shimmering wall of ice appeared before us, the darts slamming into it. My pride vanished like steam in the cool air. A gust of wind, a wall of flame, any of these would have worked. While I had learned to summon my magic effortlessly, its use did not come instinctively to me. Perhaps I had managed without it for too long. When attacked, my first instinct was to retaliate with my hands and feet. Like a mortal, I thought silently. True to my roots, his voice hardened. The most powerful warriors are proficient in both combat and magic. You wouldn't survive long on fighting skills alone, nor can you rely on just magic. If you did, you would soon find your energy exhausted. A most dangerous circumstance. No matter what is happening, keep a clear mind to judge when to use your power for greatest impact. But don't hesitate to use it when necessary. His words struck me. Eager to prove myself, I had returned to this chamber on my own. Each time the traps had been a little harder, sometimes spikes shot through the ground or fire erupted from the walls. I ended the session sore and bruised, blood dripping from my wounds. It was only later that I learned the Chamber of Lions was reserved for the army's most skilled warriors. While most had taken months, a year even to master every trap, it took me a matter of weeks, and I was stronger, faster, more powerful than I had ever been. But was I ready for what now lay ahead? I stared at the dark mountain, trying to quell the queasiness that rose in me, wondering if I had made the right choice in coming here, my first battle against a monster so fearsome. Its very name cowed immortals into silence. Someone approached, footsteps treading over the earth. I was glad for the distraction from my bleak thoughts. Archer Shingin, I've been searching for you. Captain Wenji sank down beside me. There are things you should know of Shangliu. I started to rise to greet him, but he gestured for me to remain seated. When we were alone, he often lapsed into such informality, rare in the celestial army, governed by rank and hierarchy. Was it because we had bonded at the banquet, when he lent me his strength at the moment I most needed it? Or was he at ease with me because I held no official position here, seeking neither his favor nor approval? Of Shangliu's 9 heads, you can only strike one, he said abruptly. I stilled, my fingers curling around the arrow. What do you mean? The core of its power lies within its 5th skull, the middle one. He stared into the flames. If we were anywhere else, we could attack it with magic. However, on this mountain, our powers are bound. I had been warned about this. When I tried to reach for my energy here, it darted away just like it had when I was untrained. Is this some enchantment? He shifted, the leaping flames throwing shadows across his face. No one knows. We only discovered this place when we hunted Shangliu here. The serpent is both ancient and cunning, maybe it knew it would be safe here. Can't I shoot all its heads until I get the right one? My flippancy disguised my unease. The thought of 9 jaws gnashing their fangs at me sent a chill through my bones. If that were so, we could just get a dozen archers and blanket it with arrows. Shangliu would be long dead and we wouldn't need you. Why don't you then? I retorted, irked by his words. Its other heads are invulnerable. Striking the wrong one only antagonizes Shangliu, raising its suspicions and making our task harder. The last time, we were forced to retreat once our archer was incapacitated. But, with every battle we learn more about our enemy. I stared at him in surprise. I had not realized they had tried before. Perhaps only victories were flaunted, defeats swiftly buried. Is its 5th head any different from the others? I asked. It's not covered in scales as the rest, and its skin is almost like ours. To destroy Shangliu, you must hit its eyes, clean through the skull. He paused. Unfortunately, its eyelids can't be pierced by any weapon. At least none, which we know of. I can only shoot its eyes when they're open? I repeated numbly. A terse nod. Shangliu protects itself well. From what we gathered the last time, these eyes only opened when it struck with acid, its most powerful attack. And even then, for the briefest of moments. He picked up a stick and tossed it into the fire. It crackled, sparks flying high, mirroring my mounting tension. My arrow fell to the ground. Is that all? How I prayed it was. He nodded, as though this were a simple matter of hitting a target from 10 paces away. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? I cursed myself inwardly for not seeking more information before. I had not cared enough then. However, tonight, I found I was not so indifferent to my own survival. Don't doubt yourself. Shangliu won't escape this time. We have all we need, he said with calm assurance. And what might that be? I asked, a little suspiciously. 2 archers, he quipped. You'll have one less soon, I told him darkly. He laughed. And speed. Your speed, to be precise. I've never seen anyone shoot as accurately and swiftly as you. That will be crucial. He spoke the last part somberly. I might have trained differently if I'd realized what we were up against. How could you have pushed yourself harder than you did? He countered, before his tone gentled. Don't you feel ready? My mouth twisted into a grimace. More than my fear of the serpent, I did. Not like this feeling, that I was a chess piece played to his whim. Told what he believed I should know, positioned where he thought I should go. Such was the hierarchy of command as Shushao had warned me, but I was no powerless recruit. Next time, I prefer to decide my readiness on my own. His lips curved as he rose to his feet. Good night, Archer Shingin. It's late and everyone else is already asleep. I expected him to go to his tent, but he walked toward the mountain, instead, disappearing into its shadow. Where was he going at this hour? My curiosity battled with my reluctance to intrude, my desire to respect his privacy winning out. We all needed time to ourselves. The flames flickered, weakly before dwindling into a smoldering heap. Without its hiss and crackle, the silence was only punctured by the steady breathing of the other soldiers. I had no idea how long I sat there, lost in my thoughts. When Captain Winji finally re-emerged, he stared at me, sitting alone in the dark. "Why are you still up?" he asked, striding toward me. "I'm not tired." My eyes flicked to his hands, streaked with dirt. "Why, are you still up?" I repeated his question back to him. I needed to inspect our path for tomorrow, to make sure there weren't any surprises. He sighed. "Get some sleep. Tomorrow we have a steep climb and a hard fight." I left him then, to find my place on the ground. The nights were the hardest. When I lay alone in the dark, the memories I drove away in the light of day came crashing down. Of warm dark eyes and a teasing smile, which wore away at the hard shell around my heart until I wrapped my arms around myself, struggling to breathe through the tightness in my chest. Perhaps it was worse tonight because I was in the mortal realm, where my mother and father had met, fallen in love, and been happy. Until the sunbirds. Until me, once, I had screwed up the courage to ask my mother how they'd met. If I had not read the book, I would never have been so bold. But it was so with all knowledge, having just a little left you with a greater thirst. And I had found that she did not mind speaking of her mortal past. It was the memories that came after which she shied from. Sometimes I felt there were two parts of her, the mortal and the immortal, of which the former belonged to my father and the latter to me. She had glowed at my question, a flush rising to her cheeks. "We grew up together in a village by the sea," she had told me. "He was the clever one, the fastest runner and quickest with a bow." It was no surprise when the soldiers came for him just after he turned 17, recruiting him to join them. He did not complain, only hugging his mother as she wept over him. I tried not to cry, too, though we loved each other. Before he left, he promised he would come back for me. For 5 years, I waited. Sometimes I thought he had forgotten me along his path to greatness. But he did not. A cloud had fallen over her face then, as she pressed her trembling lips together. There was no need for her to say aloud what we both knew, that they had parted more irrevocably than if my father had a change of heart, and never returned, with the entire sky between them now. With a sigh, I stretched out on the cold ground. Everyone else was asleep, just as Captain Winji had said. I still ached, though no longer for my loss alone. My parents had been torn apart as a peach twisted into two halves. Their love was intact, and yet they could not be together. Was that worse than the inevitable finality of death? I did not know. I thought bitterly that unlike me, at least my mother had married her love, he had been true to her. And she to him until the fateful day she had taken the elixir. Was this where all paths to love led? Heartbreak, whether through separation, betrayal, or death? Was the fleeting joy worth the sorrow that came after? I supposed it depended on the strength of the love the memories made, which seemed enough to sustain my mother through the decades of her lonely vigil. Yet in my lowest moments a darkness had crept over me, whispering hateful things, that I was a fool, a weakling, so easily discarded. It would have eased my gnawing ache had I surrendered to the hate, letting resentment smother my grief, blaming leeway for the hurt he caused me. It would only have been a brief respite though, as what I mourned more than any injured pride was the love we had lost, the future, which was no longer ours. The aching hollow within my chest gaped wider. I instinctively searched the night for the moon, letting its soft light graze my face, the balm to my pain. Closing my eyes, I could almost imagine it were my mother's touch, my nails dug into my palms. I was more than this ill-fated love, I would not let it define me. I had my family to think of, my own dreams to fulfill, and a 9-headed serpent to slay on the morrow. Chapter 15. Sunlight set the mountain afire with an ominous glitter. I gritted my teeth as I hauled myself up, just behind Captain Wenji as we clambered up the slope. Sweat trickled down my brow, my neck and back as I dug my fingers into the cold rock to grip the slippery surface. I glanced down, the ground so far away that my head spun. For the 100th time I assured myself that a fall in the mortal realm was unlikely to kill us, though how I wished I could summon a cloud now. We're here. Captain Wenji climbed onto a ledge, the rest of us scrambled after him, with Archer Feimao the last to appear, flushed, his shining armor scuffed in places. Had he fallen? Fortunately, he appeared unharmed. At the end of the ledge loomed a dark entrance, high enough for us to walk through, unbowed. Shangliu had chosen its home well. Not only was it protected from magic, but this rocky terrain, with its narrow paths and tight openings made storming in with troops impossible. Captain Wenji waited for us to gather before addressing us in a steady tone. Be on your guard. Shangliu is powerful and fast, its fangs are sharper than knives, and its skin is protected by impenetrable scales. With 9 heads, little escapes its notice. And whatever you do, don't look into its eyes. Why? I asked, already dreading his answer. It can paralyze you. A tense silence fell over us, punctured by the shuffling of feet. It was of little surprise that this creature had evaded death for so long, even after earning the Celestial Emperor's ire. He continued, speaking slower now. Focus your attacks on its underbelly, its most vulnerable part. That won't kill it, but will cause it pain. Our aim is to distract and threaten it, until it unleashes its acid. That's when our target will be exposed, that's when the archers will strike. At my signal, we'll attack in 2 groups, flanking and driving it toward the entrance, where the archers will station themselves. His gaze shifted to Archer, Feimao, and me. Don't engage it unless you have to. Keep your arrows drawn, ready for the moment to strike. We won't get many chances. Stay steady, aim well, fight together. As one, we bowed, our palms wrapped over our fists. When we rose again, we stood a little straighter. I was wound tight with tension as I glanced at the somber faces around me. This was no practice session that I could repeat whenever I wished. The slightest lapse would tilt the scales between life and death, and not just for me alone. We left the safety of the sun-drenched ledge, slipping into the cave. It was enormous, stretching so high I could not see the ceiling through the dark. I stood with my back to the light, as did Archer Feimao a little farther away. I inhaled deeply, almost gagging as the damp air hit my lungs, laced with salt, earth, and the stench of rotting flesh. Just ahead, Captain Wenji's hand shot up in warning. He gestured toward the center of the cave, submerged in inky water. The soldiers followed his lead, moving to the side, stepping over the bones that were scattered with an almost cruel abandon. I squinted, making out a large silhouette huddled in the water, so still, there was barely a ripple around it. Was the creature asleep? I wiped my palms, damp with sweat, before drawing an arrow. I had shot countless targets of metal, wood, and stone, though never a creature of flesh and blood. Swallowing hard, my eyes met Captain Wenji's. I nodded, as did Archer Feimao, signaling our readiness. As the captain's low whistle pierced the silence, the soldiers charged forward, their feet pounding the ground. Red lights flickered to life like fireflies dancing over the water. Except, these were embedded in heads, which reared up as Shangliu uncoiled to its full height, almost that of a young cypress. 9 heads sprang from its barrel-like body, each plucked from a nightmare, each darting with a life of its own. 8 were covered in black scales, with flaming eyes, and bone-white fangs, glistening with a foaming liquid. 1 had the skin of a fair immortal, except for the dark lines spread across like cracked porcelain, lips parted, showing graying teeth, and where its eyes should have been were smooth hollows, like holes in the ground, not filled all the way through. It gave me the eerie sensation of an immortal's face, which had been peeled off and draped over the serpent's like a glove. I slid down my spine as I clutched my bow tighter. soldiers dashed into the water, raising their swords. The creature's jaws snapped ferociously as it wrapped its spiked tail around those nearest, flinging them against the rock wall. They collapsed with a crash, their cries ringing in my ears. As one of Shangliu's heads lunged down, its fangs sank into a soldier's neck. He screamed in agony, slashing his blade across the serpent's scaly face. "No!" Captain Wenji shouted. It was too late, Shangliu's head swarming to form a shield around its core, like the petals of a flower closed into a bud. The serpent leapt out of the water with surprising agility, drops spattering all around. Cold and reeking of death, the soldiers pressed on. One thrust her sword into the creature's stomach. Shangliu shrieked, a feral sound, as it slithered toward the entrance, rising higher until it towered over Archer Feimao and me. Against the sunlight streaming in, its scales gleamed like onyx. Fear cut my heart, not the insidious prickle of the unknown, but stabbing terror for my survival. A primitive instinct took over, my ears deaf to Captain Wenji's warnings. My fingers releasing the bowstring as the arrow sprang free. Even as it struck, I cursed myself for not staying hidden as instructed. For drawing the serpent's attention instead of emerging at the opportune moment to strike. One of Shangliu's heads bent to rip out my arrow, tossing it aside almost contemptuously. The rest fanned out around me, those glowing eyes boring into mine. I froze, only now noticing the tiny, pearlescent scales covering the eye sockets of its core, barely perceptible in the dark. "Look away!" Archer Feimao yelled, gesturing wildly at me. I stumbled back just as a soldier hurled her spear into the serpent's stomach. Shangliu's cry pierced the air as its middle head reared up. Eyelids snapping open to unveil two burning coals beneath its core. Shangliu's 8 jaws parted, spewing a frothing, greenish liquid across the cavern, acrid and sour. Those struck screamed in anguish, falling to the ground, where they writhed in agony. The acid sprayed onto my arms, foaming as it ate through the cloth, blisters blooming over my skin like crimson poppies. I would have screamed till I was hoarse, yet the searing agony, that of my skin being peeled from my flesh, snatched the air from my lungs, grinding my jaws until I thought they would crack. I fumbled for another arrow, drawing it through my bow. Archer Feimao stared at me, signaling for me to attack, but I was trembling too much from terror and pain. Doubt raged through me that I would miss, that I would fail, letting down everyone who depended upon me. Archer Feimao's arrow streaked forward, just as those glowing orbs vanished, the shaft slamming against the serpent's eyelids and shattering to fragments. 9 mouths curved into bone-chilling smiles, those red eyes gleaming with malice as they fixed upon us. Soldiers bolted forward as Shangliu's tail whipped out, slamming them aside. Archer Feimao and I backed away, but 2 of the creature's heads lunged out and sank their fangs into his shoulders. He screamed, doubling over in agony, blood pouring from his wounds. I wanted to buckle over and hurl out the contents of my stomach. To weep for his pain and those of the others, battered by this vicious creature, but terror sealed my throat shut. I could not even whimper. Shangliu slid closer, one of its heads arching toward me with a languid grace. So close, I could see myself reflected in those crimson orbs. A strange fatigue sank over me. My grip on the bow slackened as it slipped from my fingers. The serpent's eyes flared as it opened its mouth. Pure white fangs dripped with foaming liquid. As its foul breath pierced my daze, I recoiled, blinking in confusion. My mind cleared as I swooped down to retrieve my bow. Someone shouted, "Captain Wenji," racing toward us, his sword arcing high. He hacked at the serpent's belly as Shangliu shrieked in rage. Its heads swiveling to him now, the target. He shouted, as he raised his shield to fend off the creature's snapping jaws. Those pearlescent eyelids flicked open. Red-hot coals flickered to life, once more, embers in the dark. The monster's jaws parted, spraying acid, which splattered on my hands, a little across my cheek where it burned and stung like fire and ice. Black waves of agony swept over my consciousness, dragging me under, yet the sight of Captain Wenji battling the monster lit a fierce resolve in me to not let him down again. My leg muscles clenched as I struggled to hold my ground, fighting the urge to gag from the stench of scorched flesh. Plucking 2 arrows from my quiver, I drew them through the string. Shangliu's head snapped back, my arms wavering as I fought to get a clear shot, my gaze fixing on its eyes of flame as all else blurred into the background. My arrows tore through the air, striking with a sickening squelch. It stilled, 8 pairs of ruby eyes blinking rapidly. Just when I thought I had failed, that I had missed, a great shudder rippled through its body as its head rolled back, its neck bunching up as it collapsed onto the ground. Dust billowed in the air. The sudden silence was startling, devoid of the screams and gasps, the rip of flesh. We exchanged stunned glances, in disbelief that the horror had ended. That we were alive. Feimao slapped me on the back, his grin morphing into a grimace as he clutched his shoulder. Someone laughed, another cheered. A wooden smile stretched across my face even though I did not feel like celebrating. My arms were blistered raw, but my insides nodded at the sight of Captain Wenji. The parts of his body I could see were crusted with injuries far worse than mine. I'm sorry. My voice was hoarse as I looked at Feimao and the other wounded soldiers. I missed the first chance, I lost my nerve. If I, Archer Xingyin, stop apologizing. Captain Wenji sounded stern, though not unkind. No battle is perfect, few things go as planned. What matters is that Shangliu is dead and we all walk out of here today. He scrutinized my injuries, his lips tightening, in disapproval, I thought. Instead of admonishing me, he pulled out a small jasper bottle, scattering several drops of a yellowish liquid onto my arms. The soothing scent of mint and herbs cut through the foul air, a coolness seeping into my skin as the pain subsided to a dull throb. This only numbs it. He passed me the bottle. Don't try to heal yourself. Shangliu's acid is laced with venom that needs to be treated properly. When we return, I'll send a healer to you. Send one to yourself, too. You're in worse shape than me. I nodded toward his wounds, my legs wobbled then, belying my tough words as I sank to the ground. Struck by a wave of dizziness, I pressed my forehead against my arms. We had won, yet where was the exhilaration upon striking my target? There was undeniable relief that it was over, yes, but it was tangled with this clawing tightness in my chest. Was it pity? For the creature whose life I had taken? Even worse, and buried deeper, was there shame? That I had killed so easily. And that I would do so again. Captain Wenji crouched down beside me. It gets easier, he said, as though he could read my thoughts. I'm afraid of that, too, I admitted haltingly. Shangliu devoured countless mortals. If not stopped, he would have killed more. His words gave me comfort. At least enough for my breathing to slow, and my tension to ease. Staggering to my feet, I glanced down at the serpent's body. Blood trickled from its eyes, seeping into the ground. It was a monster, not because of its appearance, but what it had done. Grasping onto that, something hardened inside me. I would not mourn what I would do again, for as many times as I had to. Just then, a strange sensation tugged at the edge of my consciousness. Swinging around, I glimpsed something bright, deep within the cave, only visible now the late sun shone through at this angle. Captain Wenji, what's that farther in? His gaze followed mine. Is it the glare from the light? I don't think so. Do you feel anything coming from there? I asked. When he shook his head, I bit my lip, wondering if I was mistaken. Yet, there it was still, that pull on my mind. That faint, elusive awareness. I'll inspect it and make my way back later, I decided. I'll join you. What if Shangliu has a sibling? He cracked a smile. I shuddered. As long as it doesn't eat mortals, we can leave it in peace. We slipped through the narrow passageway at the end of the cave, crossing a shallow stream before emerging in a cavern. A shaft in the ceiling allowed the sunlight through unhindered, striking a heap of glittering treasure. Ropes of pearls, jade ornaments, and gems the size of my fist were piled onto the ground. As carelessly as though they were twigs, leaves, and stones. What is this? I asked, finding my voice. Plunder from Shangliu's victims? Captain Wenji bent down to inspect a few of the items. No, some of these are from our realm. Shangliu must have brought them here. Picking up a small chest, I flipped its lid open. Inside lay a gold necklace, studded with chunks of amber. He lifted it up. An amulet of earth magic. How do you know? I asked curiously. Amber is a sacred treasure of the trees, he explained, dropping it back into its box. I'll present this to His Celestial Majesty. We opened a few more chests, tossing aside a magnificent necklace of rubies, a smooth orb of lapis lazuli thickly veined with gold, and a silver hair ornament shaped like a wind chime. When I ran my fingers over it, a tinkling melody filled the cavern. I gestured toward the gleaming hoard. What should we do with all this? Immortals had little need for material wealth apart from ornamentation or vanity. Magic, rank, and bloodlines, these were the true determinants of power in the Celestial Kingdom. Captain Wenji shrugged. I'll bring a few pieces for their Celestial Majesty's collection, and each soldier is welcome to souvenirs from a hard-won battle. As for the rest, feel free to dispose of them as you wish. It was then I saw it, a large wooden box in a corner of the cave, its simplicity a stark contrast to the priceless treasures surrounding it. As I approached it, the unseen tug on my mind grew stronger, like sensing an immortal's aura, one which called to me alone. Bending down, I pried the lid off, my pulse racing as I stared at what lay within, a bow strung with shining gold cord and carved of green jade. A dragon, from its magnificent head at the tip, arching to its tail at the lower limb. When I touched the cool stone, a thrum of power surged through me like I had thrust my arm through a raging waterfall. Something clicked inside me, as though I'd found something I did not realize I had lost. Lifting the bow, I drew back its string, almost dropping it when a frail beam of light formed between my fingers. It did not hurt, emitting instead a pleasant tingle that crackled before it vanished. Skyfire, Captain Wenji breathed. The bow fell from my hands. This was said to be a great power, one the Celestial Emperor possessed, of which a single bolt could injure us greatly, even ending our lives. His eyes were bright as he bent to pick it up. The jade dragon bow, he murmured, running his palm along its carvings. The recognition in his tone startled me. How do you know? Have you seen it before? He shrugged. There are few weapons of Skyfire in existence and only one bow. Why did the lightning vanish? I was puzzled as I had not released the string. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. Perhaps your powers aren't strong enough to wield it yet. He appeared calm though his breathing quickened. Raising the bow, he grasped its golden string. The muscles in his arm strained, yet it did not bend when it had yielded, for me, like a thread of silk. The moment he set it down, the bow sprang into my hands as though I had yanked it. He raised his head, staring at me intently. Unsettled, I placed the bow back into its box and passed it to him. A loud rattling erupted from within. He frowned as he pushed the box back to me. The clattering ceased. Hold on to this for now, until we decide what to do. It seems to have formed a connection with you, and this is too powerful a weapon to leave lying around. A thrill ran through me at his words. For some reason, I found myself reluctant to part with the bow, but I made myself ask, should we return this to the Celestial Kingdom? The bow doesn't belong to the Celestial Kingdom. I heard its owner disappeared a long time ago. Keep it safe and well hidden until we find who we should return it to. His eyes bored into mine with sudden intensity, as he added, speak of this to no one. I nodded, despite the uneasiness clenching my stomach. Did he fear the Celestial Emperor might claim the bow? Yet it was surely the right thing to do, to restore the bow to its owner. As I stared at the rest of the hoard, an idea formed. Let's distribute this to the villages Shangliu plagued. While nothing can compensate for the loss of their loved ones, at least their lives will be made easier. He nodded. Make your selection. I'll call the others. I crouched down, picking up a gold bangle studded with coral. Its bright, colors reminding me of Shushao. I tucked it into my waistband. My friend will like this. Nothing for yourself? He asked. I hesitated, before gathering up a necklace of sapphires, the blue fire of its stones like that of Li Wei's crown. Then it slipped through my grasp, clinking as it fell to the ground. I have no banquets or grand events to attend. Even if I did, I have all I need. I thought of the pendant I wore, which I never removed. It gave me a sense of belonging, knowing it was from my father, and that my mother's fingers had clasped it around my neck. Captain Wenji was silent for a moment, before striding to the cavern entrance and calling for the others. As they joined us, their eyes widened at the sight. Even to immortals, this was no ordinary treasure. While they selected jeweled hairpins, necklaces of pearl and amber, and jade bangles, the captain chose several items for the imperial treasury and the soldiers who had returned earlier. Those who were still able worked through the night, packing the gold and jewels. When we finally left the cave, my gaze flicked once to the still form, huddled on the ground. I held my breath, trying to block out the metallic tang of the blood-soaked earth. The sky had lightened to a misty gray by the time we delivered the last of the treasure to the villages. I lingered behind the others, watching as a door swung open and an old woman stepped out, the first mortal I had seen up close. Her skin was wrinkled, and her yellowed eyes drooped. The ragged clothes which hung off her frame offered meager protection from the biting chill, while in her hands was a dirt-encrusted shovel. Was she setting out to toil at this early hour? She stumbled over the box in the entrance, bending down to pick it up. Her jaw dropped, her eyes rounding at the king's ransom within. A shrill cry escaped her lips, the sound piercing me deep. Cradling the chest, she ran through the streets with newfound strength, yelling for her neighbors to awaken. Doors were flung open, shouts erupting over the discovery of the treasure. Some of the villagers fell to their knees muttering grateful prayers, while others wept as they clutched each other. The air pulsed with their joy and relief that perhaps this winter might not be so bitter after all. I thought we were magnanimous in gifting the fortune. But this warmth in my heart seemed more precious still. When someone stepped beside me, I gulped down the lump in my throat. Stealing a glance at Captain Wenji, I saw a smile stretch across his impassive face. His black eyes reflected the golden fire of the sun as its rays swept over us, bringing forth a new dawn. Chapter 16. There were no silvery ponds or flower-filled gardens to grace my view. My small room overlooked the walls of the palace. But I had earned it through my own efforts and not by another's grace. On the nights when my restless mind drove sleep away, I would climb up to the rooftop to stare at the stars above and the glittering lights of the kingdom below. Sometimes I would fall asleep on the cold jade tiles, lulled by the silvery glow of the moon. It reminded me of the lanterns in my home, whose light had shone through my window as I lay in my bed of cinnamon wood. In the privacy of my room, I stripped off my clothes, eager to wash the blood and sweat from my body. Captain Wenji's balm was wearing off. And as I sank into the warm bathwater, my arms stung. Clenching my teeth, I scrubbed myself raw. Afterward, I slipped on a white underrobe and sank onto the bed, hoping to rest before the healer arrived. Sleep claimed me. When I awakened, the sun had darkened to amber. I sat up and stretched my arms, bracing for pain, yet there was none. Not even a twinge or a blemish remained. The healer must have come while I slept. Did you rest well? His voice startled me, one I knew as well as my own. My pulse quickened as I slowly turned. Li Wei sat by the table, calm, as though we had just seen each other yesterday and not months before, as though our last words were not choked with pain and regret. His gray robe was clasped around his waist with a chain of onyx links and his long hair was pulled through a silver ring. He looked just as I remembered, except his face was leaner, his eyes darker than before, or perhaps the light in them had been dulled. I smoothed my features into indifference, though inside I was a mess of tangled, writhing emotions. Scrambling off the bed, I bowed with stiff formality. You don't have to do that, he said in a strained voice. I wouldn't need to if you didn't come here uninvited. I tugged the lapels of my underrobe closer together. Li Wei, this is hardly appropriate, I'm not dressed. These are the soldiers' quarters and you do not belong here. When he did not appear inclined to leave, I stalked to the wardrobe, pulling out the first garment I found, a green robe that I slipped my arms through, tying its belt around my waist. Not wanting to take the stool beside him, I sat down on the bed again. Why are you here, Your Highness? You called me Li Wei just a moment ago, he pointed out. A mistake, I said. You are the crown prince. I am a soldier. To me, you are Your Highness. His slender fingers toyed with the cup on the table. I heard you had returned. I wanted to see you, to know you were unharmed. He frowned. Your injuries were severe. Why didn't you heal yourself before? My skills are at best rudimentary. And with the serpent's venom, Captain Wenji believed the wound should be treated by a healer. I did not meet his gaze. The sight of him fractured the shell around my heart, reviving the ache that I had long fought to suppress. He cleared his throat. I believe congratulations are in order. I heard you brought Shangliu down with 2 arrows in a single strike. He sounded pleased. Proud, even, not me, alone. If not for the others, I wouldn't have made it out alive, I said with feeling. The color drained from his face, yet I would not let myself read too much into his concern. Your Highness, I thank you for your visit, but I wish to rest. Please see yourself out. I stretched my hand to the doors, tempering my rudeness with a short bow. He did not rise. He did not speak. Was he offended? The chief attendant would have had an apoplectic fit at my disrespect. But then it struck me, how could he have seen my injuries unless, did you heal me? Yes. His gaze held mine, my traitorous mind conjured the image of him sitting on my bed, his hands sliding over my arms as he channeled his energy into them. I didn't ask you to. But thank you. There is no need for thanks, he said. Have you been well? I recalled the countless sleepless nights since I had left him, the grief gnawing at my heart. The tears I had swallowed until they ran dry. These were my secrets, hidden beneath my smile. Yes, I lied baldly. My training keeps me busy. Captain Wenji is a hard taskmaster. His jaw tightened as an unfamiliar edge cut through his tone. Yes, Captain Wenji is most solicitous of you. One wonders why he spends so much time and effort on just one recruit. I simmered at the insinuation. If he was jealous, he had no right to be. Why are you here? I asked again, in a harder voice than before, his hand curled into a fist on the table. I shouldn't be here. I stayed away as long as I could. But when you were in the mortal realm, I could not help fearing that you might be in danger. That you might not return. His confession slashed through my carefully constructed defenses. How I hated this weakness which stirred in me, this futile yearning for what was lost. How easy it would be to admit the ache in my chest, to reach for him, as I had dreamed. But he was promised to another, and I would not settle for less than I had to give. I laughed instead, a short, harsh sound, indifference and mockery my armor in this struggle. Do you think so little of my abilities? He stared at me unflinchingly. Xingyin, that is unfair. You know how highly I regard you. Not enough, it would seem. Don't speak to me of what's unfair, Li Wei. I cursed myself for the lapse of his name, the sudden brightness which flared in his eyes. You made your choice clear the night you betrothed yourself to another. I made mine clear when I left. It's unfair of you to come to me now, when you must realize it unsettles me. I should have stopped there, but my resentment and anger spilled from me now. You told me you loved me. You broke my heart. You didn't even tell me of your engagement yourself. Was that fair? Bitter words, and yet, it was a relief to have spoken them aloud. No. His voice was hoarse. You have every right to despise me. Just know, if I could choose, it would be you. He ran a hand through his hair as he did when he was distressed. How I wished I did not know these things about him, and that he did not move me, so, I was going to tell you. The betrothal was not meant to be announced that night, but my mother persuaded my father otherwise. My breath shook as I drew it in. I was wrong, the Empress had not waited to retaliate, and her blow struck truer than she could have ever hoped. It did not matter, nothing would have changed. He was the crown prince, marriage was his duty, and I should have realized that from the start. A heavy silence fell over us. Part of me wished he would leave, so I could sink back into the bed and lose myself in the numbness of slumber, and yet, a weaker part of me thrived on his presence still, drinking in his face, the sound of his voice, yearning for his touch. Despite knowing the anguish which would come after, I steeled myself to ask, "Has the wedding date been set?" There it was, said aloud, the bandage ripped clean from the wound. Was it not better to battle the monster in the open than leave it lurking in the shadows, unsure, when it might strike? The light leached from his eyes. The betrothal gifts have been exchanged, though the ceremony won't be for years. Princess Fengmei and I are still young, and I've asked for the time to devote myself to my duties. Perhaps then, things might be different. He did not sound like an eager bridegroom. Nor did I understand the delay when the exchange of gifts was a commitment as binding as the signing of the betrothal contract. Who would dare come between an alliance of the two most powerful families in the realm? I had asked the question, invited the pain, peeling away the last stubborn shred of hope from my heart. Yet how sharp the regret which stabbed me now, the claws of jealousy which raked me. Someone rapped on my door. Was it Xu Xiao, calling me for the evening meal? I would be glad for any distraction. Striding to the doors, I wrenched them apart, a welcoming smile on my lips. It was Captain Wenji who stood in the entrance, out of his armor and in a black robe. The healer said she was sent away before she could attend to you. At the sight of Li Wei, he stiffened before bowing in greeting. Your Highness, I did not expect to find you in the soldiers' quarters. Li Wei's expression turned cool, sliding into the imperial mask he wore so easily. Captain Wenji, you are most solicitous of your soldiers. Even visiting them at this late hour. Indeed I am, Your Highness. Particularly of those injured. He stalked into the room, unflustered by Li Wei's hostility. As they stared at each other, their gazes flat and unblinking, my head began to throb. Finally, Li Wei turned to me. I am at ease, knowing you've returned. He nodded tersely to Captain Wenji, who responded with another short bow. From the set of his shoulders, I knew he was displeased as he left. Why should your return weigh on Prince Li Wei's mind? Captain Wenji asked, taking the stool newly vacated. With a surge of his magic, he heated the water in the pot, brewing a fresh pot of jasmine tea and pouring me a cup. I took a sip, relishing its delicate fragrance and soothing warmth. We're friends. We studied together. He didn't seem friendly. Neither did you. I kept my face blank, setting the cup back down. Captain Wenji, did you come for a particular reason or just to stir up trouble where there is none? I came to check on your injuries. How are they? Healed. I stretched out my arms to show him the renewed skin, relieved to find his wounds had vanished, too. A strange expression crossed his face. You're fortunate to have been attended to so well. I snatched my arms back. He knew the healer had not attended to me. How was your audience with His Celestial Majesty? A clumsy attempt to divert his attention. The Emperor was pleased. You would be in line for a promotion should you decide to make this a career. His tone lifted like he was asking a question. I cared not for that, yet this was a promising start to the journey I hoped would bring me home. I'm not going anywhere. If they want to give me a new title, though, I wouldn't mind yours, I told him lightly. I'll be sure to inform their celestial majesties of your wish. He added, almost as an afterthought, the jade dragon bow, did you keep it someplace safe? I nodded, thinking of the box tucked beneath my bed. An enchantment, woven to conceal it from prying eyes. I'll be leaving soon to one of the Sea Kingdoms. If you join us, we might find some information on the bow there. However, it could be dangerous. It's no small matter for their king to request our aid, and no favor from the celestial emperor comes without a price. Something flickered across his face. Was it distaste? Or concern for the perils ahead? I'll consider it, I said slowly. He rose to his feet then. I'll see you at training tomorrow. At dawn. I resisted the urge to protest. It would do no good. He almost collided into Shushao at the doorway. Trying to balance the unwieldy tray in her grasp, she bowed to him awkwardly. He gave her a curt nod in return, his expression aloof as he left. Shushao set the tray on the table. Your dinner. I heard you were hurt. Thank you. I was glad for her company. Her room was close to mine, and we ate together whenever we could. As I glanced at the braised pork, stir-fried green beans, and ripe loquats, my stomach growled, reminding me that I had not eaten anything all day. Lifting the lid off the bamboo steamer, I took a soft pillow of bread, tucking slices of the tender meat within its folds. Have you seen a healer? She asked. Yes. I was reluctant to elaborate. She slanted her head back to stare at me. You look well. Glowing, almost. Maybe you should have brought me my dinner instead. Pushing back her stool, she lifted the hem of her robe, displaying 2 rows of red indents pressed into her calf. Are those teeth marks? What happened? Fox spirits. A few broke in. She grimaced. When their magic is drained, they bite. It doesn't hurt anymore, but they itch like fire, and the healer said it will take weeks for the marks to disappear. If they do. How did they get in? I was surprised, as powerful wards protected the celestial kingdom from its enemies. Each night, the soldiers on duty wove shields all along the kingdom's borders, which alerted them to any intrusion. One took the form of a celestial and slipped through undetected. Once, inside, she broke the wards from within. It shouldn't have happened. Even with a transformed appearance, our wards should have detected their auras. General Jianyun is investigating the matter. I fumbled in my pouch, pulling out the jasper bottle that Captain Wenji had given me. Tugging off its stopper, I shook out the last few drops over her leg. As the redness of her injuries subsided, she sighed in relief. What's that? Just something Captain Wenji gave me for my injuries. Oh? Does Captain Wenji often dispense rare medicines to lowly soldiers? Her stare bored into me. Just this once was all I said, or just this one. I did not reply, taking a loquat and peeling it with excessive care. She shrugged then. Perhaps tired of teasing me when I did not rise to the bait. How was Shangliu? She asked, as though we were speaking of a mutual friend, dead. An arrow through the eye. It was easier to speak cavalierly of it, somehow it made it less real, the danger, the life I had taken. How bloodthirsty, she remarked. Was it a hard fight? I described the battle, knowing she would be interested in every detail. When I was done, I looked away, admitting I lost my nerve. Those injured, it was because of my mistakes. Anyone would have been terrified. What were you thinking, Shangliu, for your first assignment? New recruits are typically sent on mundane tasks, like inspecting the border or searching for some lost artifact. It was precisely for the danger that I had put myself forward. Mundane tasks were of no use to me. They would not get my name whispered into the Emperor's ear, they would not earn me the Crimson Lion talisman. She added, at least you recovered in time. No one died. Well, except for Shangliu. Don't forget it was you who killed it. I nodded, feeling a little better. It wasn't all bad. We found a cave of treasure. She leaned across the table. Did you keep anything? I thought about the jade dragon bow, more precious by far than any jewel. But it was not mine, and Captain Wenji had cautioned me to keep it hidden and a secret. I dug through my pouch for the bangle, pressing it into her palm. She flicked the clasp open, slipping her hand through it. The gold and coral gleamed against her skin. It's beautiful. It's just a small trinket. I was glad that she seemed to like it. You should have seen what Captain Winji brought back for the treasury. Her expression turned curious. What was Captain Winji doing here? Not that I'm complaining when there are so many who would envy us. What do you mean? Haven't you noticed the crowds in the field whenever he trains, both men and women alike? Tall, broad shoulders, clear eyes, firm mouth, straight nose, she recited, ticking each item off on her fingers. If only he smiled more, it would put his handsome features to better use. Handsome? I had thought him striking, but handsome. She shot me a reproachful look. How could you not have noticed? After those months you've spent training with him, walking beside him, sleeping under the stars by the glowing campfire, I grabbed a bun and threw it at her, which she deftly caught. Don't protest too much, she grinned. Or I might start to think there's some truth to the rumors. Were those the same ones which had reached Li Wei? Was that why he had sought me out the moment I returned, to seek a denial or admission? Those rumors you mention are ridiculous beyond measure, I said, more heatedly than intended. Did I strike a nerve? I shut my mouth at once. Xu Xiao picked a loquat from the bowl, passing it to me. A peace offering. Few are held in as high regard as Captain Winji. His fighting skills are renowned, and his magic is unusually strong for one not descended from any known lineage. I glanced at her. Where is he from? I've heard Captain Winji is from some undistinguished family line in the Four Seas. It was no small feat for him, a foreigner, to rise through the ranks, to become the youngest captain in the Celestial Army. I felt a sense of shared companionship with Captain Winji, knowing both of us were forging a new life for ourselves here. While he was far more capable than I, it gave me hope for my own ambitions, that an unknown could rise to prominence in the Celestial Kingdom. Li Wei's expression turned cool, sliding into the imperial mask he wore so easily. Captain Winji, you are most solicitous of your soldiers. Even visiting them at this late hour. Indeed I am, Your Highness. Particularly of those injured. He stalked into the room, unflustered by Li Wei's hostility. As they stared at each other, their gazes flat and unblinking, my head began to throb. Finally, Li Wei turned to me. I am at ease, knowing you've returned. He nodded tersely to Captain Winji, who responded with another short bow. From the set of his shoulders, I knew he was displeased as he left. Why should your return weigh on Prince Li Wei's mind? Captain, Winji asked, taking the stool newly vacated. With a surge of his magic, he heated the water in the pot, brewing a fresh pot of jasmine tea and pouring me a cup. I took a sip, relishing its delicate fragrance and soothing warmth. We're friends. We studied together. He didn't seem friendly. Neither did you. I kept my face blank, setting the cup back down. Captain Winji, did you come for a particular reason or just to stir up trouble where there is none? I came to check on your injuries. How are they? Healed. I stretched out my arms to show him the renewed skin, relieved to find his wounds had vanished, too. A strange expression crossed his face. You're fortunate to have been attended to so well. I snatched my arms back. He knew the healer had not attended to me. How was your audience with His Celestial Majesty? A clumsy attempt to divert his attention, the Emperor was pleased. You would be in line for a promotion should you decide to make this a career. His tone lifted like he was asking a question. I cared not for that, yet this was a promising start to the journey I hoped would bring me home. I'm not going anywhere. If they want to give me a new title, though, I wouldn't mind yours, I told him lightly. I'll be sure to inform their Celestial Majesties of your wish. He added, almost as an afterthought, the Jade Dragon bow. Did you keep it someplace safe? I nodded, thinking of the box tucked beneath my bed. An enchantment, woven to conceal it from prying eyes. I'll be leaving soon to one of the Sea Kingdoms. If you join us, we might find some information on the bow there. However, it could be dangerous. It's no small matter for their king to request our aid, and no favor from the Celestial Emperor comes without a price. Something flickered across his face. Was it distaste? Or concern for the perils ahead? I'll consider it, I said slowly. He rose to his feet then. I'll see you at training tomorrow. At dawn. I resisted the urge to protest. It would do no good. He almost collided into Shushao at the doorway. Trying to balance the unwieldy tray in her grasp, she bowed to him awkwardly. He gave her a curt nod in return, his expression aloof as he left. Shushao set the tray on the table. Your dinner. I heard you were hurt. Thank you. I was glad for her company. Her room was close to mine, and we ate together whenever we could. As I glanced at the braised pork, stir-fried green beans, and ripe loquats, my stomach growled, reminding me that I had not eaten anything all day. Lifting the lid off the bamboo steamer, I took a soft pillow of bread, tucking slices of the tender meat within its folds. Have you seen a healer? She asked. Yes. I was reluctant to elaborate. She slanted her head back to stare at me. You look well. Glowing, almost. Maybe you should have brought me my dinner instead. Pushing back her stool, she lifted the hem of her robe, displaying 2 rows of red indents pressed into her calf. Are those teeth marks? What happened? Fox spirits. A few broke in. She grimaced. When their magic is drained, they bite. It doesn't hurt anymore, but they itch like fire, and the healer said it will take weeks for the marks to disappear. If they do. How did they get in? I was surprised, as powerful wards protected the celestial kingdom from its enemies. Each night, the soldiers on duty wove shields all along the kingdom's borders, which alerted them to any intrusion. One took the form of a celestial and slipped through, undetected. Once, inside, she broke the wards from within. It shouldn't have happened. Even with a transformed appearance, our wards should have detected their auras. General Janyun is investigating the matter. I fumbled in my pouch, pulling out the jasper bottle that Captain Wenji had given me. Tugging off its stopper, I shook out the last few drops over her leg. As the redness of her injury subsided, she sighed in relief. What's that? Just something Captain Wenji gave me for my injuries. Oh? Does Captain Wenji often dispense rare medicines to lowly soldiers? Her stare bored into me. Just this once was all I said, or just this one. I did not reply, taking a loquat and peeling it with excessive care. She shrugged then. Perhaps tired of teasing me when I did not rise to the bait. How was Shangliu? She asked, as though we were speaking of a mutual friend, dead. An arrow through the eye. It was easier to speak cavalierly of it, somehow it made it less real, the danger, the life I had taken. How bloodthirsty, she remarked. Was it a hard fight? I described the battle, knowing she would be interested in every detail. When I was done, I looked away, admitting I lost my nerve. Those injured, it was because of my mistakes. Anyone would have been terrified. What were you thinking, Shangliu, for your first assignment? New recruits are typically sent on mundane tasks, like inspecting the border or searching for some lost artifact. It was precisely for the danger that I had put myself forward. Mundane tasks were of no use to me. They would not get my name whispered into the Emperor's ear, they would not earn me the Crimson Lion talisman. She added, at least you recovered in time. No one died. Well, except for Shangliu. Don't forget it was you who killed it. I nodded, feeling a little better. It wasn't all bad. We found a cave of treasure. She leaned across the table. Did you keep anything? I thought about the jade dragon bow, more precious by far than any jewel. But it was not mine, and Captain Wenji had cautioned me to keep it hidden and a secret. I dug through my pouch for the bangle, pressing it into her palm. She flicked the clasp open, slipping her hand through it. The gold and coral gleamed against her skin. It's beautiful. It's just a small trinket. I was glad that she seemed to like it. You should have seen what Captain Wenji brought back for the treasury. Her expression turned curious. What was Captain Wenji doing here? Not that I'm complaining when there are so many who would envy us. What do you mean? Haven't you noticed the crowds in the field whenever he trains, both men and women alike? Tall, broad shoulders, clear eyes, firm mouth, straight nose, she recited, ticking each item off on her fingers. If only he smiled more, it would put his handsome features to better use. Handsome? I had thought him striking, but handsome, she shot me a reproachful look. How could you not have noticed? After those months you've spent training with him, walking beside him, sleeping under the stars by the glowing campfire, I grabbed a bun and threw it at her, which she deftly caught. Don't protest too much, she grinned. Or I might start to think there's some truth to the rumors. Were those the same ones which had reached Leeway? Was that why he had sought me out the moment I returned, to seek a denial or admission? Those rumors you mention are ridiculous beyond measure, I said, more heatedly than intended. Did I strike a nerve? I shut my mouth at once. Xu Xiao picked a loquat from the bowl, passing it to me. A peace offering. Few are held in as high regard as Captain Wenji. His fighting skills are renowned, and his magic is unusually strong for one not descended from any known lineage. I glanced at her. Where is he from? I've heard Captain Wenji is from some undistinguished family line in the Four Seas. It was no small feat for him, a foreigner, to rise through the ranks, to become the youngest captain in the Celestial Army. I felt a sense of shared companionship with Captain Wenji, knowing both of us were forging a new life for ourselves here. While he was far more capable than I, it gave me hope for my own ambitions, that an unknown could rise to prominence in the Celestial Kingdom. Though I could not help thinking, even he had not won the Crimson Lion talisman. After the meal, I helped Xu Xiao stack the empty dishes onto the tray. As I tried to pry the tray from her fingers, she snatched it away. It's not every day you slay a legendary monster. And it doesn't sound like Captain Wenji is going to go easy on you tomorrow either. Without another word, she left the room. Sleep eluded me that night. With an impatient sigh, I tossed off the bed covers and left the room. Climbing onto the rooftop, I settled upon the cold jade tiles. How the solitude of night reminded me of home. The lights of the Celestial Kingdom glittered below, whose borders I now defended with my life. Would my mother feel betrayed by my new allegiance? Would she think I had forgotten her in the pursuit of power? My chest cramped at the thought. If only she knew the truth, that all I did was to win her freedom, that we might be together again. Chapter 17. I stood before General Jianyun's desk, wondering why he had summoned me. I rarely saw him these days, since I began training with Captain Wenji and his troops. My gaze fixed upon the table, intricately crafted from rosewood and inlaid with mother-of-pearl in designs of bamboo, lotuses, and cranes. I did not expect such a delicate piece to adorn the office of so pragmatic a soldier. Although I reminded myself that despite his forbidding exterior, the general had shown me kindness I did not deserve. He had seen something in me before I realized it myself. I shifted uncertainly beneath the weight of his stare, the gilded scales of my armor clinking. General Jianyun's brows snapped together in a wordless rebuke. A good soldier did not fidget. I stood straighter, forcing my legs to still. Did he call me here to admonish me for some offense? To lecture me on my carelessness with Shangliu? A glimmer of a smile formed on his lips. For your first assignment, you did well. My breath came out in a rush. Thank you, General. As agreed, you may decide your next assignment. There are 2 in need of another recruit. One will go to the Golden Desert to harvest the rare herbs that grow there. While it borders the demon realm, no disturbance is expected with the peace treaty intact. I nodded, trying to appear enthused. I had never been to the Golden Desert, but gathering plants held little appeal. Perhaps I should have been grateful for an easier assignment after Shangliu, except this would not gain the Emperor's attention. Or would you prefer to accompany Captain Wenji again? General Jianyun offered. While that is his preference, this is your choice. He will lead a troop to the Eastern Sea, whose king has called for our aid to handle recent unrest. My mind stirred with a fragment of a tale my mother used to tell me. Her voice, soft and melodious, as she had spoken of the Eastern Sea and the dragons, I whispered, so wrapped in the memory of her cool hand, stroking my cheek that I inhaled instinctively, a futile attempt to capture a whiff of cinnamon wood. A dull ache gripped me, different from the stabbing pain of heartbreak, though both awoke a longing in me for something lost. General Janyon tensed, a rare slip in his composure. Dragons? I laughed to cover my lapse, too shrill, too loud. Just an old fable I had heard, that the Eastern Sea was the birthplace of the dragons. Did they cause this disturbance? He spoke slowly, choosing his words with care. The dragons are no longer in the Eastern Sea. No longer in the immortal realm. A dozen questions flashed through my mind. All I knew of the dragons was the story I had been told. Until now, I had believed them merely a myth, a symbol of power which the emperor seemed to favor. Before I could speak, the general continued with a frown, "It is the merfolk, the deep-sea dwellers. They have broken the peace for the first time ever. And while it's just petty skirmishes for now, Captain Winji is preparing for any eventuality. The tranquil exploration of the Golden Desert or the perils of the Eastern Sea?" The stench of Shangliu's cave sprang into my memory, the ominous chink of its scales casting a shiver down my spine. But such was the price of the path I had chosen. And as Captain Winji had said, perhaps we might find more information on the Jade Dragon bow in the Eastern Sea. In the weeks before our departure, I trained more intensely than I ever had before. While I was lauded for slaying Shangliu, deep down I felt I was a fraud, that such praise was undeserved. My fear and inexperience had endangered us all. How arrogant I had been to imagine myself ready, that I could leap into the ocean depths and miraculously learn how to swim. How rash to think my feats in training could be easily replicated when blood thickened the air, pain and terror engulfing my body and mind. No, I would not make that mistake again. Each night I sank into bed, so exhausted I no longer feared being alone with my thoughts in the dark. I no longer sought the solitude of the roof. Why would I, when I drifted to sleep the moment my head dropped onto the pillow? The sky was overcast from the clouds we summoned for our journey to the Eastern Sea. A mortal looking up would have been startled by the enormous cloud banks moving swiftly across the heavens. I had finally overcome my trepidation to master this skill, no longer reliant on another to carry me. My energy flowed in a glittering surge, calling down the nearest cloud. Silver flecks wove into its voluminous folds, imbuing it with my magic as I soared into the skies. The beauty of the Eastern Sea transfixed me. Brilliant colored flowers and plants abounded along the shore, glowing with an inner radiance. I reached out to touch a petal, surprised to find it as firm and cool as porcelain. A lush forest grew at the far end, away from the shoreline, while houses of cedar wood and stone were built upon the sand. Their sloping roofs were paved with turquoise and mother of pearl, and in the morning light they glittered like the cresting waves of the sea. A crystal walkway arched from the beach to the palace, which rose from the midst of the ocean, my gaze fixed on the endless horizon as I wandered toward the shoreline, my boots sinking into the soft sand. All thought of work forgotten, I crouched down and dipped my hands into the cold water, startling the tiny, silvery fish swimming in the shallows. When a shadow fell over me, I spun around, squinting against the bright sunlight. Captain Winji towered above, an amused smile on his lips. "Have you never been to the sea?" I straightened, shaking the droplets from my hands. A few scattered over him, but he did not seem to mind. "I've seen it when flying above or in pictures. And someone told me it was beautiful." My mother's wistful words echoed in my mind, her hopes for the life she had envisioned for me. Footsteps crunched the sand as several soldiers approached. Beneath their watchful stares, I wrapped my palm over my fist and bowed. "Captain Winji, I await your command. See to your responsibilities before you acquaint yourself with our surroundings." His tone was stern, yet his smile did not waver as he turned and strode to the waiting soldiers. I kept my head down, hiding my face. An onlooker might think I was ashamed to be reprimanded, but as I gazed at the ever-changing waters, my spirits were lighter than the wandering breeze. And for the first time in months, I sensed the stirrings of anticipation. After the camp was organized, I accompanied Captain Winji across the crystal bridge for his audience with the king. The palace gleamed against the sea and sky, a shimmering edifice of rock quartz, turquoise, and mother of pearl, with a two-tiered roof of gilded tiles. The large entrance doors were crafted from ash wood and inlaid with gold, over which hung a plaque inscribed with the characters. Fragrant coral palace all around were more of the exquisite flowers and plants I had seen on the beach, sprays of vermilion branches, bright green flowers shaped like fans, pink tubular stalks, and smooth rocks covered with glowing red moss, an enchanted garden plucked from the heart of the ocean. Through the doors, an attendant guided us down a long flight of stairs. The lower levels of the palace were built underwater, crafted from the same clear stone as the bridge. It was like walking on the ocean floor, surrounded by shifting water and coral reefs all around. As we entered a crowded hall, with soaring ceilings, silence fell over the gathered immortals. Only then did I hear the melodious clink from the strands of ivory shells which swayed behind the agate thrones. I had only seen King Yenjing of the Eastern Sea once before, at Li Wei's banquet. Silver hair framed his smooth, unlined face, and his eyes glowed against his dark skin. His teal silk robe was embroidered with waves, edged by glistening curves of white thread. A gold fan-shaped crown, studded with pearls, rested upon his hair. Captain Winji and I knelt on the floor, stretching out our clasped hands as we bowed. The Celestial Kingdom has answered the Eastern Sea's call. For aid, he intoned formally. Our swords will be drawn, and our bows stretched in your service. Rise, the king commanded, sounding pleased. We are grateful for the assistance of the Celestial Kingdom during these troubled times. The merfolk's attacks caught us unaware, as they had always lived peacefully among us before. Captain Winji, your reputation has reached even our ears in the Eastern Sea, and we thank the Celestial Emperor for sending us his finest warrior. Captain Winji bowed again. Your Majesty is kind, but I do not deserve such praise. It is my honor to serve to the best of my abilities. King Yenjing stroked his beard. Humility accompanying such talent is rare. He gestured toward me. Is this lady your wife? Strangled noises slid from my mouth as Captain Winji's ears reddened. No, Your Majesty. This is First Archer Shingyin of the Celestial Army. My ears pricked up at his introduction. First Archer? The king glanced at my armor. Ah, he nodded, with a bemused smile, we do not have female warriors here. Several courtiers tittered, some smothering their laughter behind raised sleeves. My insides churned from the unwanted scrutiny, even as my fingers curled at their disdain. Captain Winji swept a chilling gaze around the room, which silenced their mirth more effectively than a sword. First Archer Shingyin is the highest-ranked archer in our army. She will be of great assistance to this campaign. He spoke in clipped tones. Your Majesty, could you advise us on the situation with the merfolk? The king gestured to the young man beside him. My eldest son, Prince Yenchi, will brief you. A tall immortal stepped forward, clad in a shimmering sky-blue robe. Tiny fish, embroidered in crimson and silver, darted from their folds. His dark brown hair was coiled up into a topknot, secured with a turquoise hairpin. This close, I sensed his aura, cool and steady, thrumming with power. Captain Winji, First Archer Shingyin. Since the beginning of time, we have lived in harmony with the merfolk. While we, sea immortals, prefer to stay on both land and sea, the merfolk chose to dwell deep underwater, only surfacing on rare occasions. They revered the dragons who used to live there and desired to be close to them. The dragons were wise and gentle creatures, helping to maintain the harmony in our waters. His tone changed, growing taut. When the Celestial Emperor banished the dragons from our realm, the merfolk grew restless. Over time, their dislike of land grew greater, preferring to keep solely to themselves in the depths of the ocean. Years ago, my father allowed them to choose a governor to represent them at our court. Unfortunately, Governor Renew is dangerous. His ambitions stretching far beyond his mandate. We received reports that he had recruited a large army from among the merfolk, training them in weaponry and magic. When my father requested his presence to answer these accusations, he refused. I thought to myself, training an army without a mandate was treasonous, indeed. And Governor Renew's guilt was compounded by his refusal to meet the king. Prince Yenshi rubbed his brow, his expression darkening. Since then, the merfolk turned outright hostile. Sea immortals who ventured too deep into the waters were attacked. The homes closest to the shore were raided. Each time, the perpetrators fled before our soldiers could apprehend them. Petty banditry is unlikely to be all the governor intends. Do you have any knowledge of his plans? Captain Wenji asked. Recently he issued his own edict, banning all sea immortals from the ocean depths. A grave insult to us. We believe he wants to overthrow my father and take the throne for himself. Under Governor Renew's command, the merfolk army has grown strong and powerful, while I fear the reverse can be said of ours. We are a peaceful nation, unaccustomed to battle, which is why we appealed to the Celestial Kingdom for aid. Would we have to fight the merfolk underwater? My stomach twisted at the thought. Like many Celestials, I had not learned how to swim. What need was there when we could fly? Once, in my childhood, I had fallen into the river near my home. Cold water had pressed all around me, clogging my nose and mouth. I had flailed, kicking out, my frantic movements only, dragging me deeper into the river's embrace. It was my mother who had plunged into the water, pulling me out. She had scolded me in a trembling tone even as her arms wrapped tight around me, the comforting beat of her heart silencing the last of my terror. How sharp the remembered fear which pierced me now. But I pushed it aside to say, celestial soldiers are unused to being underwater. If there is a battle, we should try to draw the merfolk to land. Something flashed across Prince Yenshi's face. Akin to surprise. Indeed, we would be greatly disadvantaged underwater. The merfolk are excellent swimmers and are accustomed to the darkness. However, they will be reluctant to challenge us on land. We will need a plan. King Yenjing leaned forward. The captain and his troops just arrived today. We are being inhospitable, keeping them here when they need to settle themselves. His smile was gracious and warm. Captain Wenji, we have planned a banquet tonight in your honor. I hope you will grace us with your presence, along with First Archer Xingyin. We would be honored. Captain Wenji hesitated, his throat working. Your Majesty, the library of the Fragrant Coral Palace is renowned throughout the immortal realm. May I have your permission to visit it? I hope to learn what I can about the merfolk to aid us. The king inclined his head. An attendant will bring you there whenever you wish. As Captain Wenji and I left the hall, I grinned at him. First archer, the highest ranked archer in our army? I repeated his earlier words back to him. Does this mean we're closer in rank now? He shot me an exasperated glare. It's not an official position as you're not an official recruit. And since when have our ranks mattered to you? I laughed, not protesting his claim. I had never been disrespectful to him, but neither had I treated him with the deference his position called for. Without breaking his stride, he continued, you are the first-ranked archer in the army. Although, if you slack off and lose your position, you'll have to make do with second or third archer, which sounds a lot less impressive. Huh. I was stung by his insinuation. Care to challenge me yourself? He was known to be a skilled archer, and yet, the moment the words left my mouth, I wanted to snatch them back. They evoked too many unsettling memories of a peach blossom forest, of someone I desperately wanted to forget. A shadow of a smile formed upon his lips. Not with the bow. But you're welcome to try me on any other weapon. I did not reply, forcing myself onward. One step after the other, as silence fell between us now, he stopped by the entrance doors tilting his head as he scrutinized me. You look pale. Tired. You've been training too hard. Why don't you return to the camp and rest? I'll go to the library to see if I can find anything of use. He gestured to the waiting attendant, who hurried over at once. I'm fine, I protested, eager to visit the library, too. But he stared at me, unrelentingly, until I nodded. I could not defy his order in front of the attendant. I'll tell you what I find, he said, perhaps seeing my crestfallen face. Rest, while you can. Tonight will be a long affair. Chapter 18. An attendant from the fragrant Coral Palace arrived, bearing a tray of garments for the banquet. Glad for their gracious hospitality, I pulled on the yellow satin dress, with turquoise beads thickly sewn onto its hem and cuffs. A sea green sash went around my waist, its silken tassels falling to my knees. The style of this garment was different from those in the celestial kingdom, leaving my jade pendant bared below the hollow of my neck. My only other adornment was a comb of pearls tucked into the crown of my head. As my dark hair flowed loosely down my back, Captain Wingy waited for me outside. My pulse leapt unexpectedly as I walked toward him. He was striking tonight in a forest green robe, with a gleaming length of black silk knotted around his waist. His hair was gathered into a carved jade ring, falling over his shoulder like waves of night. It was as though my eyes were rinsed, finally seeing with startling clarity all the fine features which Shushao had described. The wind blew gently that evening. I inhaled the cool air, drowning my senses in the fragrance of the sea, a bewitching mixture of sunshine and salt, laced with an undercurrent of excitement. The rays from the setting sun painted the waters crimson and vermilion, the fragrant Coral Palace glowing like a jewel in the horizon. In the banquet hall, hundreds of lanterns were strung across the ceiling, luminous and bright. Low wooden tables and brocade-padded chairs were arranged around the walls, leaving an empty space in the center of the room. In one corner sat an elegant lady playing a pipa, the four-stringed, wooden instrument shaped like an elongated pear. As she plucked its strings, the melancholy strains of her song filled the air. Her playing was masterful. From the twang of a single string she wrung a river of sorrow and an ocean of grief. The king and queen sat on a dais at the far end of the hall. A magnificent gold flower with a pearl the size of my palm gleamed from the queen's hair. The petals fluttered around the pearl, which glowed white one moment, morphing to deepest black the next. A little boy stood beside her, clutching her hand. His head barely came up to the armrest of her throne, and his dark eyes were large and solemn. Beside him stood an elegant lady in apricot silk, with strands of round pink pearls looped around her neck. Her delicate chin was tilted up as she scrutinized the hall with an expression of regal aloofness. Is that His Majesty's daughter? I asked Captain Wingy, as we went to greet our hosts. His Majesty has only two sons, Prince Yanqi, whom you've met, and Prince Yanming. Following my gaze, he added, the lady standing with Prince Yanming is Lady Anmei, his governess. She's the daughter of a powerful nobleman, and her family holds great influence at this court. After we paid our respects to the royal family, an attendant showed us to our table. Captain Wingy filled our cups, and I took a sip of the wine, the mild sweetness of the fermented grains lingering on my tongue. The silver plates before us were piled with exotic foods, most of which I had never seen before: glossy red crustaceans, golden jellyfish, and black spiked spheres. I thought those looked particularly unappetizing, although the other guests ate it with relish. Captain Wingy took one and sliced it open, passing half to me. I scooped up its flesh and slid it into my mouth, savoring its creamy yet briny taste. Is the food to your liking? Prince Yanqi asked, appearing before us. Unexpectedly, I choked on my mouthful, coughing loudly. Grabbing my cup, I took a large gulp of wine before hastily rising to greet him. He inclined his head in acknowledgement, saying, Captain Wingy, my father wishes to speak with you. He asked if you would join him at his table. I will accompany First Archer Xingyin until your return. A frown flitted across Captain Wingy's face, only to vanish in the next instant. He bowed to the prince, before walking toward the dais. I could not help noticing how Lady Anmei brightened when he took the empty seat at their table. Prince Yanqi lowered himself onto the chair as he looked intently at me. For some reason, I did not find his interest offensive. Perhaps it was the open curiosity in his expression or the humor as I boldly returned his stare, determined not to be the first to break the silence. First archer, where did you learn your skills? The candid way he spoke reminded me of General Jianyun. I trained alongside Prince Li Wei when I was his companion. I responded in a similar vein, hoping he did not catch the quiver in my voice. Recognition dawned. Of course. I remember you from the banquet. You played the flute well. Do you still? No. I looked away from him. I had not played since that night. Perhaps sensing my unease, he asked, "Why did you join the Celestial Army? Was this your family's wish?" The general who mentored my early training offered me a position. His fingertips played with the rim of his cup. Surely there must have been many other opportunities available to one who had served the crown, Prince? Not where I would have the freedom to make my own way. I have no family to advance me and only my skills to depend on. I lifted the cup to my mouth and took a long drink. But this is my choice, I would not seek another, I added, thinking of the crimson lion talisman. A smile played upon his lips, his eyes crinkling. They were not black as I had imagined, but the deep, opaque blue of uncut sapphires. He picked up the porcelain jug to refill my cup. Your candor is refreshing. The wine was going to my head, loosening my tongue. Why does your Highness have so many questions for someone like me? Because there aren't many like you. Captain Wenji holds you in high esteem. You must be exceptionally skilled to be ranked the first archer. Yet, you look like no warrior I've ever encountered. I returned his smile. As there are no women in your army, I'm not surprised. He threw back his head and laughed. I apologize. I'm not usually so inept in my compliments. Had I heard him correctly? Growing aware of the sudden lull in conversation, I glanced around the hall. Many of the Eastern Sea immortals were staring at us, whispering among themselves, "Your presence with me is causing quite a stir. Perhaps your Highness should attend to your other guests," I suggested, belatedly realizing one does not dismiss a prince of the realm. Fortunately, he appeared amused rather than incensed. Have I made you uncomfortable? That was not my intent. I merely wanted to get to know you better. People interest me as much as books, music, or art interests others. My fingers twisted the soft fabric of my skirt as I searched in vain for an appropriate response. His eyes gleamed as they fixed upon my throat. Your pendant, the amulet, is a rare one. Could you tell me its origin? My throat went dry. I had been asked about my family enough times that there was a ready answer on the tip of my tongue. However, no one had ever asked me about my father's pendant, usually tucked beneath my robe. I thought it a common jewel, its only value to me in its heritage. I found it in the marketplace. The one that appears every 5 years in the Celestial Kingdom, I said quickly, a fortunate find. He drew out each word. I shifted in my seat, wondering if he had seen through my lie. I was tempted to change the subject, to venture to safer ground, but his interest had piqued my own. Perhaps he knew something of my father's pendant. Why did you call it an amulet? Because it is one. A powerful one, too, of protection. My fingers reached up to stroke the jade. Had my father worn this to challenge the sunbirds? Had it protected him from their deadly flame? Prince Yanqi leaned closer to scrutinize the stone. Unfortunately, it seems to have been damaged. The crack in the rim. Can it be restored? I asked, a little too eagerly. The corners of his mouth dipped. From its carving, this appears to be a talisman of the dragons. If so, only they can restore it. My spirits sank as I released the pendant. The dragons were no longer in the immortal realm. Banished, Prince Yanqi had said, echoing the tale I had heard as a child. You know a lot about the dragons. In the celestial kingdom there is little information on them, I remarked. The venerable dragons, as they were called, were born in the eastern sea and lived here until their banishment. Though they were never under our rule, our historians, scholars, and scribes gathered all the information they could find on them. Despite their fearsome appearance, the dragons were wise and benevolent, using their might to aid those in need and maintain the peace in our waters. Many revered them, the merfolk, sea, immortals, even the mortals. Many mourn their loss still. If you are interested to learn more, you are welcome to visit our library. Thank you. I was grateful for his generous offer. According to Captain Winji, it was not one made lightly. My curiosity was pricked, especially after missing my earlier opportunity, and I longed to immerse myself in the library, if only I had the leisure to do so. Your Highness, have you heard of the Jade Dragon Bow? I asked, trying to keep my voice light. His body stiffened, almost imperceptibly. Why do you ask? I heard someone speak of it and I wondered who wielded such a powerful weapon. No one, he said gravely. It was lost along with its owner, even before the dragons were banished, and will probably never be found again. It was on the tip of my tongue to confide in him that the bow was not lost, that it was in my keeping. But I knew little of the prince and I had promised Captain Winji to not speak of it. Moreover, he seemed to know nothing of its owner's whereabouts. The chime of bells drew my attention, with their ringing, silvery tones. Dancers entered, gliding to the center of the hall in a swirl of blue and green silk. A string of golden bells dangled from their waists and their ornate headdresses were studded with precious gems. Each performer carried a polished jade stick to which a wide red ribbon was attached. When the pipa player struck up a new song, a livelier melody with rippling strains, they lifted their sticks and danced. Their graceful bodies twirled and dipped and spun, their ribbons streaming after them as bright as living flames. Sighs of appreciation swelled through the crowd, my own among them. Two dancers sprang into the air, their ribbons spinning around their bodies in a graceful spiral. When they landed, another leapt up high, arching toward the thrones in a remarkable display of agility. As my eyes followed her, wide with admiration, something bright slid from the base of her stick. The softness of her expression morphed into the ruthlessness of a predator, my gut clenched with dread. On instinct, I darted for a weapon, finding none, I snatched up a silver plate instead, hurling it at the leaping dancer. It struck her in the temple, knocking her headdress askew. She cried out as she fell to the ground in a tangled heap of silk and ribbon. Guests shot to their feet, shouting in alarm. A few glared at me as though I had lost my mind, disrupting the performance with my uncivil conduct. She has a weapon, I warned Prince Yanqi. He sprang up at once, barking orders to the guards to apprehend the dancer. After a few tense moments, a guard ran toward us. His face was grim as he held out a cluster of sharp needles, glistening with the viscous remnants of a greenish liquid, sea scorpion venom. Prince Yanqi hissed. It spread swiftly, paralyzing the entire body. Too much would be fatal. The music had stopped when the dancer fell, leaving the hall in ominous silence. The guests exchanged confused glances, their mutterings no longer outraged, but anxious and urgent. The air shifted, taut with strain, something thudded against the wall. Metal clashed, a blood-curdling cry, ringing out. Beside me, Prince Yanqi drew his sword. The doors were flung open, a guard standing in the entrance. His blue and silver armor streaked with blood. Merfolk. We're under attack. A spear hurtled through his chest with a wet crunch, its tip now drenched with blood. The soldier's eyes bulged as he lurched forward, before falling to his knees and keeling over. Guests stumbled to their feet, overturning tables and chairs as they scrambled to the back of the room. Captain Winji leapt down from the dais, his blade already unsheathed. I cursed that my hands were empty, but the prince stripped a bow and quiver from a nearby guard and tossed them to me. Plucking an arrow, I drew it through the string, its red shaft as hard and cool as stone, fire coral. Merfolk are vulnerable to it. Prince Yanqi said tightly, his knuckles white around the hilt of his sword. Assailants swarmed into the hall. Their armor was woven from small scales that gleamed like mother-of-pearl. They raced toward us, turquoise, pupils bright, their braided hair flying behind them. Their fair skin was coated with an iridescent sheen as though I were looking at them through a pane of colored glass. My skin crawled at the sight of their curved swords, coated with the same venom as on the needles. Those cut by their blades froze where they stood, their limbs jerking unsteadily, their eyes wide with horror. As Prince Yanqi rushed into the fray, a merman lunged at him. At once I released an arrow, striking the attacker in the shoulder. He fell to the floor, clutching the shaft embedded in his flesh. I hardened myself to the sight, to his gasps. Remorse I could ill afford, as I shot arrow after arrow at the invaders, though I aimed for their limbs when I could. Captain Wenji would have rebuked me had he realized this. To him, an enemy was an enemy, and to show mercy in a battle was to leave your back unguarded, yet I could not help wondering why the merfolk had risen against the sea, immortals. I was learning that kings were not always as just as in the stories, and the mercy of gods was sometimes flawed. Blood splattered the floor, and my palms were slick with sweat. My arrows plunged forth in a relentless stream, the agonized cries of those struck beating at my conscience. I forced my attention back to the weapons the merfolk bore, the harm they had inflicted. But for as many who fell, beneath our arrows and blades, more poured through the doors. Our own forces dwindled as we formed a protective ring around the royal family and guests. The merfolk's eyes gleamed with anticipation as they closed in on us. They had the advantage, we were outnumbered. They raised their hands, the smell of brine thick in the air as torrents of water gushed into the hall. Captain Wenji flung his power out, shards of ice plunging toward the merfolk. Several fell. Yet the water swirled higher, drenching our shoes and robes, swelling until a towering wave loomed above. King Yanjing's energy rippled from him, dispersing the wave, though others surged in its place. More and more, springing up around us until we were hemmed in by quivering walls of water, on the cusp of breaking and washing us away. A soft cry from behind pierced me, that of a child, muffling his fear. Was he, Prince Yanming? Grasping my energy, I summoned a wind that hurtled into the hall, arching over us like a translucent dome, glistening ice streaking across it, as Wenji threw his energy alongside mine. Just in time as the waves fell, crashing across our barrier. I staggered beneath the crushing weight, my limbs aching as I fought back my exhaustion. Just when I thought I would collapse, Prince Yanqi's power surged forth, sweeping the water up and hurling it over the merfolk. Footsteps thudded from a distance. I stiffened, bracing for a fresh onslaught as I raised my bow, my sore hands already drawing an arrow at the ready. More soldiers streamed into the hall, this time clad in the blue and silver armor of the Eastern Sea. I sagged with relief, lowering my weapon. The merfolk charged at the soldiers, fighting valiantly, but were soon overwhelmed. The captured leader was dragged forward. Blood trickled from a wide gash across his cheek as his pupils glowed with blue flame. Assassins masquerading as dancers with poisoned needles to kill our king. What other despicable tactics has Governor Rinyu stooped to? Prince Yanqi asked scathingly. All tactics are honorable when dealing with a dragon killer. The merman spat. What do you mean? Explain yourself. King Yanjing demanded, his voice thick with outrage. Such hatred emanated from the merman's gaze. Governor Rinyu told us how you were jealous of the dragon's power and resented their refusal to bow to your rule. You conspired with the celestial emperor to imprison and slay them. Prince Yanqi shuddered as though repulsed. A vicious pack of lies. We revered the dragons. We honor them still. We never sought to rule them, it sufficed that they graced us with their presence. His tone hardened. To accuse my father of this is obscene and unworthy of your intelligence. The merman snarled, you lie as well as your father. Prince Yanqi lunged at him, but Captain Wenji grabbed his arm, pulling him back. Beyond your governor's claims, what proof do you have that the dragons were murdered? Captain Wenji wanted to know, Confusion flashed across the merman's face, though he remained obstinately silent. King Yenjing spoke calmly. Your governor has shown you no proof, because none exists. His claims are meritless, his accusations false. Nothing more than empty words to stir you to do his bidding. The merman bared his teeth. Governor Rinyu swears he will avenge the death of the dragons. Once the unworthy king is deposed, he will restore the merfolk to our glory. He shut his mouth, turning away. Was he afraid to let something slip, or had an enchantment prevented him from doing so? Captain Wenji did not seem to notice as he laughed, a mirthless sound. Does the governor intend to take the crown after murdering your rightful ruler? How noble of him, to ascend the throne in the name of seeking retribution for the dragons. The merman shook his head vehemently. No, Governor Rinyu is honorable. He only wishes to begin. His words cut off. King Yenjing sighed. I wished we could have done more to aid the dragons. We pleaded with the celestial emperor to rescind their punishment, to release them, but he refused. They had indeed challenged his authority, and our hands were tied. The dragons would not have wanted us to go to war with the celestial kingdom. They valued peace above all. Dragons have not been seen for centuries. The merman cried. That does not mean they're dead, Prince Yenchi countered. We would, sensitive such light faded from our world. As the merman sneered, I bit my lip, staring at him. Something felt wrong. His eyes blazed with conviction, and he spoke with passion. Yet why did he stake his life and honor on hollow claims alone? Captain Wenji's voice broke through the silence, soft and low. What was your purpose today? To kill the king and heir? Yet the eastern seas, allies would never accept Governor Rinyu as king. What was the governor's plan? The merman raised his chin in defiance. Do your worst. I will tell you nothing. Oh, you will, Captain Wenji said, each word ringed with steel. I have found there are ways to extract even the most precious secrets. Not just fire and ice, but those from the mortal world. Limbs severed, skin flayed. Flesh boiled in oil. A chill sank through me, though I kept my face still. The merman flinched as Captain Wenji leaned toward him. If you will not speak, one of your friends might be persuaded to. If not, your people will suffer the wrath of the celestial kingdom. They will be banished from the eastern sea, exiled to the golden desert. Left to wander and wither beneath the heat of the sun, for eternity upon the parched sands. Prince Yenchi inhaled sharply as his father turned pale. To a sea immortal, such a fate must be worse than death. They had maintained their composure, through the grim talk of torture, yet I did not think they possessed the stomach for this harsh a punishment. But what mattered was what the merman believed. I had heard Captain Wenji was skilled at extracting answers from stubborn prisoners without resorting to physical cruelties. The rumors had not been exaggerated. Already the merman showed signs of caving, his breathing quickening, his eyes darting around yet always returning to the captain. I had witnessed Captain Wenji's unwavering resolve in battle. His fearlessness in charging to the fore. His honor and bravery were revered by the soldiers, but this was a new facet of his personality. Perhaps they were two sides of the same coin. One could not achieve all he had done without a certain ruthlessness. The merman cowered away. Still, Captain Wenji held his gaze, his pupils obsidian dark. Finally, the merman slumped, shaking uncontrollably. No more, he pleaded, in a thin rasp. Leave my people alone. Don't hurt them. He gasped as though the words were torn from him. Prince Yanming, even if we failed to kill the king, we were to capture his son. King Yenjing lurched to his feet. He searched the hall for the young prince, who was huddled beside the queen in a far corner, his head resting upon her shoulder. Blissfully unaware of the threat to his family and life, Prince Yenchi clutched the hilt of his sword, struggling for composure. A contemptible plan. Governor Rinyu must want to crown my brother while he rules as the power behind the throne. After he disposes of the rest of us. He nodded curtly at the guards, who hauled the prisoner away. There was no more fight left in the merman, who drooped like washed-up seagrass. Just a short while ago, the hall had been filled with gaiety and laughter. Now armored soldiers replaced the elegant guests who had fled. The groans from the wounded a poor substitute for the soothing strains from the pipa. I apologize for the abrupt end to our festivities. It was not quite the welcome we had intended, Prince Yenchi said ruefully. Captain Wenji's expression was somber. Perhaps not, but we've gained valuable information on Governor Rinyu's ambitions. And how far he's willing to go to achieve them. Prince Yenchi nodded. We will plan our path forward tomorrow, with our commanders. I promise it will be less eventful than tonight, now that we're on the alert. Regardless, we have an ample supply of arrows in the palace. His eyes gleamed as he added, plates, too, if the first archer prefers. My lips curved in a hollow smile, though I welcomed his attempt to lighten the mood. Prince Yenchi inclined his head to Captain Wenji. Your aid tonight was invaluable, and my father will be sure to commend you to the Celestial Kingdom. Your reputation is indeed well-deserved. He glanced in my direction, as is yours, first archer. I bowed in acknowledgement of his praise. Yet my smile faded as I gazed around the hall, at the fragments of porcelain and spilled food, mingling with crimson trails of blood. Chapter 19. Sleep evaded me that night. When we were attacked, a cold instinct for survival had enveloped me, and I shot our attackers down unflinchingly, but with the merman's accusations ringing in my ears, doubt wound its way into my heart. Were the dragons in danger? Was King Yenjing as righteous as he was reputed to be? Was Prince Yenchi's admiration of the dragons feigned? No, I thought to myself, he did not seem to be of a duplicitous nature. It had become a habit for Captain Wenji and I to eat together, and I usually enjoyed these moments of quiet companionship. Yet this morning, I picked over the meal listlessly. You fought well last night, he said. I winced, feeling no pride at his praise. The agonized cries of those struck, still echoing through my mind. Do you believe any of what the merman said? About King Yenjing betraying the dragons? No, he said firmly, with such certainty that a little of my unease dispersed. The king's reverence of them is well known. Besides, the dragons were no threat to him. Why do the merfolk believe the governor? I asked. That is a mystery. Governor Rinyu has the makings of a tyrant, and his ruthless actions last night have only reinforced that suspicion. It's possible he gained such strong support only because the merfolk have been isolated for so long. He added darkly, they seem to believe his every word. I lifted a spoonful of congee to my mouth. The grains cooked till they were silken soft, the flavor infused with chicken and herbs. I chewed methodically as another question hovered on the tip of my tongue, one I was more hesitant to ask. Looking at him, I found Captain Wenji had left his bowl untouched. What else is troubling you? He wanted to know. Your doubts are written plain upon your face. I set the porcelain spoon down, turning to him. Could you really have done it? All those things you said, even exiling the merfolk to the desert? Do you think I could have? His expression was grave, and for some reason, I felt my answer mattered to him. No, I wanted to say, but I pressed on. Yesterday, you spoke of severing limbs and flaying skin so readily, like you meant it. No battle was without its cruelties, but it felt wrong to do such a thing to a captured enemy. A helpless one. There are parts of my work that I do not care for, he said in a low voice. And what you saw yesterday was one of them. Not everything is as straightforward as at the point of a blade. I'm not proud of what I said, but imagine if I had not, Prince Yenming might have been taken. Hundreds of soldiers might have died in battle. King Yenjing could have been murdered, along with your new friend, Prince Yenchi. I started, wondering at his biting tone. Yet Captain Wenji's other words resonated with me. As I myself knew. Sometimes we found ourselves in situations where we were forced to deceive against our will, our inclination, and hearts, he continued. as though it was a relief to him to unburden these thoughts. The merman cared not for his own safety, threats to himself, he would have ignored. But the lives of his family and friends, he would not treat so cavalierly. A tight smile spread across his lips. And it helped that the celestial emperor is not famed for mercy. How well I knew this. I shuddered to recall the emperor's icy gaze, the dread which had enveloped me at the sight of him. I had no doubt he would eliminate those he believed were a threat. Thank you for telling me this. I meant it. He had not needed to explain, himself, that he did so was an indication of his trust. Thank you for you listening, he said quietly. I hope we will always speak like this. That you will share with me any worries you have. He picked up his bowl, though the congee had gone cool. We did not speak for the rest of the meal, but I ate with newfound relish, the burden on my conscience eased. When Captain Winji and I arrived at the fragrant coral palace, an attendant showed us to a room on the highest floor. The windows opened out to the azure sea, ever shifting and boundless. Rosewood chairs were arranged around a large table, carved from a single slab of wood. Prince Yanqi and 6 other immortals were clustered around it, engaged in a heated discussion. Dismissing the need for courtesies, the prince introduced us quickly to the commanders in the room. His face was grim as he said, "The merfolk never dared to storm the palace before. They would only do so now because they believe their army strong enough to confront us. Which means we're running out of time." Captain Winji lowered himself onto a chair and gestured for me to do the same. An attendant hurried over to fill our cups with tea. They might also wish to antagonize you into retaliating rashly, he warned. Prince Yanqi nodded tersely. We will be cautious. However, if we allow Governor Rinyu to attack us without repercussion, this will only embolden him further. His gaze met mine across the room. The first archer's point, about ensuring the battle is fought on land, is a vital one. The merfolk would undoubtedly prefer to draw us underwater where they are strongest. Captain Winji clasped his hands together on the table. Orchestrating the confrontation would allow us to choose the battleground. You've said the merfolk venture to shore to raid. Is there any other occasion that would bring them to land? None that we know of, Prince Yanqi replied. Then we need to lure them to us. What can we use as bait? Captain Winji said decisively. A few generals shifted in their chairs as though disconcerted by his suggestion. I took a sip of tea to loosen the tightness in my throat. It should be something that would tempt Governor Rinyu himself to lead the charge. This can only work once, I added quickly, before I lost my nerve. I agree. Has the governor led a charge before? Captain Winji asked. No. He's powerful but very cautious, Prince Yanqi said. Captain Winji sighed. If I might speak plainly, Your Highness? At Prince Yanqi's nod, he continued, magical items or treasure might not be enough to entice him to risk his neck. However, we are now aware that Prince Yanming is crucial to the governor's plans. Prince Yanqi's chair scraped against the floor as he uncoiled to his full height. You want to use my little brother as bait? He ground out. Captain Winji did not flinch, appearing indifferent to the prince's wrath. Your brother will be taken to safety at the first sign of danger. We just need him to draw the governor into our trap. Prince Yanqi glared at him. How can you ensure his safety? I recalled the young prince from last night, the one who had gripped his mother's hand so tightly and laid his face against her shoulder. It reminded me of how I had clutched my own mother during the times I had been most afraid, when I almost drowned in the river, when I learned I had to leave my home. Something hardened inside me, a voice rising from my throat to say, I'll guard Prince Yanming. All heads swung toward me then, their surprise and skepticism marked clear upon their faces. I was in disbelief myself. Until this moment, this had not been my intent. Only Captain Winji smiled. She will be the perfect guard to watch over His Highness. I will protect him, too. We can't surround him with more guards than usual, not without arousing suspicion. I slumped against my chair, relieved to no longer be the center of attention. Or was it because of his offer to stand watch with me? A little of the ice thawed in Prince Yenchi's expression as he sat down. Again, Captain Wenji plunged ahead, always quick to sense an opening. This plan will work. After last night's attack, Governor Rinyu must realize it would be near impossible to take the prince from here. We could spread the news that Prince Yenming will be leaving soon for the Celestial Kingdom, for his safety. All we need is for him to appear on the beach, to convince the governor of his presence. First Archer Xingyin and I will be with him at every moment. If this doesn't draw out Governor Rinyu, nothing will. A stout general with light brown hair frowned. His Highness has just his governess and one guard with him at all times. Moreover, he reddened as he shot me a furtive look. There are no women in our army. Would not the first archer's presence make the enemy suspicious? Silence greeted his astute observation. Captain Wenji tucked his chin between his fingers as his gaze slid over me. First Archer Xingyin can disguise as Lady Anmei, the prince's governess. I froze, quelling an instinctive protest. How could I delude anyone into thinking I was the elegant lady from the banquet? My opinion was apparently shared by many as the generals exchanged incredulous glances, though they seemed too polite to voice their reservations aloud. Captain Wenji had no such scruples. I know she looks nothing like Lady Anmei, but with the right clothes and accessories, some face paint. Captain Wenji, thank you for your confidence in me, I interjected, fighting down a flash of irritation at his callous remarks. Prince Yenchi's expression was still grim. My brother will be taken away before the battle begins. It was a demand, not a question. Captain Wenji inclined his head. Of course. The prince spoke to me now. This would be even more perilous than last night. Governor Rinyu is dangerous and unpredictable. You would be the target of our enemies' attacks, and to avoid raising their suspicions, you can't carry a weapon or use your magic, at least not until the trap is sprung. While I'm confident we can defeat them, no one knows the outcome of any confrontation. I fear for your safety should they reach you and find my brother not in your care. His candor and concern touched me. Your Highness, I will take care of your brother and myself, I assured him. He nodded then, glancing around at the room. Very well. We will proceed. Though we need some time to make our preparations and plant the information with the right sources. It would be prudent if you could spend some time with my brother over the next few days. If our plan is to succeed, he needs to be at ease with you. Something turned over in my stomach. While I recognized the good sense in his suggestion, I had not spent much time with children. After the meeting, Captain Wenji and I followed the prince to his brother's quarters. At the sight of us, Lady Anmei rose and bowed, her green brocade skirt grazing the floor. Up close, she was even more striking than I remembered. Her cheeks were stained pink when she saw Captain Wenji, but it was his courtly bow to her which made me gnaw the underside of my lip for some inexplicable reason. Prince Yenming came forward then, executing a flawless bow to his brother. When he was introduced to me, he showed no recognition from last night. Prince Yenchi wasted no time in drawing Lady Anmei aside and speaking to her in hushed tones. Without another word, they left the room with Captain Wenji. Where did Lady Anmei go? Who are you? Prince Yenming demanded. His cheeks were soft and round, even as his chin jutted out defiantly. I crouched down to look into his eyes, the same blue as his brother's. Lady Anmei had to leave for a short while, but she'll be back soon. I will stay with you for now. His mouth pressed into a straight line. Do you know any games? How about Weiqi? I offered, already searching his room for the board, with its smooth black and white stones. He shuddered. Can you sing? Draw? Craft animals from paper? He rattled off. I shook my head, my spirits sinking. You're the worst governess I've ever met. He crossed his arms, mutinously in front of him. I scowled at him, irked by his words. Well, I'm not your governess and you're being very rude. Maybe if you were a little more polite, I would teach you some of the exciting things I do know. His eyes squeezed tighter, his mouth pursing like a wrinkled grape. braced myself for his tantrum and tears, thinking Shushao with her effortless charm would have been far better equipped for this challenge. But then he drew himself up straight and with remarkable poise, asked, "Well, what can you do?" I racked my mind for something to say to capture his interest, something to live up to my rash boast. "I can play the flute," I offered, with more than a little pride. He huffed impatiently, rolling his eyes, utterly unimpressed by one of my greatest skills. "I've read a lot of books," I added quickly. "I can tell you stories." A sudden interest sparked in his face. "About the dragons?" "The 4 dragons, when they bring rain to the mortal realm." I was relieved to have finally caught his attention. It had been one of my favorite tales as a child, and one with more truth to it than I had suspected. The one where the dragons get punished by the stuffy celestial emperor? That's the worst of them all. Before I could stop myself, a snort of laughter burst from me at his irreverent description of the most powerful immortal in the realm. The corners of his lips curved up ever so slightly. "What else can you do?" The animosity had vanished from his tone. I returned his smile. "Shoot arrows. And fight with a sword." He lit up as he grabbed my arm and dragged me toward a large chest, crammed with wooden swords and shields. "Eldest brother says I'm too young to learn. But you'll show me, won't you?" he asked eagerly, helpless before such enthusiasm. I nodded weakly, hoping Prince Yanqi would forgive my transgression. When Lady Anmei and Captain Wenji finally returned, we were engaged in a mock battle, leaping over the coral in the garden, our wooden swords thudding against each other. At the sight of them, I hastily dropped the sword, smoothing back my disheveled hair. "Your Highness, it's your bedtime," Lady Anmei said in a firm tone. Prince Yanming's shoulders drooped, but he took her outstretched hand. "Will you come again tomorrow?" he asked me. Something bloomed inside me at the hope in his voice. Yes. I would like that very much. The sky had darkened to twilight by the time we returned to the shore. Instead of joining Captain Wenji in his tent, I ate with the other soldiers. For some reason I did not want to be in his company tonight. I was on edge, wound tight. After the meal I paced along the beach, climbing upon a large rock. It soothed my restlessness to watch the waves, hurling themselves against the shore in reckless abandon. The rough stone pressed against my back as I lay down, staring at the sky. When the moon shone as brightly as it did tonight, I knew my mother had lit the 1,000 lanterns, and the perpetual ache in my heart eased a little. As I imagined her, arms around me, her cool cheek against mine, a smile spread across my lips, footsteps approached, almost drowned by the crashing waves. "You like to stare at the moon," Captain Wenji said, from behind me. "It's a better view than some." I did not bother to rise. It was rude of me, but I was in no mood for courtesy. As he climbed up to join me, I jerked up onto my elbows, glaring at him. "Will you leave?" I fought to keep my voice steady. "No, then I will." I pressed my palms against the rock to slide down, but he covered my hand with his. His grip was as unyielding as the stone beneath my skin. "Why are you angry?" He sounded confused. I snatched my hand away, wrapping my arms around my knees. In truth, I did not know the cause of this gnawing sensation whenever I looked at him. "Was it because I suggested you dress as Lady Anmei?" he probed. The memory of his careless words stung. "You had no concern for me when you said that." His brow creased in surprise. "Are you afraid?" he asked, misunderstanding my meaning. "You can take care of the young prince and yourself, even without weapons and magic." "And if I had no concern for you, would I stand guard with you?" "I'm not afraid." "Then what is the reason for your ill humor?" His voice was as soft as the evening breeze. "I know you admire Lady Anmei and that I'm not as beautiful or elegant as her." But it was not pleasant to hear it said aloud. Heat crept up my neck at the recollection. "Admire her? If I was attentive to her it was only because it seemed to annoy you." He grinned wryly, before turning serious once more. "Why would you want to look like her? Why would a falcon want to be a nightingale?" My pulse quickened. I did not know why, except I was suddenly unsure of myself. Eager to leave and yet wanting to stay. Captain Wenji, just, Wenji. His gaze held mine. Somehow, I knew it was a moment of great import to him, a mark of trust that he did not easily relinquish. My cowardly desire to leave vanished. I called Shushao by her name, but we were close friends. Peers. I had only ever addressed him as Captain Wenji, as he called me Archer Shingin. Any other form of address here would have been unthinkable. We had teased, needled, and even argued outright with each another, but this would be crossing into unfamiliar terrain, sweeping away yet another barrier between us. One I found I was glad to do without. Wenji, I repeated slowly, and used to his name without his title. A smile appeared on his lips, barely perceptible in the dark. The last of my discomfort vanished, replaced by a warm flutter. I did not speak again, and neither did he. Together, we lay on the rock in companionable silence, the waves rushing to shore the only sound in the night. The moon rose higher. Its glow glinted on the water. The fragments of 1,000 silver shards reflected on its surface. The breeze cooled my skin, as the warmth in my chest spread to my veins, as though I was drunk on wine. Chapter 20. The next few days flew by, riddled with anxiety, and yet, they were happy ones, too. I taught Prince Yenming to hold a sword and let him trounce me each time we sparred. He showed me how to fold paper, animals, and we sang silly songs that we made up together. When he discovered that I knew just one story of his beloved dragons, he gathered his books and together, we read of how the dragons saved the merfolk from sea monsters, how they purified the waters when a swarm of venomous jellyfish tainted the ocean. It was little wonder their absence had left such a void in the eastern sea. And when he flung his arms around my neck, squeezing me with his soft arms, a warmth bloomed inside me. He slipped through the wall around my heart, becoming the childhood companion I never had, the sibling I never knew I wished for. All too soon, the day of our ruse arrived. I sat in a room with Wenji, as 2 palace attendants fussed over me, assisting with my transformation into Lady Anmei. Could you try to act demure and gentle? Wenji suggested. Take smaller steps when you walk. Your gaze should be softer. Lady Anmei is a delicate flower, so could you try not to be a thorn? I bit out, my temper frayed thin. For the past hour, he had been lecturing me on the behavior I should emulate. I shot him a deceptively sweet smile. Perhaps you should dress as Lady Anmei yourself, since you seem so well versed in her mannerisms. A choked sound erupted from one of the attendants, which she quickly gulped back. Wenji's eyes curved with humor, yet he continued as though I had not spoken. Try to appear a little afraid or nervous. Not everyone can be as sure of themselves as you are. I swung around, dislodging an attendant's attempt to fix a gold flower to my hair. Since I met you, I've been afraid more times than in all my years before. Who wouldn't be, getting speared by darts, scalded by fire, attacked by monsters? If you were afraid, you kept your wits about you. Most of the time. He sat down and unrolled a scroll crafted of bamboo strips, each crammed with tiny characters and bound with silk. Soon, he was engrossed in his reading, like he had forgotten I was there. His indifference bothered me more than it should. I glanced into the mirror, a stranger gazing back at me. The attendants had drawn my brows into delicate arches, brushed my cheeks with rose powder, and colored my lips a light coral. My hair was pulled into smooth coils, adorned with jeweled flowers from which strands of turquoise beads cascaded. The lilac silk of my dress was embroidered with colorful shells and seagrass, a crimson sash tied around my waist. An open coat of azure satin flowed to my feet, encased in slippers of gold brocade. The attendants flattered me, telling me I looked beautiful. Before they left the room, "Are you ready?" A note of impatience rang in Wenji's voice as he turned to me. In the sudden quiet, I found myself holding my breath. "You look different," he said finally. "Though such as you does not need all this gilding." Gilding? I was torn between laughter and mortification. "Might I remind you this was your idea?" He shrugged. A good one, but I did not say I liked it. It was no compliment, yet the intensity of his stare sent a tingling rush through me, like a cool breeze gliding over my skin. Before I could reply, he picked up the scroll and resumed his reading. As I rose to find a book of my own, I stumbled, tripping over the hem of my coat. Wenji shot up to catch me, his fingers closing around my arms. Light kindled in his eyes, my heart racing like I had run a long way. But I had learned such feelings were dangerous and the wounds they could inflict, more painful than those from a blade. I pulled away, averting my gaze. His hands dropped to his side, an awkward silence descending over us. Fortunately, Prince Yanming arrived soon after. At the sight of me, he burst into laughter, dousing my brief pride in my appearance. "You're wearing Lady Anmei's clothes." "She is Lady Anmei for today," Wenji reminded him sternly. "Remember what your brother told you, Your Highness." The mirth vanished from Prince Yanming's face as he nodded, his body shaking a little. Of course, he was afraid, knowing he and his loved ones were in peril. Crouching down, I clasped his shoulder. "Don't worry," I told him. "It's a little dangerous, but you'll be safe. Your brother is waiting in the forest with his guards, and we won't let anything happen to you." His teeth gnawed his lip. "What about you?" "I don't want anything to happen to you either." "Nothing will," I promised, wiping the sweat from my palm before taking his hand. "I will take care of us." An odd look crossed Prince Yanming's face. "But you're not a very good fighter." "I always beat you, and I only just started learning." Wenji snorted while I glared at him. "Don't worry," I told Prince Yanming, his brow still wrinkled in a frown. "I'm better with the bow." Together, we walked in silence from the palace to the shore. A large tent had been erected there for our use, far from the shoreline. A visible target for Governor Rinyu's forces, and one which I hoped would prove irresistible. Once we were inside and the flap had been lowered, I set about concealing weapons, bows, and quivers of arrows around the tent. Afterward, we took a long stroll on the beach, the noon sun beating down upon us. The residents had been escorted to safety, leaving disguised celestial soldiers in their place, while Prince Yanxi and his army hid in the forest that bordered the beach. I did not let go of Prince Yanming's hand, as I scanned our surroundings for any sign of danger. Yet there was none, the sea tranquil and clear. Soon after we returned to the tent, Prince Yanming fell asleep, perhaps exhausted from the strain of the day. I covered him with a blanket, watching his chest rise and fall, the serenity of his face striking me deep. I would keep him safe, I promised silently, no matter what happened today. Looking around for something to distract myself, I found some books and a weiqi board set up in a corner, its black and white stones gleaming invitingly. But I was in no mood for either. Waiting to be attacked shredded my nerves raw. Unlike Wenji, who sat in a chair, reading his scroll with unflappable calm, an urge gripped me to disrupt his concentration. "When did you come to the Celestial Kingdom?" I asked, "a while ago." Undeterred by his curt response, I pressed on. "Which of the 4 seas are you from?" He raised his head then, fixing me with a pointed stare. "Why the sudden interest?" I sighed. "There isn't much I can do here other than talk. Unfortunately, I don't have much choice for company." "Why don't we talk about you?" he suggested. "Where are you from?" "The Southern Sea." Caught unaware, I said the first thing that entered my mind, what I had been schooled to say before, the Southern Sea. He repeated slowly, setting his scroll down. "And yet, you've never seen the ocean before?" My face flamed. How fortunate that it was covered under a layer of powder. "I left when I was a child and don't remember anything." "What of your family?" I was eager to shift the conversation away from me. He was silent for a while. "I have kin in the Western Sea, but I haven't seen them for a long time. My responsibilities keep me well engaged." "Do you miss them?" I asked, thinking of my mother. "Some more than others," he replied, with a tight smile. He picked up his scroll again, a sign that our conversation was over. I had, finally, met someone as reticent as me. Was he unwilling to speak of his family because the Western Sea had sided with the demon realm in the war? Perhaps it was prudent not to remind others of it. Though the celestial kingdom was now at peace with the four seas, immortal memories were long. I opened my mouth to ask another question, then hesitated. Not everyone's past was a path through sunlit fields. We each had our own corners that we preferred to leave in the shadows. The sun dropped lower in the sky and still, there was no sign of the merfolk. Had our plan failed? Was Governor Renew too cunning to fall for our ploy? How much longer must we stay here? Can't we leave now? Maybe the bad governor won't come. Prince Yenming had been restless since he awoke, and used to being confined. I glanced at Wenji. Shall we take another walk outside? To reassure them that we're still here? They could be waiting until nightfall to attack. Merfolk are adept at seeing in the dark, he said. What if we spread the word that Prince Yenming is leaving soon? The guards and attendants can make a pretense of the preparations while we walk near the water. After that, His Highness should be escorted to safety. Our danger increased with every passing moment. However, it would be better to provoke the merfolk into action than let their plan unfold as they wanted. He nodded, calling in the guard to relay his instructions. Before we left the tent, he passed me a small dagger with a silver hilt. Keep this on you at all times. I took it, tucking it into my sash, concealed beneath my coat. It was more an ornament than a weapon, yet this was all I had to defend myself. No, I reminded myself. I still had my powers, and even with my bare hands, I was not helpless. The ocean was restless now, its gray-green waters turbulent. Foaming, waves crested high before crashing against the shore. Breaking free of my grasp, Prince Yenming ran ahead of me. I chased after him into the water, drenching my slippers and skirt. An inky shadow fell over us as though night had fallen, cold dread congealing in the pit of my stomach. Towering above us was an enormous octopus, blocking out the sun itself. Giant tentacles, each twice the length of a grown man, lashed out, splashing water and flooding the beach. Riding upon the creature was a warrior in pearlescent armor that reached his knees and left his arms bare, a crown of red coral branches woven into his hair. Around his neck gleamed a large pendant, a gold disc encircling a glowing, yellow stone. In one hand he held a spear and in the other, a shield studded with vicious spikes. His eyes were as pale as a glacier, and when they locked on me, I froze. Governor Renew, Wenji shouted in warning as the governor's lips curled into a smirk. The octopus, it was almost upon Prince Yenming. Dashing deeper into the water, I swept him up, clutching him tightly as we raced from the rising tide. A tentacle lashed out behind me, slicing my calf. I choked back a cry, forcing myself onward through the churning current as the stinging seawater stripped the blood from my wound. Just as we reached the shore, the water foamed with thousands of quivering jellyfish, poison stingers, coating their translucent tentacles. The merfolk rode the crests of the swelling waves, roaring as they stormed the beach. With an answering shout, Prince Yenchi's men surged from the forest. The celestial soldiers threw off their disguises, their armor gleaming in the late afternoon light. A sudden tension ripped through the air, shimmering and flickering with the energies of the warriors. As the armies collided, bolts of fire and ice hurtled into hastily erected shields. Swords struck in, a thunderous clash, ringing through the billowing sand. Prince Yenming trembled in my arms as we sprinted to the tent. But when agonized screams erupted from behind, I halted, whirling around. My heart plunged at the sight. The giant octopus was wrapping its tentacles around celestial soldiers, hurling them into the ocean where venomous jellyfish swarmed over them, dragging them beneath the waves. Wenji shouted for them to move to higher ground, but his words were lost in the chaos. His energy erupted in a blaze of light, solidifying into a towering shield along the shoreline, yet the area was too wide, his magic spread too thin. Flanked by several warriors, Governor Rinyu raised his hand, blue light streaking forth, to strike the barrier. Once, twice, and then again, until at last, Wenji's shield shattered. I would have darted for a weapon, but if I discarded my pretense, the governor might sense a trap. The merfolk pressed on, eagerly now, as our soldiers scattered like wind-blown leaves. Wenji was shaking. I had never seen him look so distraught, so anxious, furious, and frustrated. Go, I urged him. You don't need to stay with us. I'll watch over Prince Yanming. He stilled, his eyes fixed upon the carnage. What will you do? I'll stay in the tent. It will be safe there. Without waiting for his answer, I stalked away with Prince Yanming. Several soldiers waited inside the tent to escort him to safety. But when they tried to take him from me, he clutched me tighter. Aren't you coming? His voice shook. I brushed his cheek with my knuckle. Your Highness needs to leave, now. Your brother is waiting for you. I'll join you soon. Do you promise? A heartbeat of hesitation before I nodded. I hated lying to him, but if the governor found this place deserted, he might leave before we could apprehend him. Every moment I bought with this farce increased our chance of capturing him. My heart thudded as I watched Prince Yanming and the soldiers slip through the back of the tent, disappearing into the safety of the forest. Only then did a little of my tension ease. I sat down to wait, agitated at doing nothing while outside, blood soaked the sand. We had hoped to trap Governor Rinyu, but he had caught us unaware by the ferocity of his attack, and the sea monsters under his command. Tossing off my sodden coat, I pulled out a bow and quiver, placing them on the table within reach. Part of me wanted to clap my palms over my ears, to drown the clash of steel, the screams and groans. How much longer could I bear this? When a loud cry pierced the air, I dashed to the entrance, stumbling to a stop as the silhouette of a limp form slumped against the tent walls. The flap lifted. A figure loomed in the entrance. I took a step back, my body stiff with anxiety. You must be Lady Anmei. Governor Rinyu greeted me with a mockingly low bow. Rumors of your charms were not exaggerated. His aura filled the air, pressing around me in the confined space, strong, to be sure, yet wavering as an inconstant tide. Was his grip on his power unsteady? I had no time to ponder as he entered, towering above me, the parts of his body I could see corded with muscle. His cold stare sent a shudder through me, as did the cruel slant of his mouth, and the blood sprayed across his cheek. I darted for the bow on the table, but he swept it out of my reach and tossed it outside with a bark of laughter. Do you know how to use it? I shook my head, shrinking away as my fingers inched toward the concealed dagger. If I had the bow, there would already be an arrow through his chest. But as he had the advantage for now, I would not drop my disguise. As long as he believed I was Lady Anmei, he might not harm me. Who are you? I asked, trying to draw his attention from my hands. You have nothing to fear. All I want is the little prince. Help me and you will be well rewarded. His gaze slid across the tent. Where is he? His voice was rich, deep, melodious, the most beautiful one I had ever heard. My suspicion of him melted away, replaced by warm admiration. Governor Rinyu appeared honorable and kind. Why had he been so viciously maligned? The disc around his neck gleamed brighter, like the eyes of a serpent aglow in the dark. The image jarred me, my instincts prickling in warning. I blinked, tearing myself from the tantalizing promise of his words, forcing myself to listen to the screams outside. In a flash, it struck me how he held such sway over the merfolk. There was magic in his voice, which compelled others to believe him. Had it come from the shining pendant around his neck? Whatever it was, it had almost worked on me, even overcoming my hostility. Little wonder that the merfolk were so loyal to him, willing to risk themselves to protect him, to fight for him on the mere promise of his words and illusion of his honor. I had never encountered such power before, though. Was he a demon? One of the dreaded mind talents? I dared not let my fear show. He expected my admiration, my obedience, that I would yield to his will as a blade of grass to the wind. Widening my eyes to appear guileless, I gestured to the bed where Prince Yenming had napped earlier. The covers were bunched up over the top, giving the semblance of a small body beneath. "He's sleeping," I said, his mouth curved into a vicious smile. "Once the Eastern Sea is mine, I'll dispose of the brat and we'll rule together. The other kingdoms will fall to me, too, and you'll be the queen of the 4 seas." He stretched out his hand, promising what he believed I wished to hear. Anger flared in me, to hear him speak so of Prince Yenming and his despicable plans, yet I was glad for it to bolster my wavering will. I stared at the yellow gem against his chest. This close, a strange power emanated from it, raising the hairs on my skin. "What makes you think you'll win?" "The merfolk obey my every command, as do the sea creatures. You have nothing to fear with me by your side." His words spilled through me like liquid honey, even as my insides recoiled. How tempting it was to agree with him, to earn his approval. No, I could not succumb, I could not end up one of his unthinking minions. My nails dug into my palms as I channeled a surge of energy into my ears to seal off my hearing. Cloaked in sudden silence, I could barely hear my own breathing. My gut twisted at the thought of fighting him this way, but I feared more falling under his control. I fixed my gaze upon him. There would be no telltale rustle of a step or the whistle of a sword to alert me. A risk, though a necessary one. As he moved toward the bed, I grabbed the dagger from my sash and hurled it at him. He swung aside, the blade slicing his cheek. Without a pause, he lunged forward, tearing the covers from the bed, snarling to find it empty. At once he spun to me, but I darted for the nearest bough, drawing and releasing an arrow in the same heartbeat. With a sweep of his shield, he batted it to the ground. I shot one after another in a frantic pace, until my fingers stung from the grooves riddled across their tips. He was quick, though, evading each one with startling speed. My elbow slammed into a shelf as I groped for another arrow. As his knuckles whitened around his spear, I flung up a shield. Just as his weapon slammed against it, my last arrow sank into his shoulder. I dove for a new quiver, so intent upon it that I did not sense the shift in the air until something stabbed my calf, spreading like wildfire. 2 silver needles protruded from my leg, pinning the silk of my dress to my flesh, stained with the greenish liquid I had seen once before. Sea scorpion venom rushing through my veins. My shield was no more, dispelled, leaving me as helpless as a rabbit snared in a trap while the hunter stalked ever closer, his lips peeled back, stretching wide, yet all I heard was a faint humming. I loosened the seal over my ears, until the faintest whisper slid through. All I had left to slow him with were words. "Coward," I hissed, trying to delay the inevitable end. To goad him to rashness. "Fight me without such tricks. Losers complain and winners, well, winners have better things to do." He spoke with a smug complacency that sent fear shooting down my spine. The pull in his voice was still there, but fainter now. I could barely hear it. I reached for my powers, struggling to steady myself against the searing agony of the poison. The gem around his neck glowed like sunstruck gold. As I stared at it, I asked, "Your pendant, is that how you're controlling the merfolk?" My voice sounded as though it came from far away. "Such magic is despicable." "Despicable, because you cannot wield it? Because you fear it?" He cocked his head to one side. Though I did not think he expected an answer, the merfolk have always harbored such suspicions against the sea immortals. I merely lit the spark of their prejudice, nudged their will to mine. How is this any different from holding a sword to your enemy's throat? Why should one victory be deemed honorable and the other not? "It's not the same," I ground out. "You've taken away their freedom to choose, to judge on their own. To compel them to acts they might rather die than commit." I fixed him with a scornful stare, even as I shrank away, inside. "But no enchantment is unbreakable. You'll pay when they break free. Death is the only release for those under my control." A cruel light gleamed in his eyes. There were a few who angered me with their incompetence, others who were too difficult to dominate. Just before they died, such clarity shone in their faces. Rage, too, that they had been taken for fools. It made their end all the sweeter. As yours will be. His spear flashed. Fighting through the pain, I seized my powers, but then his fist slammed into my temple. Pain engulfed me, my energy dispersing. If my feet could move, I would have fled, but I could not even choke out a scream through the crushing numbness which sank over me. My arrows, I still had them. While my legs were rooted fast, my arms were still free, at least for now, until the poison spread. I grasped around my back, fumbling inside the quiver. As I seized one, the governor snatched it from me and snapped it into two, grinding the metal tip against my palm until he drove it through my flesh. The agony stripped my mind bare. I could not cry out, I could hardly breathe. With a malicious sneer, he wrenched the bow from my grasp, throwing it beyond my reach. Picking up his fallen spear, he pressed it to my chest, exerting just enough pressure to pierce my skin with its venomous tip. Blood blossomed on the silk like a crimson hibiscus unfurling its petals. I gasped then, my upper body convulsing before it froze. From the curl in his lips, I knew he relished my suffering. My heart recoiled, stabbed by regret. Would I ever see my mother and Pinger again? Li Wei's face flashed through my mind, and oddly, Wenji's, too. Such scorching pain raced through my veins, swifter now, my breathing turning harsh and ragged. I shut my eyes to block out the horror, of being so utterly at his mercy, weaponless, poisoned, and trapped. No, I told myself furiously. I still had my training. I still had my wits, I still had my magic. I fought for calm, grinding my jaws until they ached. My power flew into my grasp, a gale surging into the tent and flinging him against the ground. Something fell from his head, his crown of red coral, the branches breaking into shards. His eyes blazed with shock, then rage. He raised his hand, gleaming with his own magic, but I was relentless, reckless even, as I hurled a stream of enchantments his way, not daring to allow him a chance to retaliate. Wild gusts lashed him, coils of air bound him, bolts of flame singed his skin, before they were doused. If I were not incapacitated, rooted to the spot, I might have collapsed from the strain. Never had I fought so, relying on my magic alone. Teacher Dowming's warning not to drain my energy rang through my head, yet if I stopped I would die. There would be no mercy from him, no second chance. Backed against the tent walls, the governor deflected each blow until sweat poured from his brow and his breathing was as labored as mine. A fierce pride gripped me, that I was no longer the prey he had stalked. Someone appeared in the entrance. Wenji. Covered in blood, sand, and dirt, his face taut with exhaustion, or was it fury? As Governor Rinyu staggered to his feet, Wenji charged at him, sword slamming against spear. The governor's mouth worked furiously, uttering words I could not make out. What was he saying? What if Wenji fell under his control, his pendant? My cry dissolved into a broken whisper. I had not the strength for more. Fear clutched at me that it was not enough, that he did not hear me. And my bow was too far away, my magic almost drained. My hand throbbed with pain, there all along, yet overshadowed by the agony raging through my body. I glanced down to find the broken shard of arrow, still embedded in my palm. A muffled crash sounded as Wenji flung the governor into a shelf. He sprang back up, his pendant gleaming brighter. A chill swept through me, that any moment now, he might unleash its power. I could not move, not even to twitch my finger. The venom had incapacitated me entirely. Yet I could not let Wenji fall under the governor's control. Gasping for air, I scraped my energy to form a current of wind, slender, but swift and strong, which tore the arrow shaft from my flesh and hurled it at the governor. It struck his pendant, slamming against the stone. The yellow gem cracked, the light fading from it. Governor Rinyu's mouth opened in a rage-filled shout, but it was as whispers to my ears. I was afire with pain, numb to all else. Wenji whirled with deadly grace, his foot colliding into the governor's side. As the governor staggered back, Wenji's blade slashed across his ribs, the pearlescent scales of his armor splintering. The governor's mouth rounded, as a strange expression crossed his face. Was it shock? Disbelief that his enchantment had failed? Whatever it was, I was glad for it, a vicious satisfaction flaring in me. Governor Rinyu was panting, his movements growing more frantic as he flung off Wenji's brutal blows. He was careless now, reeking of desperation. As Wenji raised his arm, the governor flung his spear at him, but Wenji spun to the other side, plunging his blade smoothly through Governor Rinyu's armor, right through his ribs. He lunged forward, driving his sword deeper until it was buried to the hilt, its tip sliding from the governor's back, silver-coated in crimson. Wenji's face was twisted into a feral expression as he tore his sword free. Blood sprayed in the air as Governor Rinyu's body lurched, a wet wee slipping from his mouth as he staggered back. His hand fumbled over his gaping wound as his blood, so much of it, streamed through his fingers. The governor crumpled then, his head slamming against the ground, his eyes rolling up, his limbs twitching, before all went still, dead. He was dead. There was no pity in me for him, nor was there joy, just a bone-deep relief that it was over, that we were alive. Wenji dropped his sword, rushing to me. He gripped my shoulders, his eyes widening at the sight of my injuries. When his lips moved, I strained to listen. Where are you hurt? Why aren't you moving? Despite the comfort of his touch, a coldness spread over me as though I was buried under a layer of snow. My vision blurred as I gazed up at him, the last thing I saw before the darkness claimed me. Chapter 21. Cracking my eyelids apart, I squinted at the brightness. Sunlight streamed through the windows, mingled with a salt-laced breeze. My body was heavy, with that limpness which comes after a long slumber, each movement a struggle. I shivered, cold, except for the warmth over my hand. A strong grip, but whose? Someone sat beside me, the face a blur as I blinked to clear my vision. I did not mind the touch. It was a comfort through the memories which curled at the edge of my consciousness, of blood, of pain, and terror. I jerked upright. My eyes locked onto Wenji's, softer than I had ever seen them before. My skin heated as I tugged my hand away. How long had he been here? How long had I slept? I swung my legs over the side of the bed, trying not to wince from the ache. He frowned. You've been asleep for days. Take it slow. I feel fine. Despite my bravado as I lurched to my feet, I was lightheaded, swaying where I stood. Pride alone kept me from sinking back, down on the bed as I gripped the wooden frame to steady myself. He slipped an arm around me, his hold light yet firm as he helped me to the nearest chair. Prince Yanming. Is he safe? What happened? My questions fell out in a rush. You'd do better to worry about yourself next time. He lifted the teapot and poured out a stream of reddish-brown tea into a porcelain cup, pushing it toward me. Pour. I inhaled its rich and earthy fragrance before taking a long sip. The liquid sliding down my throat with a reviving warmth. Prince Yanming is well and has been demanding to see you. He paused to refill my cup. After Governor Rinyu's death, the merfolk surrendered. Their punishment is yet to be determined. Memories flashed through my mind, of the sick pleasure the governor had taken in tormenting me, his haunted expression as Wenji's sword plunged through his chest. The crimson blood which had pooled around his body, sunken in the terrible stillness of death. I was glad for it, I told myself, even as my stomach churned. The governor would have killed me, as viciously as he could. But I still found little triumph in this moment. And though he had gone, the scars of his deceit remained, the lives he had stolen, those irrevocably destroyed. The merfolk may not be to blame. The governor had a strange power that helped him gain their trust. His voice, his pendant. I frowned, trying to make sense of my fragmented memories. He used it on me, too. His face darkened. how did you resist? I sealed off my hearing. I grimaced. Stupid, perhaps. It made fighting him much harder, but I couldn't think of anything else. His hand clenched on the table, until his knuckles were white around the joints. Fortunately, the governor's powers were weak, coming from the pendant, as you guessed. A true mind talent could have bent even your will. In seconds. Once in thrall, he would have held you till your end or his. An echo of the governor's boast, rousing anew my fears from before. As, though sensing my distress, he reached across the table and touched my arm. I should not have left you. You wouldn't have been so hurt if I had stayed. If you had stayed, maybe we'd all be bowing to Governor Renew now. I added gravely, this is not your fault. My safety is in my own care. And I certainly had no intention of letting him kill me. I would have made him regret his attempts. Eventually. I have no doubt that you would have. He leaned forward, inspecting my face. If you're well enough, we should leave soon. I've already sent the others back, however, Prince Yenchi wants to see you before we go. He's in the audience chamber this morning. I rose, feeling a little steadier as I smoothed down my pale green robe, only now having the presence of mind to check if I was appropriately dressed. Such plain garments might raise brows from the impeccably attired Eastern Sea court, but after having almost died, I had greater concerns on my mind. The moment we entered the hall, Wenji was called aside by an Eastern Sea general. I kept to the outskirts of the room, searching for Prince Yenchi, finally finding him deep in conversation with another immortal. The stranger was turned away from me, yet the way he stood and how his dark blue brocade robe sat across his shoulders were oddly familiar. When Prince Yenchi noticed me, he inclined his head. As his companion swung around, his dark eyes pierced mine. It was Li Wei, the last person I expected to see here. A quiver rippled through my heart, dread or joy. I could no longer tell apart the emotions he evoked in me. But he was dear to me still, no matter how I wished he were not. Li Wei spoke briefly to Prince Yenchi, before coming toward me. Conscious of those watching us, I bowed to him with all due ceremony. Rise, he said in a strained voice. I met his gaze without a flicker of emotion, grateful for teacher Dao Ming's training, that I could now slip on this mask despite the turmoil which raged within. Why are you here? When did you arrive? 3 days ago. He lifted the skydrop tassel by his waist. The gem was clear, the silver fleck swirling in its depths. When it turned red, I rushed here as quickly as I could. I clutched the stone by my waist, the twin to his. A wild urge gripped me, to toss it away, to bury it with our past, like the temptation to rip out a scab, before the wound had healed. Why did I wear it? Why cling to this remembrance? Sentimental fool, I scolded myself, forcing my grip to loosen. When I got here, the battle was already over. You were unconscious, blood streaming from your wounds as Captain Wenji carried you from the tent. I feared the worst. He stilled, as though struggling with himself. You were gravely injured. Prince Yenchi had you brought to the palace so the royal healers could extract the venom from your body. Any more would have killed you. He leaned toward me now, taking my hand in his, our palms brushing, the tips of his fingers pressing against mine. Taken aback, I stilled. Heat sparked against my skin as his power coursed through my body. My mind cleared, a reviving strength spreading through me, but I pulled away. While he was a healer, skilled in life magic, the thought of his energy mingling with mine aroused too many unsettling emotions. Thank you. You don't need to do that. I groped for something else to say. Anything, in the awkward silence which descended upon us. What were you discussing with Prince Yenchi? His expression turned somber, his eyelids lowering. A grave matter. Archer Feimao, whom you know, recently reported a strange affliction. Since the battle with Shangliu, he found difficulties wielding his magic. We believe a piece of dark ore wedged in his armor suppressed his powers. How is he now? I asked, concerned. once it was removed, he recovered. What metal is this? How did it get there? No one has come across anything like it before. Archer Famous suspects, it came from Shadow Peak, a crevice which he fell into. Our scouts found traces of the ore there, but nothing beyond remnants. Did someone take it? A chilling thought, he nodded tersely. It appears to have been mined. Such a thing could be catastrophic in the wrong hands. I've warned Prince Yanqi to be vigilant, and to alert us should he discover anything. He fell silent. In the sudden quiet, my senses sharpened. How close we stood, speaking with the same ease we always had before. There it was still, that unseen cord wound around our hearts, frayed, yet intact, despite my attempts to snap it. Perhaps it was a bond which could never be severed, rooted in our friendship before our ill-fated love. I did not want this, for my spirits to leap and plummet in the same instant. That gaping hollow in my chest to reopen. But my near death was a blunt reminder that life was precious. Precarious, even for an immortal. And right now, I felt more alive than I had in months. His scent flooded me with memories from our time in the courtyard of eternal tranquility. I could almost hear the rumbling from the waterfall. My fingers curled as I stepped back from Li Wei, retreating a safe distance, as cool air rushed between us. His mouth opened to speak, but then he glanced up as someone approached, first Archer. It was Prince Yanqi, along with Wenji, whose face seemed hewn from stone as he bowed to Li Wei. I would have bowed, too, except Prince Yanqi raised his hand to dismiss the formalities. I'm glad you have recovered. My family owes you a debt of gratitude for risking yourself to protect my brother. Should you ever need our aid, it would be our honor to assist you. His gracious words touched me. There is no debt, Your Highness. Governor Rinyu's ambitions stretched beyond here, to the four seas. If left unchecked, he would have brought great suffering to all. Prince Yanqi shook his head in disbelief. It's fortunate, Captain Wenji, and you put an end to this. What of the governor's pendant? Li Wei asked, destroyed. I recalled the arrow I had ripped from my hand, used to shatter the stone. Li Wei sighed. It's a relief that such a dangerous artifact is gone, that it can never be used again. But I can't help wishing we had the chance to study it. We know so little of this magic, I fear it's to our disadvantage. We must know what we contend against. I understood his meaning, and yet, I was glad to never see that accursed pendant again. What of those who served Governor Rinyu? Those who attacked us, will they be brought to justice? Wenji asked, with an edge to his tone. Did he recall the Celestials who were slain in the battle? I could not forget his anguish as he saw them fall. Justice will be served as the Eastern Sea decides, Li Wei said grimly, though it would appear both sides were deceived by the governor. Your Highness, regardless of their excuses, the merfolk rebelled against their sovereign. Your own father believes such matters should be dealt with harshly, so none will attempt it again. Wenji's lips curved into a mocking smile. Did he enjoy baiting Li Wei? He certainly seemed to care little for the prince's favor. I said to Wenji. I felt the power of the enchantment. I almost fell under its sway. It might just as easily have been me under its spell. He did not reply, yet his jaw clenched as though he was stricken by my words. Many of the merfolk appeared dazed, unsure why they had revolted. Prince Yanqi told us. We will investigate further to determine their innocence. Those found blameless will be released, under watch at first. Some will be invited to remain at our court as the intermediaries between us and the merfolk. Closer ties will prevent this from happening again. The merfolk would not have fared so well under the celestial emperors. Justice. Your father and you are indeed wise and merciful, I said, without intent to flatter. Before he could reply, footsteps pattered across the floor as a pair of small arms was flung round my waist. Swinging around, I lifted Prince Yanming into the air, ignoring the ache in my body as he whooped in delight. When I set him down again, his expression grew solemn, the corners of his mouth turned down. You did not follow us. You lied. His tone was accusing. Guilt pricked me. I crouched down, staring into his face. I'm sorry. I couldn't go with you then, but I should not have said I would. I am glad you didn't die. And, thank you. He held out his hand to me. Nestled in his palm was a small dragon, exquisitely crafted from red paper. I picked it up, holding it between my thumb and finger, afraid to crush the delicate paper. Thank you. I'll cherish this always. His lower lip wobbled. May the dragons protect you on your journey. He dashed the back of his hand over his eyes, as he turned and ran away. I watched until his little figure disappeared, a thickness forming in my throat. Wherever you go, you'll always have a place here, whether in our court or as our friend. Prince Yenchi spoke in earnest, and something eased deep inside me at the thought of having another home in this world. Prince Yenchi, it's time we left, Li Wei said in glacial tones. Thank you for your hospitality, Your Highness. Wenji spoke with equally cold formality. The palpable shift in their attitude was both puzzling and unprovoked, and the way they were looking at Prince Yenchi was decidedly unfriendly. I shook my head to banish these thoughts, wondering if I had imagined it. Fortunately, Prince Yenchi seemed oblivious to the sudden chill, a smile playing on his lips as he said, "We thank the Celestial Kingdom for coming to our aid." Chapter 22. After the Eastern Sea, Wenji and I went from one campaign to the next, at times not returning to the Celestial Kingdom for months at a stretch. We fought terrifying monsters, ravenous beasts, and, most recently, the fearsome spirits that plagued the eastern border, close to the forests of the Phoenix Kingdom. I was exhausted when we finally arrived at the Jade Palace, eager to retire to my room. Yet when news reached me that Xu Xiao had been awarded a promotion, I set off in search of her at once. I knocked on her door, expecting to find her celebrating with friends. But, when she opened it, her smile lacked her usual warmth. She seemed a pale copy of herself. A solitary lamp lit the dark, and there was a porcelain jar of wine on the table. Is this how you're celebrating? Drinking by yourself? I shook my head, in mock disbelief as I entered and sank upon a stool. Aren't you glad that I came by? More than you know. She tugged off the red cloth stopper from the wine jar and poured me a cup. I lifted it in a toast. Lieutenant Xu Xiao, may this just be the beginning. She drained her cup in a single gulp. I stared at her, my hand frozen midair. Xu Xiao was usually a restrained drinker, but maybe this was a special occasion. When I refilled her cup, she emptied it again. Shrugging, I decided to accompany her. We drank in companionable silence, until a flush bloomed in our cheeks. The sweet scent of osmanthus infused our breaths, and the lamp took on a hazy glow. Yet Xu Xiao's eyes remained blank, as though her mind was far away, and not someplace pleasant either. What's the matter? I finally asked, unable to restrain myself. Is it your family? Bad news? Her fingers clenched around the cup. I want to go home. Simple words which struck me deep, which had echoed in my mind each day and night. I knew Xu Xiao missed her family. She spoke of them with such longing. But she was a celestial, and I had thought she was happy here, that she had chosen this path. Isn't this your home? Don't you want to be here? I asked tentatively, wondering if the wine had dulled my mind. No. Home is south in the countryside. Shaded by crabapple trees, a river cutting through the fields. A small smile played on her lips. My father never sought a place at court or the emperor's favor. While our family is not weak, we are without allies. It would not have mattered if a powerful noble had not taken a liking to my younger sister. He approached my father, asking for her to be his concubine. An insult. Even if he wasn't both lecherous and ancient, with over a dozen concubines and 3 wives. Such things were common among the nobility, yet the idea repelled me. How could love thrive in so unequal a circumstance? My sister refused the match. My father supported her, as not many would have done. The old goat was furious that we spurned the great honor, she snarled. He threatened my family with ruin. That he would blacken our reputation to the celestial court. Who would defend us when none knew our name? Is that why you joined the army? She nodded. To stop the threats and bullying. To prevent this from happening again. Few would dare malign us without proof. Now I have General Jianyun's ear. But this is not the life I wanted among the crowds of the Jade Palace. I want to be home with my family and friends. Maybe fall in love. Yet the higher I rise, the more I am bound. The more we have to lose. Grabbing the jar, she emptied the last of it into her cup, some of the wine sloshing onto the table. I did not know what to say. Perhaps I was failing her through my continued silence, but neither did I wish to give misguided advice. I had always thought Xuxiao thrived here, liked by commanders and soldiers alike. Perhaps it was as Li Wei had said, everyone has their own troubles, some lay them bare while others hide them better. I could not tell her to follow her heart. I could not tell her to be selfish, this was her choice to make, though I would gladly support her. However, she decided. We each had our own burdens to bear, and we alone knew their true cost, and whether we could pay it. Maybe you'll find someone here? I teased, trying to lighten her mood. Her nose wrinkled. Huh. You've got the best one among the men. At least. She rummaged in the chest behind her to pull out another jar of wine. Did she mean Wenji? Heat prickled along my neck, yet I held my tongue, feigning indifference. After a pause, she nudged my arm. Xingyin, there's something I've wanted to ask you for a while now. I took a long drink, letting the wine burn through the sudden tightness in my throat. Did she suspect anything of my family? My identity? She would not betray my confidence, but I could not risk a chance indiscretion. What's that ornament you always wear by your waist? The one with the teardrop-shaped stone. I've seen it on Prince Li Wei, too. I released a drawn-out breath, relieved that my mother's secret was safe. Even as my insides clenched with a new anxiety. My past with Li Wei was another secret buried deep, but I would not lie to Xuxiao. Not for this, it was a gift. From Prince Li Wei. I hated the way my voice shook over his name. As her lips stretched in a knowing grin, I added hastily, it was nothing, just a token of friendship. He's engaged. A statement as obvious as the color of my hair. She squinted, as though struggling to remember something in her befuddled state. Prince Li Wei is never without the tassel. And his attendants say that your song, the one you played at his banquet, is often heard drifting from his room. He kept the shell still? It means nothing, it changes nothing. A voice inside me hissed, my fingers toyed with my cup. This time, it was I who drained it first. I didn't think you listened to idle gossip, I told her, only when it concerns my friends, she said, with a grin. I did not speak again, and neither did she. So, we drank in companyable silence for the rest of the night, the air between us heavy with past remembrances. My head throbbed mercilessly the next morning. I thought a walk would ease it, but my feet led me back to a familiar courtyard. I hesitated before entering the pavilion and sitting on a stool. Yellow and orange carp darted around the lotus blooms as the waterfall cascaded into the pond with a soothing rumble. I closed my eyes, inhaling the sweetness in the air. My old room was a few steps away. Was it occupied by another? This was my first time entering the courtyard of eternal tranquility since I had left. It was just as I remembered, yet everything had changed. A girl, passing through the courtyard, halted and bowed to me. In her hands was a tray of pastries, the kind which flaked and crumbled when you bit into them to get to the sweet bean filling. When she looked up, I recognized her at once. Meanie, it's me. I laughed. Why are you being so formal? 2 dimples appeared in her round cheeks. Who hasn't heard of the first archer's accomplishments over the past year? She said. Coming to sit beside me. Did you really strike down 20 spirits during your last battle? My lips twitched, remembering her fondness for gossip. 12. They fly fast. What of the bone devil? What did it look like? I shuddered at the remembrance of the malevolent creature that had broken free from the celestial prison. Hair and pupils so pale, they were almost translucent. Powdery skin stretched as taut as a drum. She clutched my sleeve. How did you kill it? A memory flashed across my mind, Wenji's sword arcing through the air, sinking into the creature's neck. Its jaws, crammed with silver needles, for teeth, had snapped at him viciously. As Wenji evaded its attack, the monster's claws flashed above his neck, toward the throbbing vein where his lifeblood flowed. Gripped by fear, I had released an arrow that plunged into its skull. Thick, white liquid oozed from the wound, a piercing shriek, stabbing the air. Its claws had clutched the shaft once before they fell away, as it collapsed onto the ground. Gone were those days when my heart had twinged with pity, though their faces haunted me still. Captain Wenji and I fought it together, I told her. At the mention of his name, Minnie sat straighter, her eyes brightening as, whenever she scented a new tale, to forestall her next question, I hastily asked, "What news do you have of the palace? How is His Highness?" Too late. Did I bite my tongue? Last night's wine must have addled my senses, to have spoken of him aloud. Someone approached from behind me. Had the roar from the waterfall muffled the footsteps? A throat was cleared, and just from that sound, I could tell who he was before I turned. Beside me, Minnie leapt to her feet, and bowed. Without another word, she grabbed her tray and hurried away, leaving me alone with the intruder. Except he was no intruder, he had every right to be here. It was I who did not belong. Please forgive the trespass, Your Highness. I will leave at once. Formality was a shield I clung to against my own weakness. Why don't you ask me how I am yourself? There was a warmth to his tone which I had not heard for a long time. I would have left then, but he moved into my path. As I looked up at him, I could not deny it was there still, that ache in my heart, that thread which tugged at it whenever he was near, no matter how I wished it did not. A soft breeze blew through the courtyard, sweeping a lock of my hair against his cheek. He caught it between his fingers, his eyes as inscrutable as pools of night. Have you been well? He asked. Yes. Why are you here? Curiosity. I wanted to meet my replacement, I said with a flippancy, which fell flat. Who could have taken your place? His tone, his words, affected me still. But I wrenched myself away to leave. Are we not friends anymore? Since the Eastern Sea, I've seen you less than a handful of times, and each time you run away. He gestured toward the stools. Why don't you sit down? Let's talk as we used to. Unless you're afraid? A note of challenge rang in his voice. My sense warred with my pride. The latter one as I sat back down, goaded by his taunt. I can't stay long. My training, yes, the valiant first archer, he interjected cuttingly. Who else would protect the celestial kingdom? Still first archer after all your accomplishments though. An honorable title, but without rank or power. Why not seek a command of your own instead of trailing in Captain Wenji's shadow? I clenched my teeth. That's my choice. I want the freedom to take on the campaigns I wish. I have no desire to climb higher for ambition's sake, alone. He stared at me like he was searching for something. Or is there more behind your relationship? There are many rumors about the young captain. And the gifted archer he favors. The two brightest stars in the celestial army. It's fortunate you don't hold an official position in the army, otherwise this would be most improper. His accusation stung. How dare you speak to me of what's improper, when it's you who is betrothed yet baiting me this way? You have no right to ask such things of me. It's no business of yours what I do and who I see. As for me, I couldn't be more indifferent to you now. Such reckless words I spoke, uncaring of the storm which swept over his face. Yet I would not stay to be berated by him. I'd had enough of such entanglements and the way they twisted me into knots. Rising to my feet, I stalked away, but he caught my wrist in his grip. I do care, he ground out. Despite my sense, my judgment and honor, I cannot help but care. Light blazed from his eyes, as scorching as the sun. pinned by his gaze, I could not move, only noticing, too late, when he drew me to him. I should have pushed him away, yet there was no strength in my limbs. His confession roused something in me which I had thought long dead. I had never seen this side of him before, filled with passion and jealousy, and a reckless part of me reveled in it. He bent his head, slowly at first, and when I did not flee, his hand loosened over my wrist, gliding up to encircle my waist. Something smote in the depths of his eyes, a moment before his lips pressed against mine. With a hunger as though he was starved, with an urgency that stirred my blood. There were no thoughts in my mind, no anger, no shame, no fear of what this meant. Nothing beyond this heady lightness, this glittering fire, that coursed through my veins. My fingers were already winding around his neck to pull him closer as I tipped my head back, drowning in the sensation of his touch and warmth, even as his arms tightened around me, locking me into an embrace from which I no longer wanted to escape. This courtyard, it had been my haven once. The soothing thrum of the waterfall, the fragrance of spring blossoms in the air, the joy I had known here. Yet while the aching familiarity of this place brought back such sweet memories, the one seared deepest in my mind was when I had sat frozen and alone the night of his betrothal. With a wrench, I shoved him away, hard, as he staggered back, his arms falling away. I fought for breath, struggling to gather the shreds of my composure. No, Liwei. It is over. We are over. He ran a hand through his hair, his chest rising and falling in an uneven rhythm. Let us not lie to each other, Xingyin. We're not over. Your heart still beats to mine. You still feel something for me, just as I do for you. He spoke quietly, with no trace of pride. Just a certainty, which was 100 times more galling. What do you want of me? I cried out, furious both at him and myself. You are promised to another, yet you seem intent on humbling me to admit my feelings. Does it give you satisfaction? Would it appease your royal pride to hear you were not so easily forgotten? Or do you intend to follow in your father's steps, with a concubine in every corner of the palace? Never that. He recoiled as though insulted. I did not believe those harsh accusations myself, but a part of me, a bitter, vengeful part, wanted to strike out at him, to wound him as he had me. We glared at each other, neither of us speaking. My heart pounding so hard I prayed he could not hear it. At last, he turned away, his hands clenched by his sides. I don't know what I'm doing, he said in a low voice, akin to a reluctant confession. My mind tells me to stop, to let you go, yet I can't. I see you wherever I go, you're with me in everything I do, at my table while I eat, in my room when I awaken. Your voice in the air, your smile in my eyes. I can't forget you, no matter how I've tried. Neither of us moved, neither of us spoke. How weak I was, that I did not leave now, that his confession moved me so. I did not know how long we would have stood there, as still as the stone lions which guarded the entrance, if the doors to the courtyard had not been thrown open. I stepped away from Liwei just in time as a messenger ran toward him. His black hat had been knocked askew and his robe flapped in the wind. He bowed, panting a little as he spoke to Liwei. Your Highness, their celestial majesties request your immediate presence in the Hall of Eastern Light. An urgent matter requires your attention. Liwei frowned. I'll go at once. He glanced at me as though wanting to say more, but then he strode away. I fled back to my room, trying to settle my churning emotions. Yet they were roused anew at the sight of Wenji, sitting by the table. Weren't you with General Jianyun this morning? I asked, taking the stool beside him. Our meeting ended early. He sounded strained. Hesitant, which was most unlike him. Xingyin, there is something I must tell you. I clasped my hands in my lap, a chill spreading through me in anticipation of ill tidings. He leaned toward me, his voice rough with sudden emotion. I've resigned from the Celestial Army. This week will be my last. I have important family matters to attend to, far from here, and I don't expect to return. He spoke with deliberate measure, as though wanting to be sure I grasped his meaning. You're leaving? To the Western Sea? I managed to ask, a terse nod. My final assignment will be to inspect the troops at the border of the Golden Desert. They've been unsettled of late. My chest was so tight, I found it hard to breathe. Since the Eastern Sea, something had changed between us. My heart beat quicker at the sight of him, and his smile warmed me like wine. Sometimes, I thought I caught a kindling in his eyes as he looked at me. We were circumspect in our interactions, never a touch or word beyond the bounds of propriety. Yet we had become more than friends, on the cusp of something entirely new and thrilling. Or had all this been my own delusions? I dropped my gaze to the floor, feeling oddly dismayed. Disappointed. Hurt, even? Though I had no right to be, guilt stabbing me at the memory of Li Wei's lips on mine, Wenji was staring at me, as though waiting for my response to a question I had not heard, his voice finally infiltrating the haze of my misery. Will you come with me? To the border of the Golden Desert? I stammered, that, too, if you wish, he said gravely. I meant, would you come with me when I leave? My tongue darted over my dry lips. What do you mean? I dared not mistake his intent. A smile lit his face, it lit the very room. Don't you know how I feel about you? His voice shook, the first crack in his iron composure. I could not speak before, but I'm free to now. I want you to come with me, to my home, to my family. For us to share our lives together. He lowered his head to mine, our brows almost touching, his breath warm on my skin. Your dreams will be my dreams, too. Joy coursed through me like the ripples on a pond after a burst of rain. I had thought I was done with love, its breathtaking beauty, its tumultuous agony. I had been happy before and believed I would be content again once I made my way home, to my true home, not this one here built upon a web of lies. Now, a future with Wenji beckoned, with clear skies and not a dark cloud on the horizon. One with no broken hearts or past entanglements. One where blood had not been spilled between our kin, our ties unsullied by hatred or past grudges, where I could be whole and free from guilt, remorse, and sorrow. Only now did I dare to admit to myself my fear that I had failed. That in my arrogance, I had miscalculated the worth of my talent, the value of my deeds. For despite my service to the Celestial Army, my hope of winning my mother's freedom was fading away, like a silk painting left out too long in the sun. A pardon from the Emperor was the surest way to securing her release. However, while my accomplishments had earned praise and gifts, which I'd declined, not even a whisper of the Crimson Lion talisman had ever been uttered. I should have heeded General Jianyun's warning, yet in my pride I believed I knew better. The Emperor was not known for his generosity in dispensing such favors. Nor had anyone sentenced to eternal imprisonment ever been pardoned. So, perhaps it was time to seek a new path to help my mother. Perhaps I would find the way in Wenji's homeland, in the Western Sea. Wenji's hand on my arm startled me now. He was still waiting for my reply, perhaps wondering at my prolonged silence. As I stared into his strong, handsome face, something shifted in my chest. I cared for him, I know I did. My dismay at his leaving was proof of that. And was it not said that love would grow between well-matched minds over the months and years? We had eternity before us. Is this what you want, too? His tone was no longer uncertain, but brimming with newfound confidence, as though he had already sensed my answer, yes. The word formed on my lips, and yet I could not say it. Something tugged at the edge of my heart, a small voice within pleading with me to reconsider. I would have asked him for more time then, except the crunch of gravel startled us. Someone was running toward my room with undue haste. As Wenji threw the doors apart, a young attendant halted in the entrance. Captain Wenji, he gasped, I've been searching everywhere for you. Their Celestial Majesties have requested your immediate presence in the Hall of Eastern Light. How strange, I thought to myself. He was the second messenger I had seen today relaying pressing news. Wenji's eyes flashed with annoyance. I'll come shortly. The messenger shrank away but did not leave. His courage was commendable, particularly in light of Wenji's evident displeasure. All the other commanders have already gathered. I was instructed to accompany you there the moment I found you. Wenji sighed as he drew me aside. Let's speak tomorrow. He might have said more, but the messenger shuffled his feet, throwing a nervous glance at us. With an impatient shake of his head, Wenji stalked away. Alone in my room, I sat by the table until the golden fire of the sun dwindled to a glowing ember. If not for my lapse of weakness this morning, I had believed my heart whole, freed from the ties that had bound it. A glorious future beckoned on the horizon. Yet I still clung to a shred of my past, as a flowering peach blossom tree yearning for its fallen bloom. Chapter 23. Xu Xiao slipped into the chair across from me, setting her tray of food on the wooden table. Her eyes slid around the large dining hall, already crowded with soldiers hunched over their morning meal. Princess Fengmei has been abducted, she said in hushed tones. My spoon fell into my bowl, splattering congee onto the table. How? When? By whom? The questions rolled off my tongue. This must be why Li Wei and Wenji had been called away yesterday. All I heard is Prince Li Wei will be leading the rescue. Beneath the table, my hand gripped my knee. If not for yesterday, this news would not have affected me so. Yet he had kissed me as though I was the only one in his heart. Such tender words he had spoken. And now, he was risking himself to save his betrothed? An engagement he claimed he had not wanted? A cold, prickling sensation slithered tight around my chest. I breathed in and then out, trying to unravel its hold. I was behaving like a selfish child. As her betrothed and ally, who else but he should go? I wish him every success. I hope he brings her back safely. If my words came out a little hollow, I was at least glad that I meant them. To spirit the princess away is no easy feat. I wonder who. Xu Xiao's voice cut off abruptly. General Jianyun stood before us with his arms folded. We leapt up at once to greet him. Lieutenant Xu Xiao, I don't need to know where you heard this from. But I want an end to this discussion, or any other regarding this matter. Is that clear? He commanded. She shot me a panicked look before replying with uncharacteristic meekness, yes, General Jianyun. He glanced at me then. First Archer Xingyin, follow me. I must speak with you. I stared at him in surprise until Xu Xiao kicked my shin, the pain breaking my days as I hastened after him. The news is true, he said without preamble, as he sat behind his rosewood desk. Queen Fengjin is distraught. The abductor sent terms, demanding that she break off the alliance with us. Warning that her daughter would be shown no mercy should any attempt be made to rescue her. Which is why it falls upon us to save her. Was it the demon realm? I asked. We suspect so, though we have no evidence. Regardless, our priority is to retrieve Princess Fengmei safely. His Highness will lead a small team to rescue her, no more than a dozen soldiers to avoid detection. Given the threat, discretion is crucial to not jeopardize the princess's safety. He tapped the table in a steady rhythm. Prince Li Wei has requested that you join the rescue. I could not have been more astonished if a bolt of lightning had struck me from the cloudless sky. At a loss for words, I struggled against the emotions that swelled within, tangling and twisting, burning, yet cold. But one thing was clear, I did not want to do this. His expression darkened, perhaps reading the refusal in my face. While I cannot command you to do this, I strongly urge you to. For the kingdom, our alliance. Nothing matters more. His argument did not sway me. I was neither so noble nor valiant. It was not the physical danger which repelled me, but the hurt to my heart and pride. This was not worth the rewards the celestial kingdom had to offer, those I had already declined. There are many others more suitable, more skilled than me, I said, with a bow. It was Li Wei who spoke, from where he stood in the doorway. I had not heard him arrive. As General Jianyun rose to greet him, I followed suit, quelling the leap in. My chest. I would not linger on what had happened between us, it was no more than a momentary lapse. Perhaps being in the courtyard of eternal tranquility had clouded our minds with memories. And now, we were plunged deeper into a new reality, one where Li Wei and I would drift further apart until we could never find our way back to each other again. With your highness, himself, leading the rescue, surely you have all the skills you need. This was what a courtier might say, hoping to flatter the prince. If not for the edge in my tone, Li Wei crossed the room to stand before me. Not all. You surpassed me in archery a long time ago, as we both know. When I did not reply, he took one of the chairs opposite General Jianyun and motioned for me to do the same. I sat stiffly beside him, wishing I were anywhere but here. Continue, General Jianyun, Li Wei said. We believe Princess Fengmei is being held in the Eternal Spring Forest, close to the mountains south of the Phoenix Kingdom. That was the last trace we had of her. The name struck a chord in me. Was that the home of Lady Hualing, the previous flower immortal? Before she disappeared? He nodded grimly. Since then, the forest has been veiled from sight by a strange magic. No one has ventured there for centuries. We don't know what other dangers lurk there in addition to the hostile forces holding the princess. Stealth and subterfuge will be crucial, as will your skills. General Jianyun expected me to accept with grace. I would not. Some might think me unkind, but I could not so easily cast my feelings aside. My own desires mattered, too. Guilt pricked me at the thought of Princess Fengmei's peril, but I was not so arrogant to imagine I was the only one who could perform this task. I stood, raising my cupped hands and bowing from my waist. General Jianyun, you promised that I would have the freedom to choose my assignments. I refuse this one. He scowled, his mouth opening to rebuke me, but Li Wei interjected, May I speak with Xingyin alone? The general threw a forbidding look my way. Before bowing to Li Wei and leaving the room, would you like to sit? Li Wei asked, after a moment's silence. I prefer to stand. I was eager to leave at the first opportunity, determined to avoid any further intimacy with him. He sighed as he rose to join me. Part of me cringed from the absurdity of our situation. Only yesterday he had pulled me into his arms with such passion, and now he was asking me to rescue his betrothed. Anger flared in me, hot and fierce. Do you care so little for my feelings? I could not help asking, hating myself for it, too. I must do this, he said. If we fail, if any harm befalls Princess Fengmei, not only would it be a great tragedy, but it would tilt the Phoenix Kingdom toward the demon realm, strengthening them and weakening us immensely. With this advantage, the demon realm would be tempted to break the peace, to go to war with us again. I understand. But why do I need to go with you? There are countless, competent warriors you could choose from who would be honored to accompany you. Because there's no one I trust more than you. His eyes held mine. Too many things have been happening of late. Fox spirits coming through our wards. Archer Famou's affliction. And now, this. The princess was taken, on her way to the celestial kingdom. Only those in the inner circles of our courts knew of this trip. Which means there is a traitor either in the Phoenix Kingdom or here, he concluded gravely. I meant what I said about your skill. This will be dangerous, and we'll need every advantage we can gather. When I did not reply, he added in a low voice, I'm placing you in an impossible situation. You must hate me. My head pounded beneath the weight of my indecision. To be tasked with saving Li Wei's betrothed both unsettled and hurt me. I wanted her to be rescued, but I also wanted no part of it. And a small voice inside me whispered that if the celestial kingdom should fall, perhaps my mother would be free. I flinched from the vile thought. I had friends here whom I cared for. Who would suffer if it came to war? And what if the demon realm ascended to supremacy? While I no longer believed them to be the monsters I had dreaded, neither did I trust their king, who seemed as ruthless as the celestial emperor. particularly if he had kidnapped Princess Fengmei to force the queen's capitulation. Dare I lay our fates in such hands? If I had learned anything over these years, it was that no one won in a war, not even those who thought they did. Princess Fengmei's face flashed through my mind now, not the royal, wearing the golden cloak of feathers I had seen from afar, but the girl I had met in Li Wei's courtyard. Could I not treat this as any other task I had accepted before? If not for our past, I would have leapt at this chance to aid the celestial crown prince and the phoenix princess. It was a rare opportunity, one which would undoubtedly gain the emperor's attention, possibly bringing me within reach of the Crimson Lion talisman and averting a disastrous war. And beyond that, could I truly refuse to help Li Wei? No matter what, he was still my friend. 100 considerations twisted and wound through me, now all tugging me in the same direction. I would go with Li Wei. Not from duty or obligation, but to protect him, my friend, and those I cared for in the celestial kingdom. To help save the innocent girl I had spoken with. And if this did not win his celestial majesty's favor and the talisman I craved, nothing ever would. This would be my final step along this path before I began anew, and I would leave with a cleared conscience. I met his gaze. I'll go with you. Thank you. As he took a step toward me, I moved away. I'll go with you, I repeated. However, I ask that you conduct yourself within the bounds of propriety from now, as though our past does not exist. These cold words stung me, too, but I could not allow another moment of weakness to muddle my resolve. What if you're improper toward me? A shadow of a smile formed on his lips. How easily he slipped back into being my teasing friend of the past. But I could not allow even that. We cannot continue this way, I said in a low voice, trying to stifle the lingering desire which slid into me at his nearness, the guilt and shame that burned a hole in my stomach. I will help you and Princess Fengmei. But you have your honor and I have mine. And there is none to be found in what we did. You are betrothed now, your heart is hers. The memory of our kiss flitted through me, unbidden. Our last, I told myself fiercely, a door closed, a final farewell. His face was ash and shadow, his eyes stripped of light. It was then I knew I had done it, severed the last frayed thread of our bond. He was silent as he inclined his head to me, before walking away. I did not look up, not wanting to see him leave. My words had struck true, a fatal blow, a swift death. Yet it was a hollow triumph, leaving a bitterness in my mouth, and a clawing ache in my chest. Sleep evaded me that night. Plagued by restlessness, I clambered up the pillars outside my room. A gentle breeze stirred the air as I sat on the cold jade roof tiles, staring at the sky. The moon shone down through the darkness, its light gentle and soft. Something rustled, Wenji, pulling himself over the ledge. He flicked his outer robe aside as he sank down beside me. I waited for you today. I'm sorry. Today was eventful. I hated the way my words stumbled, as though I had something to hide. Oh, you do, my mind whispered. I can't go with you to the border, I told him. His jaw tightened, yet he showed no surprise. Had he already been briefed by General Jianyun? Don't go with Prince Li Wei. He spoke with sudden urgency. It's too dangerous. Immortals shun the eternal spring forest for good reason. Since Lady Hualing's disappearance, rumors abound of the place, of dark enchantments and hostile creatures, of misery and death. I shrugged with an indifference I did not feel. I faced monsters, by your side, no less. His sigh misted the cool air. Don't you have any regard for your own safety? I frowned, a little surprised by his insistence. How is this more dangerous than Shangliu? Governor Rinyu? Or the Bone Devil? I rattled off, trying to ease his concern, because I won't be there. What if something happened to you? He paused. Don't you care how I feel? His concern touched me, though I would not be swayed. I do. But I can take care of myself. Regardless, it's been decided. We leave tomorrow. Why do this? He demanded. It doesn't matter what General Janyun commands when we'll soon leave this place. Why endanger yourself, needlessly? Surely it's not out of loyalty to the celestial kingdom. I pulled my back straight, needled by his words. I could protect myself. In the past, I had come to his aid as often as he came to mine. And his taunt that I bore no loyalty to the celestial kingdom. I needed no reminder for that. I served here because I had believed this would lead to my mother's freedom. The training I received, the reputation I built, the lives I took, all, this was a means to an end, as had been my entire time here, yet I heard, too, the worry which wrenched his voice. I tried to explain, I'm not doing this because I was commanded to. Prince Liwei asked me to help him. I could not refuse. Wenji's face darkened. Are you still in love with him? Is that why you're risking your life to save someone you care nothing for? Have you forgotten that he left you for another? His harsh words lashed out like a whip. I stared at him, anger searing my veins. He knew nothing of Liwei and me. More than our doomed love, Liwei was my friend, my only friend, when I had none, and those roots went far deeper than my disappointment and hurt. His kindness to me was a debt I owed him, one I would repay. How can you say that to me? I seethed. I'm no lovesick puppet, begging for a morsel of affection. I have my own dreams, my own principles, my own honor to uphold. In no mood to explain myself further, I scrambled to my feet to leave. Wait, Xingyin, his tone was cracked by a note of despair. I halted but did not turn. He spoke so quietly that I strained to hear. I'm sorry. I should not have said that. I was disappointed and jealous. He exhaled deeply. I thought we had come to an understanding yesterday. Was I wrong? Did you not grasp my meaning then? My hopes for our future? My heart softened, despite the anger which simmered in me still. All Wenji had seen was my despair over Liwei's engagement. And it was little wonder that he was resentful now. A hard confession for him to make, though it did not give him the right to speak to me so. I swung around, holding his gaze. Wenji, you must trust in my judgment as I do in yours. Do not try to insult or guilt me into doing what you think I should do. How will we have a future together if you do not see me as your equal? You are my equal. More than my equal. Wenji pushed himself to his feet, clasping my hand in his strong grip. I just don't want you to be hurt. The wind grew stronger, blowing my hair across my cheek. As I shivered, Wenji slid off his outer coat, draping it over my shoulders as his arm pulled me close. Promise me you'll keep yourself safe. That you won't do anything too reckless, he whispered into my ear. An urge to laugh rippled through me, dispersing my ire. He knew me well to say such a thing. And I knew him well enough to sense how he restrained himself from saying more. The fresh scent of pine needles wafted in the air, kindling a light in my heart which banished the lingering shadows. My feelings for Wenji were strong, though different from mine with Liwei before. Perhaps the blazing, all-consuming passion I had known with Liwei was the headiness of a first love, suffused with the foolish innocence that nothing could tear us apart. For those that came after, one tread a little slower, a little warier, after hearts had been bruised and promises broken. And perhaps the growing warmth of my feelings for Wenji was what all love evolved to. I rested my head against his shoulder, the last of my tension easing away. I promise. And when I return, we'll leave this place together. We stood there in silence, his arm tightening around me, the only sign he had heard my answer. For the first time today, I was at peace. An urge gripped me to spill my secrets to him, but not tonight, not here. In the celestial kingdom my guard was always up. One day when we were far from this place, I would tell him of my mother, how dark the night that stretched before us. Yet ablaze with the light of the moon and stars, it felt as bright as day. Chapter 24. The eternal spring forest had been the most beautiful place in the immortal realm. It was said the celestial emperor himself had planted this forest in his youth, with branches cut from the first tree of the world, sprinkled with the dew from an enchanted lotus. Beneath the graceful canopy of towering trees were crystal-clear ponds and silvery rivers, gleaming with fish. Those who wandered to the heart of the forest spoke, enthralled, of trees in eternal bloom, their branches laden with flowers in all colors. Ripe fruits, sweeter than nectar, grew as abundantly as the wildflowers amid the soft grass. The idyllic perfection of the forest had attracted birds, beasts, and immortals. Even the powerful Lady Hualing, the first flower immortal, had been enchanted by this place, leaving the celestial kingdom to make her home here, peonies, camellias, and azaleas, blossoming in her wake, but this paradise did not last. After Lady Hualing had been stripped of her position, no longer did she raise her hand to plant the flowers, no longer did she revive the faded blooms. And after she had disappeared, the lush canopies browned, the shimmering ponds dried into pools of sinking mud, and the trees withered, never to bloom again. I stepped off my cloud, struck by the deep silence of this place. Not a chirp from a single bird, not even the flutter of a dragonfly's wings. A white fog shrouded the forest, glazed with an unwelcome chill. The trees stood, tall and straight, their shriveled leaves clinging to the branches in eternal death. Scattered around were murky pools, which we steered clear of, to avoid being sucked into their bottomless depths. The stagnant air reeked of decay, a sad mockery of the promise in the forest's name. As we walked, deeper through shadow and mist, my skin crawled as my fingers tightened around the phoenix fire bough. If only I could have brought the jade dragon bough along, as sky fire was more powerful than flame. But I was unsure if I could wield it, having never released its arrow before. And I feared, too, using the bow in front of celestial soldiers who might claim it on the Emperor's behalf. 2 soldiers ran ahead to scout the way, while the other 8 remained. It's no use to summon a cloud here, Li Wei explained. The fog is too dense, and some enchantment keeps it in place. Can't we dispel it? It's not a simple spell. Besides, the fog conceals our trail for now, and we don't want to alert anyone to our presence. How will we find Princess Fengmei? Even with the scouts? I asked. I can sense her aura, though I need to get close enough, he said. His revelation pricked me. Was he more intimate with the princess than I had imagined? I reminded myself to avoid speaking to him, to forestall my mind spiraling into such depths. However, he had no such qualms. Captain Wenji will be leaving the Celestial Kingdom soon. What will you do then? While his manner was conversational, pleasant even, my reply stuck in my throat. He continued in that low and earnest voice. My feelings for you remain unchanged, but I will speak of them no more. What you said yesterday, what you asked of me. You were right. I nodded woodenly, thinking if that was true, what was the stifling heaviness which sank over me now? I clenched my hands, furious with myself. How could I still be stirred by Li Wei, despite my feelings for Wenji? Was I so fickle and inconstant? My future with Wenji was bright, with hope, not mired in past regret, and I would not discard this chance at happiness. Footsteps padded toward us, cautious and soft. I glanced up to find one of the scouts approaching. Your Highness, there are soldiers about 500 paces ahead. Armed and guarding a pagoda. Proceed with caution. They must not know we're here, Li Wei warned. We drew our weapons, making our way stealthily onward. In the clearing, before us, the pagoda loomed, 8 stories high, almost as tall as the surrounding trees. The tiered towers were of crumbling wood, its latticed windows and ornamental eaves, faded from what might have once been a brilliant red. How seamlessly it blended into the blighted landscape, a dilapidated blur of browns and grays. How desolate it appeared. Despite the dozen soldiers surrounding it, clad in burnished bronze armor. Do you recognize the armor? I asked. No. But that can be easily disguised. Li Wei closed his eyes for a moment, his brow creasing. Princess Fengmei is inside, I can sense her. We must take the guards out quietly, to avoid raising the alarm. He addressed us all in hushed tones. Start with those closest to us, working our way to the pagoda. We must be quick to avoid them crying out, else the princess will be in danger. At Li Wei's signal, I released a flaming arrow, which sank into the chest of the nearest guard. As a choked gurgle rolled from her throat, I shot the one beside her, his eyes bulging as he crumpled to the ground. Li Wei and his warriors moved swiftly to surround the remaining soldiers, striking them down to an ominous chorus of strangled gasps and whispered screams. The skirmish was over. Sweat beaded my brow despite the chill that shrouded my skin. It had been easy, too easy. Li Wei's gaze swung to mine, echoing my unspoken suspicion. The pagoda, he said. There might be more guards there. A roar erupted from the forest, drowning the rest of his words. A stream of enemies swarmed toward us, the sunlight striking their bronze armor as they flooded the clearing. With a blow from his sword, Li Wei struck down 2 of them. I shot another who raced toward him, just as an enemy soldier slumped unconscious by my feet. In the tumult, I had not heard him. He might have caught me unaware had there not been that strange black-feathered arrow protruding from his chest. I swung around to search for the archer, but Li Wei shouted, "Get the princess!" He raised his sword, blazing with flame as he swung it in a wide arc, throwing back the assailants who surrounded him. Their weapons glinted, silver and gold, while some carried dark metal chains in their hands. The sight of them infuriated me, that they were so certain of taking him prisoner. The rest of his warriors were engaged in a furious battle around him, outnumbered yet holding their ground. We still had a chance, at least 4, now. If I found the princess in time. I wanted to stay and fight, but I raced into the pagoda, leaving the battle outside to Li Wei and the other celestials. Fear sliced my heart, even as I reminded myself fervently of Li Wei's skill with a sword and his powerful magic. He could hold them at bay until I returned. The sooner I found Princess Fengmei, the sooner we could all flee this accursed place. I sprinted up the wooden stairs, half expecting to be confronted by guards around every corner. Yet the place was oddly deserted as I reached the highest floor without encountering a single enemy. I wrenched open the thick wooden door at the top, but it held fast. Impatient now, I summoned a blast of air that shattered the lock. Princess Fengmei leapt to her feet amid the chunks of wood and splinters scattered on the floor. Her heart-shaped face was pale and her brown eyes, wide as she stared blankly at me, as though unsure whether to shriek in terror or weep with relief. Her head tilted to one side as she scrutinized me, perhaps trying to recall where we had met before. "I'm with the Celestial Army. We're here to rescue you. Quick, Prince, Li Wei is under attack." My voice pulsed with urgency. She brightened at the mention of Li Wei's name as she raised her wrists to me. They were bound with black metal manacles, joined by a thin chain. "Could you remove these?" I drew my sword and slammed it against the delicate chain. The blade rebounded, my arm throbbing from the effort, but not so much as a scratch appeared on the metal. Sawing away at the links did not work, nor did hammering at them make a dent. All the while, my mind raged with thoughts of Li Wei below, the arrows flying toward his unprotected back, the blades thrust at his chest. "Stand still." I drew an arrow, releasing it at the manacle around her right hand. Crimson fire rippled across the metal, cracks appearing before they shattered. With my next breath, I shot another bolt at her left wrist, the second manacle falling away. Princess Fengmei's lips curved into a trembling smile. You shoot very well," she said softly. Brushing away the clouds of black hair, which covered her face, her delicate beauty sent a twinge through my heart. I swallowed hard, bending to toss away the broken links of metal around her feet. They stung, like ice clinging to my skin. "What are these chains?" Her shoulders slumped. "I have no idea. When they put them on me, I couldn't draw my energy." My stomach churned violently. These chains. I had seen the soldiers below carrying them. And in the Eastern Sea, Li Wei had told me of the ore from Shadow Peak that could bind an immortal's powers. "Hurry." I pulled her up to her feet. "Prince Li Wei is in danger." Something whistled through the air, a sound every archer knew by heart, I threw myself to the ground, dragging the princess down. Pain slashed my arm as I stared in disbelief at the blood oozing from the cut. Scrambling to the window, I lifted my head an inch only to see a sharp glint hurtling toward me. I ducked, flattening myself on the floor as another arrow plunged into the room. I drew a blazing bolt of flame, releasing it through the window. In the next moment, 2 arrows tore toward me, missing by a hair's breadth as they clattered on the floor. I ground my teeth. This archer was formidable. It was little wonder there were no guards here when any rescuer would have long been shot dead. The black fletching was familiar, identical to the arrow that had struck my attacker outside. Had I been the target all along? Had the archer missed before? It seemed improbable given this person's skill, though more improbable still was the idea that this archer had saved me, only to murder me later. I sucked in a breath, furious at my unseen assailant. Precious time was ticking away. If those chains could seal an immortal's magic, Li Wei would not stand a chance. I drew another arrow, leaping up to gain my first look at my foe. A tall figure, a man, stood on a wide tree branch, a drawn arrow at the ready. His face was concealed by a helmet, but his eyes gleamed silver bright as they bored into me. Taken aback, my fingers slackened on the string, the flame vanishing. I braced myself, expecting an arrow to plunge through me now, but the archer lowered his weapon. We stared at each other for a heartbeat of silence, before he stepped backward into the shadows and was gone. There was no time to ponder this. I grabbed Princess Fingmei's hand as we raced down the stairs together, toward the fury of battle, only to emerge into the deathly quiet of a graveyard. Bodies were strewn all around, dozens and dozens in bronze armor. My spirits plunged as I counted 10 in gold and white, the armor of the fallen celestials. I raced from one to the next, searching each body for any sign of life. But their eyes were vacant, their auras faded to nothingness. Where is Prince Li Wei? Princess Fingmei's voice shook as she stared at the carnage and horror. I don't know, I whispered, numb to everything except the dread creeping over me, turning my flesh to stone. Chapter 25. The waning light filtered through the fog, throwing an eerie halo around the trees. Princess Fengmei and I wandered through the forest, searching for any sign of Li Wei. With every step, my heart sank further into despair. I could barely breathe through the panic which gripped me, but my desperate need to find him drove me on. Her muffled sobs pierced my daze. Prince Li Wei is powerful and strong, maybe he escaped. Or he might be injured, and unable to find us. My voice rang hollow and my words false. He would not have abandoned us, while there was life in him yet, she nodded, hiccuping from her distress as she grasped at my weak straw of comfort. Thank you for rescuing me. But I wouldn't be able to bear it if Prince Li Wei was in danger or hurt. Her voice broke as tears welled in her eyes once more. A flash of irritation struck me, my nerves already scraped raw. I did not want to play nursemaid at this moment, I wanted to find him. How could I track Li Wei through her cries? If any enemies were hunting us, we would already be captured or dead. Yet I stifled the impulse to snap at her, slipping an arm around her shoulders and drawing her close instead. We'll find him, I told her. A promise to us both. It seemed to calm her as her brown orbs locked onto mine. I recognize you now. You were Prince Li Wei's companion. We met the day of his banquet. Yes. In the pavilion. A longing clutched me for those days long past, and the joy that had filled my heart then. She sighed. You were kind. As you are now. I fell silent as shame crept up from the pit of my stomach, rising to my face. No, I had not been kind, not now and not then. I had not realized who she was the first time. And after, I had not wanted to learn more about her, perhaps afraid of discovering what I knew now, that Princess Fengmei would be a good match for Li Wei. It would have been far easier if I could have disliked her. Are His Highness and you good friends? She asked. My gaze slid from hers, under the pretext of examining our surroundings. Yes, we are. A half answer, as teacher Dao Ming would have chided me. When she stiffened, so did I, afraid that she might ask me something, which would force me to lie. As she raised her head from my shoulder, she pointed at the belt encircling my waist. Why is that glowing? The skydrop tassel. The once clear gem shone bright red, pulsing with a strange energy. I forced myself to breathe deeply, to rein in the terror, which surged in me anew. Li Wei was in danger, and yet, it also meant I could find him now. I pulled the princess to a thicket of trees. Wait here. Keep hidden. Try not to make a sound. I'll come back as soon as I can. If I don't return by dawn, head north till you're outside the forest, that way. I pointed, in case she wasn't sure. You have your magic again. Shield yourself and attack anyone who tries to harm you. Once outside, summon a cloud to take you home. I fumbled in my belt, drawing out a dagger and passing it to her. She took it without a word, her grip loose and uncertain. Wrap your fingers tight around the hilt, I instructed her. Blade facing away from you and tilted up. If you must strike, do not hesitate. Her eyes were wide with fright as she nodded. Guilt struck me at leaving her, but I was running out of time. As I left, I swung around once to make sure she was hidden from sight, before sprinting away until my legs burned like fire. I followed the tug of the skydrop tassel to a narrow opening in the foothills of a mountain. Without a care for the perils within, I slipped inside. Pitch dark, the glowing red gem by my waist cast a menacing light upon the walls. The dank air was stale, thick with mold and rot. I gagged when it filled my lungs. As I turned a sharp corner, I stumbled over the uneven ground, scraping my palms as I fell. Voices filtered through, from a distance away. I crouched low, crawling along the narrow path toward the sound, moving faster when I sighted light ahead. The passage opened to a wide ledge, which I clambered upon. Staring into the large chamber below, my heart lurched. There was Li Wei upon a chair, shackled with the same manacles used to restrain Princess Fengmei. Blood flowed from his matted hair, trickling onto his face. A deep gash ran across his brow, dark bruises blossoming over one cheek. His aura was somehow diminished, flickering in an erratic rhythm. Yet he held his head high, as though he sat on a throne, instead of bound in chains. I searched his guards, relieved to find no trace of the strange archer in their midst. He alone would have been a formidable opponent. Had he been slain by the celestial soldiers before they fell, one aura sprang out to me, far stronger than the rest, strong and earthy, jangling and discordant. Not from the soldiers, as far as I could tell, instead emanating from the lady who stood before Li Wei. Her upturned eyes glittered a rich shade of bronze, and while the lower half of her face was covered by a sheer veil, her skin was as fair as new snow. Crimson peonies were embroidered on her vermilion dress, unfurling their silken petals to reveal bright gold stamens. A cluster of camellias was tucked into her sash. As I crouched in the ledge above, I caught a whiff of a floral fragrance, cloyingly sweet with the barest hint of decay. I used a bird to snare a dragon. Her voice was thick with satisfaction. After all the tales of your prowess, I'm disappointed at how easily you fell into my trap, Your Highness. Li Wei's jaw clenched, his muscles straining as though he was grappling with some unseen foe. What are these chains? He ground out at last, a gift from the demon realm. Forged with metal from the mortal world, using the arts forbidden by your father. As she watched his struggles, she said in a bored tone, try all you want, but your magic is useless as long as these are on you. Lady Hualing, why do this? Why ally yourself with the demon realm? Li Wei demanded. Lady Hualing, the deposed flower immortal? I thought she had left the forest or vanished through some foul play. Never did I imagine her living in these dark caves. You were one of the greatest immortals of our kingdom until you chose to live in seclusion. Do you truly wish to betray the immortal realm? Li Wei continued, his voice calm despite his peril. Perhaps he still hoped to sway her with reason. She laughed then, a bitter and joyless sound. Me betray the kingdom? did you think I chose this life? Let me tell you the real story, little princeling. Long ago, your father and I met in this forest. He was newly wed to your mother, though that did not stop him from courting me. Li Wei jerked up from his chair, but two guards dragged him back down, clamping their palms on his shoulders. She did not appear to notice, lost in her memories. Whenever he could get away, he came here. He offered me a palace in the celestial kingdom. I refused. I was no lowly courtier grateful for his favor, but one of the most illustrious deities in the realm. A softness slipped into her face. One spring evening when the peonies were in bloom, he made a vow to me that, once he grew powerful enough to risk angering the Phoenix Kingdom, he would wed me, raising me to the same rank as the Empress. Li Wei shook his head, the blood from his wound streaking across his cheek. My father would never have made such a reckless promise. Those in love often make promises they can't keep, she snarled. When word reached her mother's ears, she paid me a visit, spitting her threats and venom. Before she left, she gave me a gift. The light in the cavern flickered as Lady Hualing lifted her veil. In the classic oval of her face, her full lips were a vibrant red, her nose, delicately arched. The thin faded scars, one across each cheek, puzzled me, yet so slight they were barely noticeable. The veil dropped once more. The scars left by the phoenix talons can never be healed. I must live with these hideous marks, forever. I flinched, recalling those sharp gold sheaths covering the Empress's fingers which might so easily rake through flesh and bone. But despite what Lady Hualing thought, she was beautiful still. It was the viciousness in her expression that turned my stomach. There must be an explanation. What if it was a spirit taking on my mother's appearance? Li Wei protested. You ignorant child. Who else wears the phoenix talons? Who else had I threatened, isolated as I was? She sneered. Worse still, your father, the faithless coward, abandoned me. In one stroke I was robbed of my beauty, betrayed by my love, stripped of my title. Of all I cherished most. Since then, my life has been a misery, steeped in wretchedness and regret. As she stretched out her fingers to caress Li Wei's cheek, he recoiled from her, as far back as his captors would allow. So, it is only fitting that I seize from my tormentors the one thing they prize above all. You, their son. The person most loved, by those I most hate. Lady Hualing, consider carefully what you do. This is treason at the highest level. You will be an outcast from the immortal realm, hunted by celestials and our allies alike. They will descend upon this place, and her laughter was shrill and grating. And when she stopped, her smile was that of a sated fox. I'm no fool, your highness. I will not be here when they come. Once I present your life force to the Demon King, I will earn his eternal gratitude. A bridal gift, if you wish to call it so. Maybe then he can defeat your accursed parents, and when he sits on the celestial throne it will be I who is beside him. Finally, the Empress, she gloated, lifting a ring, set with an oval amethyst that glowed with malevolent light. The sight of it stirred a deep revulsion in me, inexplicable and strange. And what did she mean about Li Wei's life force? He showed not a trace of fear. Lady Hualing, a grave injustice was done to you. Release me and I give you my word, I will investigate this matter. Any wrong done to you will be righted. Don't fall for the Demon King's promises. His treachery is boundless. As is that of your parents, she hissed, pressing the ring to his forehead. The cords in Li Wei's neck strained as his face clenched in agony. The amethyst flared with a shimmer of gold, just before his eyelids fluttered, shut like the wings of a trapped moth. Something snapped inside me. I did not think. Consumed by rage, my hands moved of their own volition, releasing a fiery arrow which plunged into Lady Hualing's arm. She shrieked, snatching her hand from Li Wei as the guards rushed to her aid. I aimed an arrow at Li Wei's manacles, just as how I had shot them from the princess. But I was trembling too much from rage and instead, it struck the chain between his wrists. They snapped apart, Li Wei slumping to the ground. He stirred then, my heart leaping as his eyes opened and fixed upon me, wide with shock and luminous with some emotion I could not read. Before he could move, the guards surrounded him, swiftly, shields gleaming over them. A coldness engulfed me, fear mingling with rage as I shot arrow after arrow at them, until their barriers broke and they fell like stalks of rice at harvest time. Bolts of magic and arrows hurtled toward me now, as I flung myself against the stone floor, rolling to safety. I was tiring, rapidly, I had to conserve my energy. My mind raced, trying to think of some way to distract Lady Hualing and her guards below, so I could snatch Li Wei and make our escape. But then, the air pulsed with magic, the rich scent of earth and metal suffusing my nostrils. A brilliant, green moss crept over the ledge, spreading like spilled water, its thorny roots sinking deep, cracks streaking across the stone. I lurched up, backing away, shielding myself, a heartbeat before the ledge shattered. I crashed through the air, falling through nothingness. Li Wei's cry pierced my ears, uttering my name with wrenching desperation. Below, Lady Hualing flicked her hand toward me, dispelling my shield. No longer protected, my feet slammed against the rough cavern floor, my knees giving way as I tumbled over. Rolling to my side, I sprang to my feet as the soldiers closed around me. Fewer now, yet more than I could take on, without getting hurt. I cursed my recklessness, which had led to discovery. Better by far to have remained hidden, to pick them off unaware. But what could I have done with Li Wei in such danger? As the guards thrust their spears at me, I hauled my energy, unleashing a gale which flung Lady Hualing and her soldiers against the rock walls. Spinning around, I rushed to Li Wei, but the soldiers, those remaining, scrambled to close around him, some holding him fast. Lady Hualing stalked closer to me, jeweled hairpins dangling askew from her coiled hair. Her veil was torn away, the scars now vivid against the pale fury of her skin. Who are you? Her tone was thick with menace. I drew my bow in reply, aiming a bolt of flame at her. Stop, or he dies, she said flatly, gesturing to the soldier beside her who pressed the tip of her spear against Li Wei's neck. At once, I forced my fingers to loosen the flaming arrow, vanishing, Lady Hualing's gaze fixed on the phoenix fire bow, before sliding to my face. Ah, the archer. The first archer, is that what they call you? I have heard of your accomplishments. She sounded curious. Intrigued, even. Pity that your abilities are wasted in the service of the celestial kingdom. Who told you about me? I was not conceited enough to believe that my fame had spread to this remote place. She did not answer, merely tapping her chin, seemingly lost in thought. Your zeal in protecting the crown prince is admirable. To venture here, where nothing but death awaits you. Forget him. Join us against the celestial kingdom. The demon realm would reward you well. Any position, any honor would be yours to demand. Never. My refusal burst out, though I cursed myself in the next instant for revealing myself so. A wiser course would have been to feign interest in her offer and gain her trust, to have a hope of escaping. But this had always been my weakness, my inability to think clearly when my heart was clouded. A slow smile spread across her lips. Oh, this is more than just loyalty and duty, isn't it? She breathed in seeming delight. A soldier in love with a royal? What could you possibly offer the celestial crown prince, except your life in his service? You know nothing, Li Wei bit out. Xingyin, you must leave. Now. He spoke the last words as a plea. Urgency throbbing in his voice, but if I left, he would die. Alone, your highness. It appears your reputation is not quite as honorable as we believed, Lady Hualing sneered. Dallying with a commoner whom you could never hope to marry. You are your father's son indeed, plucking flowers for your own pleasure and discarding them once they wilt. She swung to me, her gaze intent and searching. Do you know he is betrothed? To one of royal blood, with beauty, power, and charm. A prize he would risk his life to rescue, just as you are sacrificing yourself to save him. Each word about Princess Fome stabbed me, just as on the night of their betrothal. I had believed myself above such feelings. Yet if they could be resurrected so easily, would I ever be free? A terrible thought slid into me, that there was some truth to her vicious words. That I had come here to save Liwei, but would accomplish nothing except my death. And if I died, what would happen to my mother? She would never learn of my miserable fate, whiling eternity away in her futile wait, first for my father, and then for me. Why did I sacrifice everything for the one who had broken with me, who perhaps never really loved me? It was the gleam in her eyes that gave me pause. She had goaded me, well, giving voice to my cruelest thoughts, those which taunted me in the deep of night. She wanted to make me jealous. To make me doubt my own worth. To allow hatred to slither in and sink its claws into my heart. I inhaled a deep breath, trying to gather myself. I needed to hold her interest, to gain time to strike or provoke her into rashness. I dared not have her attention return to Liwei again, and the vile thing she had planned for him. Yes, we were together once, I admitted haltingly. Now His Highness and I have gone our separate ways. Was it your choice, or his? Her lips curved like she already knew the answer. I looked away, her question cutting deeper than I expected. Life would be preferable without love, Lady Hualing said with feeling, as though I were her trusted friend. As though we were of the same mind, her words resonated through me. Was closing one's heart to love, all love, the only way to contentment? Had I not imagined so myself, during those long months of misery? Indeed, my darkest moments were when I had left my loved ones. And yet, the happiest times of my life had been with them, too. But I would not disagree with her. She seemed to believe there was a connection between us. Did she see a part of herself in me? I shuddered at the idea, although now I would tread cautiously, to cultivate this illusion to better catch her unaware. Perhaps you are right, I said, letting a hardness edge my voice. Love has not served me well. Nor I. Lady Hualing's chest heaved. I did not ask for the Emperor's love, but he beguiled me with false promises until I returned his affection. When I was hurt and frightened, I yearned for his comfort. He never came back. Because of him, I lost everything, even the happiness I had before. I would rather he had died than hurt me so. All I want now is to repay those who brought me low. I recoiled inwardly from the vehemence in her words. She had not uttered her curse in the heat of anger, but as a fervent wish wrung from the depths of her heart. They will never change their minds, Lady Hualing continued, her tone low and intimate. The celestial royals are proud, cold and unyielding. Their love, once lost, can never be regained. Ask yourself, why do you do this? Just so he can cherish your memory after he marries his princess, weep a tear over your grave? Such paltry thanks for so great a sacrifice. Don't throw your life away. It hit me then, she believed our situation similar. That I, too, had been snared by a hopeless love, that I, too, had been cast aside by the son of her cruel lover, no less. And that my actions were a desperate bid to regain what I had lost. My teeth sank into my lip, biting down harder until a warmth of salt and iron gushed into my mouth. Like her, I had not sought love. My life had been full without it. Yet it had crept up on me, infiltrating my senses like a subtle scent, until I found beauty in a fallen blossom and delight in a thunderstorm. However, the joy it gave me, I repaid tenfold through my sorrow. Even when I believed my heart healed, the scars remained, reopening with no more than a touch from his hand. Why did I do this? Her question echoed through me again. I had known the dangers when I followed Liwei's trail here, but not once did I hesitate. My only thought had been to come to his aid. My only fear had been for his safety. But she was wrong, I was not trying to win him back. Was it for friendship, as I had told myself? Or out of honor, to repay the debt of his kindness? The answer eluded me as it lurked on the fringes of my mind. I looked up, my eyes colliding into Liwei's, and it struck me then with the force of a thunderbolt. What I had been struggling to understand. What I had fought so hard against before. What I had been afraid of knowing, because its revelation might be my undoing. Such proud words I had spoken to him before, of honor and duty. Lies, all lies. I was still in love with Li Wei. All this time I kept telling myself that my feelings for him were a remnant of the past, a lingering attraction. My pride did not let me cling to him, yet I did not want to let him go. I had told him to forget us, when I could do no such thing myself. Each time he came, a secret part of me rejoiced in knowing he still cared. My coldness to him was but a mask to hide my feelings, even from myself, that I loved him still and that I had never stopped. I stepped closer to Li Wei, almost trembling now. The faces of the soldiers blurred into the background, all I saw was him. With a wrench, I unearthed the secrets buried deep in my heart. If I did not tell him now, I might never have the chance again. I love you. Tears sprang into my eyes. These I would not conceal or blink away. I loved you then. I love you still. I tried to forget you. To destroy my feelings. But I failed. Something heavy loosened in my chest and fell away, a burden I had not realized I bore till now. Gazing at him, I was lost for a moment in our past. Through the stagnant air of this putrid cavern, I could almost smell the sweet scent of peach blossoms. I yanked myself back to the present, to the danger. Li Wei's eyes were fixed on mine, his lips parted to speak, but I shook my head in warning. Lady Hualing appeared transfixed, her face alight with anticipation. Was this not what she had accused me of? Did she hope Li Wei might reject me, that I would join her, bitter and distraught? It would satisfy her craving for revenge to have me turn on Li Wei, validating all she had done. All she had become, because of her own tainted love. I would give her no satisfaction today. I did not want to end up like her, engulfed in spite and hungering for something I could not have until it destroyed me. Those nights when my pain was at its sharpest, it would have been so easy to slide into resentment and hatred. Yet as much as I loved him, I loved myself more. And as I was discovering, there was no end to love. It was something which grew and renewed endlessly, expanding to encompass each new horizon. Family, friends, and other lovers, too, none of them the same, yet each precious in their own way. I spoke to Li Wei, raising my voice to be heard. I have no regrets. I will always cherish what we had together. I do not resent your happiness with another, and I could never wish for your death. This was the moment. There might not be another. My insides writhed as I met Lady Hualing's furious stare. I am not like you. You stupid, sentimental fool. Bright red spots blazed from Lady Hualing's cheeks as her eyes squeezed into slits. She was shaking now, was it with disappointment or rage? Quick as a flash, I drew my bow, flame streaking through my fingers. It struck her chest with blinding light as she staggered back, the acrid smell of burnt silk and flesh throttling the air. But then her magic surged out in a glittering stream, extinguishing the fire with a hiss. The soldiers lunged at me, their weapons gleaming in the torchlight. I ducked, whirling aside, another arrow springing from my fingers, only to strike the shield that sprang up around Lady Hualing now. As she flicked her fingers, an earthy smell wafted forth like rotting leaves in a forest. Thick vines shot out, coiling tight around my waist and slamming me against the ground. Blood gushed from my temple as my bow was snatched from me. Sprawled on the ground, I tried to catch my breath as the beaded tip of a brocade slipper prodded my face up. Lady Hualing peered down at me, her lips curled in a smirk, a charred rip in her robe where my arrow had struck, though the skin beneath was smooth. Already healed over, she was strong. I had failed. And now, she was livid. How noble you are, loving him yet releasing him to another. Cherishing your past and forgiving the pain. Are you so self-sacrificing to risk yourself for a love that is no longer yours? She jeered, making a mockery of my confession. Let's see how your principles fare when you're truly tested. A guard grabbed my arm and hauled me to my feet. 2 others dragged Li Wei to where I stood. Black metal bands still encircled his wrists, binding his powers, and how I cursed missing my earlier shot. Li Wei's gaze never left mine. Seemingly oblivious to our peril, they glowed with all the warmth and tenderness I remembered. You risked your life for him, but will he do the same for you? Her tone reeked with scorn. Let her go. I will not fight you, Li Wei said, without a moment's hesitation, a fierce joy sang in my veins. Even as I dreaded what would come after, that his declaration would only infuriate her more, her mouth stretched into a mirthless smile. Let's have some entertainment tonight. A fight. To the death. Between you two. If you win, first archer, you'll walk free. I'll even let you keep your bow. The sweetness of her tone jarred with the abhorrent meaning of her words. I could not have heard her right. She did not mean it, she could not. 4, Li Wei and me, to kill the other to save ourselves? Was this some twisted jest to frighten us? But as I stared at her face, so lovely and pitiless, a shiver rippled along the length of my spine. This was no game. Chapter 26. Li Wei's eyes blazed. I will not fight you, Xingyin. Please, go. I shook my head. I would not abandon him to certain death, not even to save myself, Lady Hualing sighed. Refuse to fight and you'll both be killed. A most romantic end, upholding all your honorable principles, though a reckless waste. A hopeless despair settled over me as I met Li Wei's grim yet resolute gaze. Our hands remained slack by our sides in defiance of her command. We would not be her pawns in this sick game. Nor would I go quietly. I would fight until my energy was drained, until our final breaths were spent. Only then could she tear her bloodied victory from us. Her tongue clacked against the roof of her mouth. How disappointing. I had hoped for more spirited entertainment. However, there are ways to ensure your cooperation. Her shield gleamed as she stepped closer to Li Wei, seizing his chin between her fingers, her nails cutting into his skin. He recoiled, horror dawning over his face. Yet she held him fast, her soldiers gripping his arms tighter, behind his back. Li Wei. I lunged toward him, trying to shove my way through the guards who grabbed me and flung me back. Lady Hualing's pupils glinted as shards of topaz. A recollection emerged, something Li Wei had told me once of the mind talents, their eyes, which glitter like cut stones. Fear plunged through me, trailed by doubt. I refused to believe it, I dared not. Lady Hualing was of the celestial kingdom, not the demon realm, the cloud wall or wherever that place was. Once, the flower immortal, her talent had to be of the earth, not the mind. I had seen it myself with the creeping moss and those monster spines. Impossible that she should know the forbidden arts. And even if she did, surely the emperor would have sealed them from her. But what if the emperor did not know? What if she had disappeared before such magic was banned? Beads of sweat gleamed on Li Wei's skin. Still, Lady Hualing did not release her hold. I could not help recalling that she was one of the most powerful immortals in the realm. And even if Li Wei's magic was not bound, he had been weakened by the battle and the amethyst ring. If she was trying to compel him, she would fail, I tried to assure myself. Li Wei was strong, too. He would not surrender, he would fight, but when Lady Hualing and her guards released him, I no longer knew him. Something vital in him had been lost. My insides shriveled as I stared into his eyes, worse than a stranger's, they were as cold as his father's. His face was blank as he stood unmoving, even when a guard shoved a sword into his hand. Someone passed me another, my fingers closing reflexively around its hilt. As Lady Hualing leaned toward me, I gagged as the smell of decaying flowers crowded my nostrils. Do you regret spurning my offer? A final warning, don't be so foolish as to throw your life away for him. He will not appreciate it, the men of his family have hearts of stone. I did not hesitate, leaping forward to thrust my sword at her. As it crashed against her shield, pain coursed through my arm. I raised it again, better to go down fighting this way, but the soldiers shoved me aside, another, kicking the back of my knees as I slumped to the ground. Lady Hualing crouched down as she brushed an icy knuckle down my cheek. I flinched, rearing away. "Don't forget, you still have your powers." She spoke in an intimate whisper. "If you let him kill you, well, his life is forfeit regardless. But if he dies, you live." Something splintered inside me. An impossible choice, whether to die in a futile sacrifice or to kill Li Wei to save myself. More than just wanting Li Wei dead, she wanted me to kill him. Did she take a sadistic pleasure in tormenting her enemy's child? Did she relish the thought of me living in misery and regret, as she had done? Or was this to prove me wrong? That, despite my claim, she and I were not so different after all, that the same viciousness in her heart lurked in mine. Oh, I had baited her too well, and now we both would pay. Lady Hualing clapped, the hollow sound ringing in the cavern. As though it was a signal. Li Wei's body jerked, then he stalked toward me. With his sword in his hand, he circled me, in a cruel parody of the many times he had challenged me in play. I could not move, unable to look away from his dead gaze. Even now, I did not believe he could harm me. Although I, myself, was almost compelled before in the Eastern Sea, and had seen what a sliver of such power could do, he charged, swift as lightning. Stunned, I threw up my sword, a second too late as his blade slashed my cheek. Blood trickled from the stinging gash, yet it was nothing to the agony within. It was not that he looked at me with hatred, but with utter indifference. Silver flashed hard and bright. My body moved of its own volition, flinging my arm up, our blades clanging together. He bore down relentlessly, as I staggered beneath the force of his blow, digging my heels into the ground. In a sudden feint, he whirled to the side. I reeled forward as he swept his sword across the scales of my armor, thrusting it deep into my shoulder. Cold iron sank through my flesh, scraping bone. With a smooth tug of his arm, his blade slid from me with a moist sucking sound. A gasp was torn from my lungs as I pressed my palm to the gaping wound, blood gushing between my fingers. Anger surged through me now, misplaced though it was, as I lunged at him, my sword piercing his armor, driving into his side. I yanked it out at once, before it went too deep, shame and remorse searing me along with the horror that he did not even flinch. Our blades clashed. Again and again. I held back each time, though he showed no such restraint. Yet we were more closely matched than I anticipated. He had been the better swordsman, but I had the benefit of a soldier's training. I was quick, he was strong. My strikes were deft, he was ruthless. Magic would have tipped the scales, except his was bound. And I found myself unwilling to draw my own against him. A slender distinction, but to use my powers on him now felt akin to execution. Unfair, almost. My mind screamed, what use was such honor? Even as my heart whispered that it was not Li Wei who attacked me so pitilessly, just the husk of his body, dancing to another's tune. He was my opponent, but he was not my enemy, and though I wanted to win, I could not kill him. It was not honor alone which restrained me, but a sense of self-preservation, knowing that slaying the one I loved would destroy me, too. I would never recover, not for all eternity. Not even if I found my way home. My foot caught on a loose rock and I stumbled. In a flash, the point of his sword pressed against the hollow of my neck. He stilled, a muscle clenching in his cheek. Was he struggling against Lady Hualing's control? I glanced at her, dazzling light pouring from her eyes. Her brow coated in a sheen of sweat. Was she tiring? Hope flared in me, only to be extinguished, when Li Wei's hand trembled, a moment before his sword dipped and drove through my chest. I gasped, my legs buckling as I collapsed onto the stone floor, sinking into a puddle of my still warm blood. Darkness beckoned, a merciful void without the pain blossoming through my body, only eclipsed by the agony of knowing that it was he who had done this. A forgotten memory flared. My mother's arms, lifting me up from where I had fallen, her thumb brushing the tears from my cheek. How, my scraped flesh had stung, my first real injury, until her cool touch and soft murmur soothed it away. This would not be the end. My eyes flew open. I reached for a precious fragment of my power, sealing my wound. The healers would have cringed at my crude work, at the scar which would remain, but the pain subsided and the bleeding staunched. My mind cleared a little as I staggered to my feet, searching Li Wei's face for the faintest sign of recognition. Yet there was nothing, not a flicker of love, not a speck of remorse. And in that moment, something snapped into place for me. I would not throw my life away. I would not be defeated by myself or another. I would fight to live, and while I lived there would be hope. To grasp at a chance of our survival, I would risk everything. Even our lives. My energy was dwindling. I seized what I could, the air shimmering as I hurled my magic at Li Wei. Coils of air wrapped around his body, knocking him to the ground, sealing his ears, nose, mouth, and pressing his eyelids shut. Covering every inch of his skin until he could do nothing except lay there, writhing like a trapped beast. If his powers had not been constrained, my binds could never have held him so. Lady Hualing's delighted laugh rang through my ears. Was this not the spectacle she had forced us to perform? Had she dreamed of inflicting such torment on her own faithless lover? Trapped in the cocoon of air I buried him in, Li Wei was paler than snow. I gagged, fighting the urge to release him. Yet I hardened myself. I could not stop now. My power flowed, settling over every pore of his body until he glittered with 1,000 silver lights like he was cloaked in stardust. My heart ripped from me could not have hurt more. Pain had lost all meaning. His struggles weakened until his body went limp, the steady thrum of his aura fading until I could no longer sense it. Only then did I stop. My eyes were dry, though I had wept a river inside. How wretched I was, cracked, and ripped and gouged, yet I refused to shatter. Sinking onto the ground, my fingers sought Li Wei's cold hand. Pressing our palms together, "I'm sorry." A ragged whisper. "Forgive me." Loud clapping rang through the cavern, jarring amid my despair. It hit me, then, the vile, unspeakable thing I had done. Lady Hualing wanted to hurt those who had wronged her, but I had struck down the one I still loved. In the cold light of victory, were my reasons hollow? Glazing my selfish desire to live, my control broke. I fell away from him as though scalded. I did not deserve to touch him. Not after this, not after what I had done. My arms clasped tight around myself as I retched until my stomach clenched in protest. Sobs ripped from my throat, ugly and raw, echoing through the terrible silence. But it was not over. I could not let all this be in vain. Gathering the remnants of my composure, I staggered to my feet. "My bow," I said flatly, to Lady Hualing. She inclined her head. "I gave you my word. And my offer still stands. The Demon King would be pleased to have you by his side. A good mind, a strong arm and will. Someone who does what needs to be done, when the time calls for it." I flinched from her praise, hoping she would take it for exhaustion rather than revulsion. I had never imagined myself bloodthirsty, but I would have killed her now, and rejoiced. Yet, she had spoken no lies. My hands were stained with Li Wei's blood. It had been my choice to hurt him. "You were right," I said, trying to lull her into a sense of false security. "There is no sense in dying for principles alone. And I will consider your offer only because the celestial kingdom will no longer welcome me after this." When Lady Hualing nodded, a guard thrust the phoenix fire bow at me. As I clutched it, a memory flashed through me, of the first time I had held it in the peach blossom forest. A lifetime ago, when I had still been whole. I turned away, stumbling toward him once more. Lifeless and shackled, he was still every inch the regal prince. How I prayed our ordeal was almost over. Free him. I pointed at his manacles. The sight of them enraged me past bearing. I would do it myself, except I did not want to rouse her suspicions. "Why?" she asked. I looked her full in the face. "I have done what you wished, though it hurt me greatly." Prince Li Wei should be laid to rest with all the ceremony he deserves. I will do him the final service of returning his body to his parents, but I will not bring him fettered like a slave. Besides, do you want this to fall into the hands of the celestial kingdom? I gestured at the medal, encircling his wrists. When she did not speak, I frowned. Did you not want their celestial majesties to know what you did to their son? What you did, you mean, she taunted me with exquisite cruelty. It would suit me well if you delivered his body to them. I only wish I were there to see it. She jerked her head at a soldier who hurried forward. He pressed something against Li Wei's manacles, which fell away, clattering onto the ground. At once, I dragged Li Wei's arm across my shoulders to haul him away. Wait. Lady Hualing drew closer, the amethyst ring glowing on her finger. I must drain his life force as it's fading fast. It will be quicker now, without those chains. My breathing quickened, I fought for calm. I would not let her defile him further. As she reached for him, I grasped my energy, bracing for release, but the air warmed, a powerful force hurling Lady Hualing away. She slammed against the stone wall, her shield winking out as bands of fire bound her. I swung around to find Li Wei, staggering to his feet, the tip of his blade trailing on the ground. As 3 soldiers charged at him, he swung his sword in a wide arc, the blow sending them flying. A guard bolted toward me with his spear outstretched, whom I dispatched with a quick arrow to his chest. I was shaking, my heart ablaze. It had been nothing more than a wild guess, pieced together from the little I knew. In the Eastern Sea, I had sealed my hearing to fight Governor Rinyu's compulsion, but his charm was of the voice alone, and that would not have worked here. Yet the governor had spoken of death being the only release from those caught in the throes of such power. And so, to break Lady Hualing's control over Li Wei, I had sealed off every sense he possessed, bringing him to the brink of death itself. Though if I had failed, he would have died or killed me. And we would have perished for nothing. When I held his hand after, I had channeled my energy into him. As much as I could muster without arousing suspicion. I was no healer, and all I could do then was pray it would suffice. I could not have risked his life just to save my own. But I had done it to save us both. I had hoped, under the guise of death, Lady Hualing would have let me take him away. And it had almost worked. But I gloated too soon. We were not out of danger yet. Too late did I sense her gathering power. In one strike, Lady Hualing dispelled her binds as vines shot out, coiling around Li Wei and me, squeezing the breath from my chest, strangling my limbs to numbness. Before I could despair, Li Wei's magic rippled across us, burning away the plants. Lady Hualing raised her hands again. The damp scent of earth thickened as the air gleamed with her magic. I flung up a barrier as Li Wei threw his might behind mine. I could not fight her alone, yet together, we stood a chance. Her energy crackled when it struck, transforming into endless vines, which shone with a sinister light as they writhed against our shield. Sweat dripped from my brow as I tried not to imagine what they sought with such ravenous hunger. My struggles were not lost on her. Lady Hualing's red lips curved upward as the crushing pressure on our shield intensified. The tendrils curled with renewed vigor. Time was not on our side. I was close to exhaustion, and Li Wei's strength must be ebbing, too. Soon, we would fall either from fatigue or her malevolent spell, or the soldiers closing around us, their faces alight with anticipation. No, I would not relinquish our hard-won lives so easily. A plan formed, mad and reckless, yet the faintest glimmer of hope was preferable to certain death. My eyes met Li Wei's, as I mouthed a silent instruction for him to hold the shield steady. He nodded, straining as he bore the full weight of our barrier now. I scraped the shreds of my energy into a glowing orb no larger than a marble, flinging it out to strike Li Wei's shield from within. It cracked, though the web of vines held it fast. I clenched my teeth, a hiss of breath escaping my lips. Teacher Dowming's stern warning about not draining my power pounded in my mind, but I could not stop. My head throbbed as I wrung the final flecks of light from my core and hurled them out in a gust of wind. Our shield shattered, the force flinging Lady Hualing's vines away, right onto her body, the fleeing soldiers, the ceiling and walls, where they clung as though rooted. Cracks streaked through the cavern, the stone, groaning and trembling. I crumpled onto the ground, as hollow as a paper lantern trampled by a careless foot. I was shivering, not from the chill in the cave, but from the ice spreading through my limbs. My eyelids were heavy, yearning to shut, to surrender to the darkness spreading through my body. Everything took on a hazy sheen, until I no longer knew whether I was still alive or trapped in an endless dream. Lights swirled, golden bright, Li Wei's magic flowing into my broken body. They sank into the black, yet did not vanish, like sunlight glinting over the night sea. The light streamed into the core of my life force, buried deep within my head, ringing forth a single fleck of silver, the last of my energy. The cold within me thawed, my strength returning as I awoke to find Li Wei's fingers entwined with mine as we lay upon the ground. Lady Hualing's eyes were glassy, her mouth opened in a soundless scream. Her body convulsed as the vines coiled around her in a strangling hold. Tighter and tighter they wound, tearing the silk of her dress, squeezing her bulging flesh until it turned crimson and purple. I choked down my bile as I watched her struggles weaken, the camellias at her waist wilt and droop their once proud heads, the silk peonies on her gown brown and fray. The light faded from her pupils, the bitterness receding from her face until just her cold beauty remained. I could have lain there until the moon waxed and waned, unable to summon the strength to rise. But the cavern shuddered with more force than before. Rocks tumbled from above as Li Wei dragged me to my feet, my muscles straining as we raced toward the entrance. A chunk of stone struck my back, knocking me to the ground. Clouds of dust descended as the ceiling fractured, crashing down, just as Li Wei summoned a gale that flung us through the opening, the cave collapsing behind us with a deafening roar. The hard ground offered scant relief to my battered body. I could not move, lying in the dirt as though pinned down. One ragged breath, and then another slipped from my lungs. Li Wei's eyes were open, gazing into mine. As the color returned to his face, my fear receded. He reached out to me, then, his palm cupping my cheek, wet with tears that had fallen unnoticed. I smiled, content to feel his warmth. I had no more words, I had said everything in my heart. The luminous glow of the moon cast a spell around the forest. In the pale light, the dead trees gleamed like polished columns of silver and jade. The fog vanished, dispersed by the night wind. Had it been cast by Lady Hualing to hide herself from the world? Leaves rustled, branches crackling. We swung around as Princess Fengmei emerged from the woods. With a joyful cry she rushed to Li Wei, and threw her arms around him. His eyes darted toward me, his hand hesitating before reaching out to hold her. I struggled to a sitting position, looking away from their reunion, though their whispers pierced my ears. Finally, Princess Fengmei touched my arm. I hid where you told me to, until I heard a loud crash. As she scrutinized me, she pressed a fist to her mouth. Are you all right? I must have been a fearsome sight, covered in blood, bruises, and grime, yet her concern moved me. I will be, once your highness gets us back to the celestial kingdom. Princess Fengmei's smile faltered as she glanced at Li Wei. His expression was inscrutable, but his eyes were deep pools which threatened to drown me if I stared into them for too long. Her gaze fell upon the sky drop tassel by his waist. She tilted her head toward its twin, which dangled from my belt, the gem clear once more, a matched pair. Her voice was as soft as a breeze in a meadow. An inexplicable urge to explain gripped me, even though she had not asked. A gift of friendship, I said. She did not respond, falling silent as Li Wei rose and offered me his hand. I grasped it as I rocked unsteadily to my feet, fighting the urge to clutch him tighter, to revel in the feel of his skin against mine. When he helped Princess Fengmei up, I hurried ahead of them. I did not want to intrude, nor was I strong enough to withstand seeing his arm wrapped protectively around her shoulders. Not when my heart was still raw after all we had been through. After everything I had confessed, to both myself and him, heading north, I led the way through the trees, beyond the forest, toward the scent of lush grass and wildflowers. I inhaled deeply, relishing the freshness of the air. Princess Fingmei's magic surged forth, summoning a large cloud, which swooped down before us. I climbed upon it, eager to leave this graveyard of broken dreams. Now that it was over, pity sparked in me at the thought of Lady Hualing's fate, a tragic end to such an illustrious immortal. I recalled my mother, too, pining away for my father, living half her life in shadow, buried in memories and regret. No, I would not choose as they had done. I would not yearn after what had been lost, impossible to regain. I would look to the days ahead, to the happiness which awaited me there, if only I were brave and steadfast enough to reach for it.